disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526 Trap. Have you heard? While clearing ancient ruins, the country discovered a new relic in the desert. It's inscribed with indecipherable characters and even seems to contain a statue of the Six Paths Sage. It's said that the water within can instantly heal any wound upon contact. A man in a small restaurant spoke with a mysterious air. His companion, sitting next to him, showed a hint of disdain. He glanced at his companion with a hint of smugness in his eyes. He knew far more than this fellow. I heard too. It seems the country is planning to invite some of the people who once lived there to study and find out what those relics are. Someone at another table was also discussing the matter. What do you think those relics are? I'm really curious. Another table seemed to be discussing the ruins discovered in the desert. Aishiki Satsuki was dining at a small restaurant in the new capital of Yan Nation. The food was quite good, but he heard some surprising news. Six Paths Sage. The son of that traitor Kaguya. Satsuki Aishiki narrowed his eyes. Of course he knew who the Six Paths Sage was. Kaguya, that traitor, thought that killing him and feeding him to the sacred tree would solve all problems. How could that be possible? He had done everything he could to survive and had been hiding until now. Not long ago, he was approached by Uchiha and they fought. The guy was quite powerful and Otsutsuki Aishiki had no choice but to force his way in. Only then did he repel him. After repelling Uchiha, Otsutsuki Aishiki moved his base to this location. Under the new capital of Yan Nation, he intended to use the lives of the people here as his shield. However, he did not expect that this unified country would actually unearth the belongings of the Six Paths Sage. Those incomprehensible characters should be the secret codes of their Otsutsuki clan. However, these things did not really excite Otsutsuki Aishiki. After all, he was not particularly concerned about the Six Paths Sage. However, when he heard that there was water there that could heal all injuries, Otsutsuki Aishiki became a little restless. His health was not good, and he had been trying to find a way to train his heir as soon as possible. If he could obtain this water, perhaps he could. Otsutsuki Aishiki was hesitant. He was unsure whether he should go there to take a look. What if this thing was a trap? After all, Otsutsuki Aishiki knew very well that after he was exposed last time, someone in the ninja world would definitely be searching for him. It was hard to say whether this was a pit or not, but Otsutsuki Aishiki felt that it was a little difficult to explain. After all, normally, healing things are only useful for those who are injured, such as him. But last time, although that idiot named Uchiha fought with him once, the opponent was no match for him and was even suppressed by Otsutsuki Aishiki. Moreover, Otsutsuki Aishiki did not reveal too many things. Otsutsuki Aishiki knew very well that the man named Uchiha could not have known that he was seriously injured, so theoretically the opponent should not have set up such a game to deal with him. Otsutsuki Aishiki felt that such an explanation was a bit forced, but after being attacked by Kaguya, Otsutsuki Aishiki became much more vigilant. He was a little hesitant in his heart. Should he go and have a look? I heard that the water is light blue and you can see a round object in it. It's magical. The people next to him were still discussing, but Otsutsuki Aishiki couldn't sit still. He knew that this thing was a potion used by the Otsutsuki clan to heal wounds. The effect was indeed very good, and it could even be described as miraculous. However, he had never seen it since Otsutsuki Kaguya used it. He didn't expect that it was left behind. That thing was very important. If he had that thing, Otsutsuki Aishiki's search for the successor would be faster, and wouldn't it be more convenient then? What's more, only people within the Otsutsuki clan know about this thing. When they first came to this backward planet, Otsutsuki Aishiki and Kaguya only brought some with them. When he was ambushed by Kaguya, those things were all fed to the sacred tree. Now, in the entire ninja world, only Otsutsuki Kaguya may have them, so if nothing unexpected happens, it should be left by Otsutsuki Kaguya, or used to save the lives of her two sons. When he thought of Otsutsuki Kaguya, a trace of malice flashed across Otsutsuki Aishiki's face. It was because of that bitch Otsutsuki Kaguya that he was fed to the sacred tree. If he had eaten the fruit of the sacred tree, he would never have awakened such a rubbish samurai like Otsutsuki Kaguya. By then, he would definitely become stronger and would be qualified to go further in the family. When he thought of the enemies the family was facing, Otsutsuki Aishiki felt a little anxious. Although the family gave some time to those members who went out to plant trees, this time was not much. If they did not go back for a long time, the family would come looking for them. If the family members saw him like this, they would laugh at him. As for Kaguya Otsutsuki, she would become a new toy for the family. Aishiki Otsutsuki had heard that there were some debates within the family about what would happen if those with poor qualifications ate the fruit of the sacred tree. However, the fruit of the sacred tree took a long time to grow, and coupled with the pressure the family faced, Aishiki Otsutsuki knew that the family had never made this attempt. However, if Kaguya Otsutsuki succeeded, she would be used for a search, and might even be used to feed the sacred tree. What kind of fruit would it produce then? The thought of this made Aishiki Otsutsuki feel a chill in his heart. He didn't want to face such a thing. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Aishiki pretended to ask casually, and then hurried out. There were also some idle people chatting in the entire capital, but not everyone would mention the relic, but there were quite a few people who talked about it. Otsutsuki Aishiki even bought a newspaper with some things written on it, and a photo. The relic on it was obvious at a glance. It was engraved with the words of the Otsutsuki clan, but because of wind erosion and time, it was not very clear, and it could even be said to be a little blurry. However, Otsutsuki Aishiki was very happy. He barely recognized that it was a barrier used to protect something. It seemed to be protecting the healing potion, and there might even be other things. After all, Otsutsuki Kaguya fed him to the sacred tree. At that time, Otsutsuki Aishiki did not carry many things with him, and most of the things he brought from the family were left at the base. But he did not expect that Otsutsuki Kaguya, this waste, who was usually gentle and humble, dared to resist him. As a result, Otsutsuki Aishiki was defeated. However, some of the things at that time were not qualified to be used and understood by a waste like Otsutsuki Kaguya, so those things may have been preserved. With those things, Otsutsuki Aishiki will be able to find his successor faster, and then he will be able to restore himself to sufficient strength as soon as possible. Although there will be some troubles in dealing with this guy Otsutsuki Kaguya, he already has a contingency plan, but the only trouble is how to deal with the problem he is facing now. Aishiki Otsutsuki hurried to the excavation site of the ruins. He would then swiftly grab the potion he needed and leave. That would allow him to find his successor even faster, perhaps even lessening his need for one. After all, in the current world, Kaguya Otsutsuki was sealed, and her two sons were dead. No one in the entire ninja world could stop him. He simply wanted to reclaim his power as quickly as possible, or else he would be in a very awkward position if someone from within the family came. Anxiously, Aishiki Otsutsuki hurried along. Because of the Otsutsuki clan characters, the incomplete barrier patterns, and the appearance of the healing water, although he had doubted their authenticity, he couldn't help but try his luck. On his way, he ran headfirst into the encirclement. Will that person named Jijin really come? At this moment in the ruins, the third Reikage was sitting on the sand, playing cards boredly. He casually played a 3 with 2, while looking at the Mizukage and Kazukage sitting opposite him and asked. After leaving Amemiya Kenichi, the third Reikage originally thought that he would go directly to find the god named Jijin and start fighting directly. Unexpectedly, Amemiya Kenichi gave an order to start the war here, and also required that the war must be started after witnessing a large-scale and very dazzling explosion. So the third Reikage and his men ambushed near the ruins. As for this ruins, it was contributed by the Kazukage. The first Kazukage built an underground ruin in order to prevent the Hokage Senju Hashirama from attacking the Wind Country, but it was abandoned due to management difficulties. Now this ruins has become the starting point of the battle, which made the third Reikage a little puzzled, but he didn't say anything. Now his son is still in Amemiya Kenichi's hands. If he doesn't want his son to go to the Pure Land with him, the third Reikage thinks it is better for him to be honest. since it has been arranged, we just have to follow it. But I didn't expect that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, would suddenly start carving some strange symbols. I don't know what they are doing. The Kazakage dropped a bomb and received 2 curses, and I don't think I can take it in return. Then he contentedly dropped a big straight and dealt out the cards in his hand. The third Raikage was stunned. The Mizukage on the side rolled his eyes and then stood up. They made a bet that whoever lost would go out to keep watch. That job was extremely boring, so boring that it made people feel like they were about to explode. At this moment, near the ruins, Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu and asked. He didn't quite understand Amemiya Kenichi's idea. After all, in Uchiha Madara's view, the SYNOP could just sweep across, but Amemiya Kenichi didn't want his capital to be destroyed and too many people to die, so he moved the battlefield. Uchiha Madara commented that this was too soft-hearted, but he didn't stop it. After all, Amemiya Kenichi did help a lot, but Amemiya Kenichi wanted to start a war here, and even required that it must start after seeing the explosion, which made Uchiha Madara a little bit unable to understand. After all, Uchiha Madara felt that, if it were him, he would definitely not do this. It would be better to wait until they were exhausted and then throw that horrible weapon, which would be more effective. However, it was obvious that Amemiya Kenichi had his own ideas and even got the approval of his own will, otherwise his own will would not tell him this. Otherwise, according to Uchiha Madara's character, he would have fought long ago. Hehe, that guy Amemiya Kenichi said that Jijin would be more vigilant at the beginning, and when he sees those symbols outside the ruins, he would be stunned for a moment, and that would be the time to attack. Moreover, it seems that the explosion would be more advantageous to you. That's why I agree. Black Zetsu chuckled. What he said was not wrong. When Amemiya Kenichi set up the trap, Black Zetsu was still wondering why Amemiya Kenichi knew the writing of the Otsutsuki clan. But when Amemiya Kenichi took out an ancient book with some strange symbols recorded on it, Black Zetsu was not surprised. There are some stupid and low-level creatures in this world who like to record the every move of the gods. It is estimated that the words written by his mother and the 2 traitors were seen by these people, so they recorded them. Black Zetsu can be sure that Amemiya Kenichi's idea is very feasible. After all, when he saw it, he couldn't help but think about what the incomplete parts of these words were. Otsutsuki Aishiki would definitely do the same. In this case, Amemiya Kenichi's weapon is more likely to hit the target, and it will naturally be more convenient at that time. What Kenichi Amemiya didn't say was that a large amount of nuclear radiation will remain after the nuclear explosion, and this nuclear radiation will seriously affect the functions of nearby living organisms. But the problem is that except for Black Zetsu and Aishiki Otsutsuki, who have living bodies, everyone else is an impure world reincarnation body, so the impact of nuclear radiation on the impure world reincarnation is very small, and the impure world reincarnation cages can go up and fight. Only in this case can Jijin be restricted to a greater extent, and Aishiki Otsutsuki can die here. This is also Kenichi Amemiya's plan. Otherwise, if it fails, it will be very difficult to see Aishiki Otsutsuki again. This problem must be solved once and for all. Chapter 527 The Road Ahead. The war has begun. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the mushroom cloud rising into the sky in the distance and knew that his plan was successful. The battle in the distance had begun. The only question was whether the old guy Otsutsuki Aishiki would die. Kenichi Amemiya himself was not very confident about this issue. After all, Otsutsuki Aishiki was more or less a member of the Otsutsuki clan, and Kenichi Amemiya didn't know his abilities. Kenichi Amemiya had not watched Boruto. He had only seen edited videos on the internet. After all, in Kenichi Amemiya's heart, Naruto was considered to be finished after Naruto got married. Boruto was completely a work made for making money. Kenichi Amemiya didn't like it, so he never watched it, but he also learned some things, such as Naruto's death, such as Naruto and the heavy particle mode of Naruto and the nine-tailed fox. When he heard this term, God knows how Kenichi Amemiya felt. This name doesn't sound like Naruto at all, but rather a bit like a science fiction work. However, I heard that Boruto later developed more and more towards scientific ninjutsu, and there seemed to be some things full of complaints. but Kenichi Amemiya couldn't remember what they were, but it didn't matter. He is now in this world. As long as he is given enough time to climb the technology tree, he will not care about the technological level of the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, Kenichi Amemiya will not be too arrogant. The Otsutsuki clan may have the ability of interstellar navigation, which also needs to be handled with caution. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya retracted his gaze. He did not intend to participate in the battle in the distance. What he had to do now was to enhance his strength as soon as possible. At that time, whether Otsutsuki Ishiki wins or the Six Paths Sage wins, it will not affect Kenichi Amemiya himself. Kenichi Amemiya will also have enough confidence to deal with these two people from the Otsutsuki clan. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the Sumehuda in front of him. Sumehuda was trying hard to swallow the chakra that was infused into it. It was obvious that they were in pain, but they had to accept their current living conditions. Amemiya Kenichi heard from his teacher Orochimaru that the chakra storage device was still in the process of research and development. Some key breakthroughs had been made, but key breakthroughs were not successful in production after all, so there was still a long way to go before replacing Sumehuda. Amemiya Kenichi did not feel soft-hearted about these Sumehuda. After all, these Sumehuda were their clones. In essence, even if they are well taken care of, they will die after a long time, so it is better to make full use of them and let these Sumehuda contribute to the peace of the entire ninja world. During this period, Kenichi Amemiya has been constantly extracting and compressing chakra, and now there is still some effect. Under such high intensity compression, Kenichi Amemiya's chest has turned white. Kenichi Amemiya actually doesn't like this skin color very much, but there is no way to change it now. He can only use it like this and wait until there are other methods in the future and then find a way to change it. And now my body's metabolism is becoming slower and slower. The genetic cells of the Otsutsuki clan are really amazing. I always feel that the Otsutsuki clan seems to be developing in some strange direction, which is unpredictable. Will all the Otsutsuki clan become vegetables in the future? After all, I look a bit like that now, and after the cells in the body are renewed, the original chakra in those dead cells will automatically flow in. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. His current body can be said to be very amazing. No, it should be said to be subtle. After all, there are very few people like him. Kenichi Amemiya feels that he is probably no longer a living person. He is more like a vegetable, and his demand for food has slowed down a lot. Before, he would feel hungry if he didn't eat 4 or 5 meals a day. Now he doesn't feel hungry, even if he does nothing every day. Kenichi Amemiya has done experiments. It will take him about 5 days to feel hungry. It is hard to imagine how often he will have to eat after he has successfully transformed and compressed. Kenichi Amemiya now even suspects that the Otsutsuki clan's genes were deliberately specialized in this way. After all, space travel is a long task unless there is a warp jump spacecraft, but the Otsutsuki clan obviously does not have such technology. They don't even have the ability to communicate between stars. Otherwise, why didn't the Otsutsuki clan come immediately after Kaguya Otsutsuki killed Ishiki Otsutsuki? Moreover, Kaguya Otsutsuki doesn't seem to have any contact with the Otsutsuki clan. She is even preparing for the Otsutsuki clan to attack in tens or hundreds of years. This means that, although the Otsutsuki clan has the ability to travel between stars, they are not very fast. It takes a very long time for them to travel in space, so they have specialized this gene with a slow metabolism, so that their bodies can last longer and find a place enough to plant the sacred tree. Based on these inferences, Amemiya Kenichi felt that the Otsutsuki clan was actually very simple. The people of this race had some problems. Their genes were specialized, and their development direction had a clear routine: cultivation, then planting trees, and then eating the fruit of the sacred tree to ascend to heaven overnight. The advantage was that this could mass produce strong people. The places where they had to plant trees were combinations like Otsutsuki Ishiki and Otsutsuki Kaguya. One person ate the fruit of the sacred tree, and the other was a consumable used as a sacrifice to the sacred tree. By repeating this routine, they could cultivate enough strong people. The disadvantage was naturally very obvious. These people basically followed a path. When they looked up, the end was right in front of them. But when they turned around, they were followed by countless people who had followed them step by step. Amemiya Kenichi felt that the Otsutsuki clan must have some very fatal problems, such as these specialized genes. What if these genes were foreshadowed, and if they came into contact with a specific thing, their genes would collapse? Amemiya Kenichi felt that this idea was not impossible and must be prevented. And the disadvantages of this are also very obvious. The power is too specialized. There are only a few ways to go back and forth. Moreover, where the strongest of the Otsutsuki clan has reached now is a peak that all the Otsutsuki clan can reach in the future. However, these are all speculations of Kenichi Amemiya. After all, he has only come into contact with two Otsutsuki clan members, Black Zetsu and Six Paths Sage. Even in order to make his own power stronger, Kenichi Amemiya has to practice in this way. By then, he will just be a pursuer on this road. Kenichi Amemiya's face was calm. He was not in a hurry. He would accumulate strength first, and then deal with Ishiki Otsutsuki and Kaguya Otsutsuki, and then do research later. He would learn more about the Otsutsuki clan from Kaguya Otsutsuki and Ishiki, so that he could make some targeted improvements. Kenichi Amemiya felt that the Otsutsuki clan was very likely to be taking the route of genetic specialization. After all, their genes were really too special. Genetic specialization is a very difficult task, and it is also a direction that Kenichi Amemiya once considered whether to study. However, Kenichi Amemiya gave up later, because genes are themselves a bunch of garbage codes, and they are the kind of codes that take a very long time to decipher and analyze. Such codes are not unusable, but the use of these codes has a very fatal problem. That is, the decoding process will make people very painful, and even if the decoding is successful, it will be a problem to modify it. After all, you never know whether you just changed B to A, which will cause the code in other places to crash and have bug errors. Therefore, the genetic programming that Kenichi Amemiya is using now is actually a simple and crude integration. According to the gene chain of others, forced imitation and copying is considered a barely successful one, and it also involves a lot of coincidences. However, in science, there are indeed occasional coincidences, and there is nothing strange about it. Some scientific advances are discovered by chance. To crack genes and study them thoroughly is a very tedious task that will take a very long time, enough to cost a person's life, and the amount of collected genes must be astonishingly large. In addition, to modify these genes, or insert other genes, the scientific and technological content is also very high. At least the current ninja world cannot achieve this, and there is no way to do it. Amemiya Kenichi himself and Sanzu Amado combined cannot do this, so Amemiya Kenichi has never considered going down the path of genetic specialization. But the problem is that the Otsutsuki clan is very likely to be genetically specialized now. If you want to crack the possible hidden control methods of the Otsutsuki clan, then you need to have advanced research on genes, and that alone may not be enough. More data samples are needed. Amemiya Kenichi feels that by then a lot of protective measures will be needed. It would be best to know more from Otsutsuki Ishiki. As for Otsutsuki Kaguya, Amemiya Kenichi has no hope. The other party is just a consumable used as a sacrifice. How could the Otsutsuki clan let the other party know too much about such a person? Kenichi Amemiya even suspected that the reason why Kaguya Otsutsuki's oppression was not strong enough in the future Fourth Shinobi World War was because she was a consumable, a defective product, so she did not know many things about what she could do after eating the sacred tree, and could not be as familiar with it as Ishiki Otsutsuki. After all, this is very normal, just like the differences between the main family and the branch family of Hinata Hyuga. The main family will definitely have a way to control the branch family, and there may also be some differences in the inheritance of knowledge. Unless he kills the Six Paths Sage, or gets a reason to feel at ease, or controls the Six Paths Sage. Otherwise Kenichi Amemiya really can't let him feel at ease and cooperate with the Six Paths Sage. In Kenichi Amemiya's opinion, this old guy is even more troublesome than Black Zetsu. What a hassle. Six Paths Sage. Amemiya Kenichi sighed and shook his head. The problem now wasn't how to deal with the Six Paths Sage. He didn't have the strength to do that right now. Instead of dwelling on that, it would be better to improve his own strength as quickly as possible. However, after what happened today, Amemiya Kenichi had some ideas about the future. At least he wouldn't have to think about the future path now. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. Now he had to wait. Amemiya Kenichi continued to pick up some ether and began to absorb and refine chakra. A large amount of chakra poured into Amemiya Kenichi's body. Amemiya Kenichi calmly adjusted and compressed it, then let the original chakra flow into his cells, becoming part of Amemiya Kenichi's strength. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know how long he would have to do this, but he didn't care. He was sure he could make it to the end. Now, Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone looked at the figure below. He had already seen Otsutsuki Aishiki's position. The opponent had indeed arrived. When the opponent paused for a moment, Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone dropped the atomic bomb without hesitation and rushed down at a high speed with the atomic bomb in his arms. The moment Otsutsuki Aishiki raised his head, Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clone directly detonated the nuclear weapon. Suddenly, a large mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The strong shockwave and dazzling light made Otsutsuki Aishiki close his eyes. The subsequent high temperature and unexpected explosive force made Otsutsuki Aishiki fly away violently. Otsutsuki Aishiki spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clones had already disbanded before the explosion, and looking at the huge mushroom cloud, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with vengeance. He shouted Hashirama, and then rushed out. Hashirama Senju shook his head and followed him. He couldn't let his friend fight alone against that god-level opponent, and the other shadows who had been lying in ambush also rushed out. The shockwave and heat wave of the nuclear radiation explosion were blocked by their joint ninjutsu as they were well prepared. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju looked at each other, and then the huge Susanoo in its complete form and the huge thousand-armed Buddha statue appeared in the desert, and a large-scale war began. Chapter 528 Wedge. Kenichi Amemiya looked into the distance. In the distant desert, there were constant loud roars, and from time to time, fire and explosions could be seen. Kenichi Amemiya scratched his head. It was already late at night, but obviously neither Uchiha Madara nor Otsutsuki Aishiki had any intention of settling things peacefully. This time they were rushing to kill each other, which made Kenichi Amemiya very satisfied. As long as he could kill Otsutsuki Aishiki, then Kenichi Amemiya would have enough time to study slowly, and then continue to compress his chakra and master the 6 paths mode as soon as possible. Then it would be easier to deal with these tricky enemies. But if Otsutsuki Aishiki didn't die like this, then Kenichi Amemiya really didn't know what to do. After all, he had done everything he could now, and all that was left was to make a hydrogen bomb. But hydrogen bombs themselves were not easy to make, and the required content was also very high, and ordinary amounts were somewhat insufficient. These guys. I wonder how long this battle will last? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the battle in the distance with some curiosity in his heart. You know, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, although a long time had passed from the time Kishimoto started drawing to the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, if you put it in the timeline of Naruto, you will find that the Fourth Shinobi World War had been serialized for several years, but in reality, the most intense battle only lasted 3 or 4 days. If you add the duel between Naruto and Sasuke, it may last about another day, so the Fourth Shinobi World War was actually very short. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya felt that Otsutsuki Aishiki's battle would not last long. Maybe if Kishimoto drew it, it could be drawn for several years, but in reality, it would be very outrageous for a battle to last for 3 days. After all, the chakra of ninjas is often limited. Although someone like Otsutsuki Aishiki is a plug-in, Kenichi Amemiya felt that the opponent could not hold on for too long. According to Kenichi Amemiya's guess about Otsutsuki Aishiki, the opponent would probably not drag it out for too long. Others could drag it out, but Otsutsuki Aishiki definitely could not. The old guy was seriously injured. Although it is not known how much he has recovered now, he is definitely not in full condition, so the opponent will definitely not be able to drag it out. He will inevitably burst out to try to take away his enemy. At that time, it will depend on the means of the 6 paths sage. Forget it. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. He had originally thought about going over to take a look, but when he thought about the 6 paths sage and Uchiha Madara being there, Kenichi Amemiya gave up the idea. For Kenichi Amemiya, the Six Paths Sage and Uchiha Madara were also his enemies. Uchiha Madara was still quite troublesome now. If the Six Paths Sage gave him a blessing, it would probably become even more troublesome. If he went over, it would be troublesome if something went wrong. So Kenichi Amemiya did not plan to go over. He planned to quietly study his hydrogen bomb weapon. The hydrogen bomb is a weapon that Kenichi Amemiya is currently researching. Unlike the atomic bomb that uses nuclear fission to fight, the hydrogen bomb uses nuclear fission to trigger nuclear fusion, thereby releasing even greater energy and eventually successfully detonating with even greater power. The largest nuclear hydrogen bomb ever detonated in human history is the Tsar bomb. When this thing exploded, radio communications across the entire Earth were affected, and the effect lasted for a long time. Later, it was even rumored that the entire continent moved by 9 mm. Although it is not a huge distance, you have to know that this is the movement of the entire continent. It has to be said that this is the strongest hydrogen bomb ever tested in human history, and this is even the case of reducing the equivalent. If the equivalent is not reduced, it may lead to more troublesome consequences. However, for Chenyu now, making a hydrogen bomb is not a problem. The nuclear physics books have already mentioned how to make a hydrogen bomb. The difficulty now lies in how to collect enough raw materials. Chenyu is now in the situation of a good cook having no rice to cook. Although he knows how to make a hydrogen bomb, he still needs to collect enough raw materials. This task is planned to be handed over to the people of Yan country. After all, it is not easy for one person to collect so many things. It is better to brainstorm. Moreover, after getting these things, Amemiya Kenichi still has to spend time to make the hydrogen bomb and then try to detonate it. Amemiya Kenichi gave this order to Uchiha Shiri, and Uchiha Shiri also conveyed it to other departments. In an instant, the entire Yan country started to operate. Countless people began to go out and try to collect what Amemiya Kenichi needed. Although there was no particularly clear description, Amemiya Kenichi had already explained how to prepare deuterium, so it was only necessary to make a batch of equipment specifically for extracting and storing deuterium. It can be said that the difficulty of making hydrogen bombs and atomic bombs is different. As long as the atomic bomb can be made, the hydrogen bomb will often not take too long. Once a person enters the concentration mode, he will feel that time passes quickly. On the contrary, the more he wants time to pass faster, the longer it will become. Kenichi Amemiya is in such a state now. He looks at the things in front of him and processes them with concentration. He is preparing deuterium, which can be extracted from heavy water. However, while extracting, Kenichi Amemiya has to absorb, refine, and compress the chakra. Now Sumehada is swallowing chakra at a rate of 2 per hour. In order to enter the Six Paths mode as soon as possible, Kenichi Amemiya can only continue to refine and compress the chakra. The effect is that the speed of chakra accumulation in the cells becomes much faster, and the price is that the white area on Kenichi Amemiya's body is slowly expanding. For this reason, Kenichi Amemiya needs to use transformation techniques even in the laboratory to prevent the abnormality of his body from being discovered by Black Zetsu. Of course, in order to have an excuse, Kenichi Amemiya also made some subtle changes. After Kenichi Amemiya extracted a lot of chakra and the chakra content in his body cells became more clearly visible, Kenichi Amemiya was slightly stunned. There was something in his hand. Kenichi Amemiya looked down and hurried out. At this moment, the sky outside was still dark. Kenichi Amemiya did not delay and quickly ran towards the direction of the battlefield. Soon, Kenichi Amemiya saw the ashes of the impure world reincarnation on the ground at the edge of the battlefield, as well as Hashirama Senju who was missing 2 hands, and Uchiha Madara who was missing 1 hand. The 2 of them were staring at a black block in front of them. Kenichi Amemiya walked over and took a look. The black object should be Ishiki Otsutsuki, but the battlefield was also very tragic. Except for Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, everyone else was gone. Kenichi Amemiya took a look at the collapsed impure world reincarnation bodies and knew the fate of these shadows. Is he dead? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at the Tsutsuki Ishiki. The Tsutsuki looked rather pitiful, but Amemiya Kenichi only wanted to learn about him from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Despite this, Amemiya Kenichi still approached and cautiously poked Aishiki with chakra from a distance before hurling a kunai at him. That Satsuki's body was pierced by the kunai, but he showed no reaction. Amemiya Kenichi was satisfied. He thought he could see Aishiki's condition and then retrieve some biological material from his corpse to study his genetic information. The only regret was that Aishiki was dead, so Amemiya Kenichi would not be able to get any more information from him. He's not dead yet, the voice of the Six Paths Sage said. Amemiya Kenichi instinctively took a step back, moving a little further away from the sage. Uchiha Madara still had a look of surprise in his eyes when he heard this. He stared at the black mass before him. This guy hadn't died even after all this? This was truly a miracle of life. Could the other party also be Izanagi? But he had already prepared for this possibility. It was impossible for such a scenario to occur. Uchiha Madara was a little confused. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, I didn't expect you to still be in the Pure Land. Could this be your plan, to fight against the clan? At this time, Otsutsuki Aishiki slowly climbed to his feet. As he rose, the black mud on his body began to fall off, and soon he returned to his original appearance. However, looking at Otsutsuki Aishiki before him, Amemiya Kenichi thought he looked like he was wearing smoky makupe, which he found inexplicably amusing. Otsutsuki Aishiki's current makupe was similar to his previous non-mainstream looks, except that his hair was thinner. If it were more, it would be more unique. However, looking at Otsutsuki Aishiki before him, Amemiya Kenichi felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, as if some monster had revived within him. Otsutsuki Aishiki, is that a wedge? You? A look of shock flashed across the Six Paths Sage's eyes. Before Amemiya Kenichi could even consider what a wedge meant, Otsutsuki Aishiki's entire body had transformed. A new form, one that looked nothing like a normal human, appeared before Amemiya Kenichi in the Six Paths Sage. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with despair. He had thought himself powerful, but facing an opponent of this caliber, he knew what it meant to be powerless. He and Hashirama Senju fought hand in hand, finally slaying the god with untold hardships. At that moment, Uchiha Madara even thought that even a god was nothing more than that. Although the opponent was indeed powerful, simply entering that stage had killed or injured most of the cage. The second stage had completely wiped out all of them, even losing a hand. But in the end, it wasn't victory, was it? But now, looking at Otsutsuki Aishiki before him, the opponent's physical condition seemed normal, completely free of any problems, and his strength was even more terrifying. Kenichi Amemiya remained silent. He really wanted to smash his controller. He had finally killed the boss and thought he had passed the stage and could touch the corpse. Suddenly, the background music changed and the boss muttered strange words and stood up again. Then the system told you, congratulations, you have successfully entered the second stage of the boss. Anyone would have the urge to smash their phone. Kenichi Amemiya felt the urge to smash his phone right now. Now Otsutsuki Aishiki seemed to have lifted some restrictions. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were also crippled and looked like they had little fighting power. So, facing this Otsutsuki Aishiki in front of him, what should he do? Kenichi Amemiya's gaze fell on the Six Paths Sage beside him. The Six Paths Sage looked at Otsutsuki Aishiki with a serious expression. Kenichi Amemiya felt a little relieved for a moment. Yes, at least there is someone taller to hold up the sky if it collapses. He wanted to see what the Six Paths Sage was doing. The Six Paths Sage paid no attention to Kenichi Amemiya. His entire focus was on Aishiki Tsutsuki. He'd learned something from his mother, like how members of the true Tsutsuki clan possessed a unique ability called the wedge, which allowed them to store all their memories and genetic information, allowing them to be reborn upon death. However, the Six Paths Sage couldn't use this ability, and he didn't know if his mother, Kaguya Tsutsuki, could, since she had been sealed away. But he hadn't expected Aishiki Tsutsuki to actually use this jutsu, and it looked like he'd been using it for a long time. In other words, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju fought for ages, only to defeat an ordinary person parasitized by the wedge. So, how powerful would Aishiki Tsutsuki be now? For a moment, the Six Paths Sage regretted coming out to meddle in other people's business, but he had to deal with this guy Otsutsuki Aishiki. He glanced at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who were seriously injured and had little fighting power. The Six Paths Sage looked at Kenichi Amemiya again, and then saw Kenichi Amemiya picking his nose. The Six Paths Sage was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. This bastard only knew how to be lazy and do nothing. However, the other party had also done a lot, and the Six Paths Sage knew what Kenichi Amemiya was doing. If he wanted peace in the future, he really had to take action. Thinking of this, the Six Paths Sage sighed. In that case, the Six Paths Sage stood up, and Otsutsuki Aishiki frowned slightly. In his eyes, there was only Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Although this little thing was useless, and not as powerful as the mother of this little bastard, the other party was an Otsutsuki after all, so Otsutsuki Aishiki was still very careful. Looking at Otsutsuki Hagoromo in front of him, some thoughts flashed through Otsutsuki Aishiki's mind. He was just wondering how Otsutsuki Hagoromo would deal with him, and it seemed that there was some conspiracy behind the death of this thing. Chapter 529 Otsutsuki Aishiki. Six Paths Sage. Six Paths Sage. Facing Otsutsuki Aishiki. What means will you use to deal with him? I'm really curious, you old man hiding in the Pure Land, not caring about worldly affairs. What exactly do you want to do? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the Six Paths Sage with a grim expression, and felt a little curious. The Six Paths Sage was even more sinister than Black Zetsu. Everyone thought that the Six Paths Sage was dead and a legend, but this old man was still thriving in the Pure Land, and his strength was so powerful that it was incomprehensible. At least Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were unable to interfere with the real world. Even Nagato, who died with the Rinnegan, was unable to interfere with the real world in the end. Even the Six Paths Sage's other brother did not interfere with the real world. So Amemiya Kenichi felt that the Six Paths Sage was probably hiding a lot of things. Moreover, the Six Paths Sage appeared, but why didn't the Six Paths Sage's brother appear? This is also a problem. It is impossible that the Six Paths Sage's brother didn't go to the Pure Land himself, right? Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya even suspected that the younger brother of the Six Paths Sage was hiding somewhere and had some conspiracy like his brother the Six Paths Sage. However, what Kenichi Amemiya was most concerned about now was how the Six Paths Sage planned to deal with Otsutsuki Aishiki. He was very curious about what methods the Six Paths Sage would use when facing Otsutsuki Aishiki. Haha, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, you are very good. You even know the wedge. But you should also know what it means to let me enter this state in advance. Otsutsuki Aishiki looked at the Six Paths Sage in front of him with a gloomy look. This bastard, Kaguya's bastard son, blew up the body he had prepared. But the vessel he cultivated was not yet ready for harvest. For a moment, Otsutsuki Aishiki had no other choice but to use the wedge to reincarnate in advance. However, such reincarnation would cause great damage to Otsutsuki Aishiki's body. After this incident, it would take a longer time to repair. When he thought of this, Otsutsuki Aishiki hated it so much that he wanted to kill the Six Paths Sage directly. As for the three ninjas beside the Six Paths Sage, Otsutsuki Aishiki didn't care. These trash were not qualified to play against him. Uchiha Madara clenched his hands tightly. He could see what Otsutsuki Aishiki meant, which made him a little angry. However, he also knew that he was not qualified to play against the opponent. After entering the second state, Otsutsuki Aishiki's strength was so strong that people could not understand. Even Uchiha Madara felt that it was a little difficult to do anything. The opponent's strength was beyond the norm. Uchiha Madara felt that when he became the controller of the Divine Tree and then held the Rinnegan, he should not be able to withstand this guy. But there was no way. The Divine Tree could not be revived yet, and the Five Tails had not been reborn. Even if Uchiha Madara wanted to pull out the Five Tails and the Three Tails now, there was nothing he could do. Hashirama Senju's expression was also very serious. He had lost both hands at the moment, and he didn't know how to help. Although it was very easy for Hashirama Senju not to make hand seals. After all, he was missing two hands, so the use of many ninjutsu would be very troublesome. Hashirama Senju took a deep breath. This was the first time he encountered such a difficult enemy. The other party was worthy of being praised as a god. If this monster had attacked when he was building the ninja village, he was afraid he would not be able to withstand the other party's attack. At this moment, Kenichi Amemiya heard the voice of the Six Paths Sage. Kenichi Amemiya was stunned for a moment. He didn't say anything, and there was now something in the palm of Kenichi Amemiya's left hand, a seal with the word Yin written on it. It seemed that the Sage of Six Paths was planning to use himself and Uchiha Madara's hands to perform the Six Paths Chibaku Tensei, so as to seal Otsutsuki Aishiki. Strictly speaking, this might be possible. After all, Otsutsuki Aishiki was seriously injured, and after coming out of the state called Wedge, the opponent's strength must not have reached its peak. Compared with Otsutsuki Kaguya, it is unknown who is weaker and who is stronger, but Kenichi Amemiya knew that this guy's strength was definitely not weak. Kenichi Amemiya himself was not very confident whether the Six Paths move could succeed, but there was no other way. Aside from the Six Paths Sage's move, Amemiya Kenichi didn't know what else to do. His cards were almost completely exposed, and he felt a sense of helplessness. An enemy like Satsuki Aishiki shouldn't appear at this time. If he had appeared while the enemy was still causing trouble, Amemiya Kenichi would have been much more relaxed. At least he wouldn't have been caught off guard. Furthermore, his preparations were inadequate. Although he had an atomic bomb in his scroll, he had no idea if it would be effective. Countless black rods suddenly rained down from the sky, and Amemiya Kenichi's pupils shrank. Were they chakra rods? Faced with such weapons, he could only dodge the attacks. But at that moment, a palpitation came from behind him. Amemiya Kenichi froze for a moment. His body instinctively shrank to the side, and then 3 black rods pierced the air nearby. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. Did that bastard Satsuki Aishiki think he was a pushover? At this thought, Amemiya Kenichi felt a surge of anger. He untied the restraints, and the heavy iron bag dropped to the ground. Suddenly, Amemiya Kenichi's body seemed lighter, even his dodging movements quicker. Satsuki Aishiki remained expressionless. He hadn't expected the ninja he'd chosen as a breakthrough point to be so capable, able to dodge his sneak attack. But so what? Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath, and lightning patterns instantly filled the corners of his eyes. At the same time, a blue stream of air erupted from his body, blazing around Amemiya Kenichi like flames. Senju Hashirama watched curiously. He remembered seeing this jutsu before, seemingly performed by a taijutsu user, and the effect was quite good. Uchiha Madara spared a second glance at Amemiya Kenichi before dashing towards Satsuki Aishiki. He had also obtained the Yang seal granted by the Six Paths Sage. If he and Amemiya Kenichi simultaneously struck Satsuki Aishiki, the Six Paths Sage would unleash his power, sealing Satsuki Aishiki and carrying him to the moon. Uchiha Madara was very conceited, but once he could gain his lord's recognition of his strength, he found it very easy to communicate with him. Uchiha Madara glanced at Amemiya Kenichi, confident that he would understand what he meant. At this time, Amemiya Kenichi didn't look at Uchiha Madara. In fact, after he had a yin in his hand, Amemiya Kenichi understood what the Six Paths Sage meant. Moreover, Hashirama Senju's hand was gone, so it was impossible for him to use his foot to seal it. Therefore, among the people present, only Uchiha Madara could cooperate with him. Amemiya Kenichi was in extremely good condition. Sage mode had already increased his physical fitness, and with the addition of the 8 gates, Amemiya Kenichi felt terrifyingly strong. He stomped his foot and instantly appeared behind Satsuki Aishiki. Satsuki's pupils shrank, and he glanced behind him, but the next second, Amemiya Kenichi kicked him away. The tremendous force made Satsuki unable to help, but spit out a mouthful of blood. Aishiki Satsuki frowned slightly. He had originally hoped to find a weak opponent to break the impasse, but he hadn't expected to find such a strong opponent. He also felt a surge of resentment. If he hadn't been discovered early and wedge wounded, the longer he'd been delayed, the stronger he'd have been able to recover. How could he be bullied like this by these ignorant creatures? A wave of sadness washed over Aishiki, and this hatred turned to hatred for Kaguya Satsuki. Kaguya Satsuki was sealed, but that didn't matter. Aishiki stared angrily at Hagoromo Satsuki in front of him. This guy was Kaguya Satsuki's traitorous son. Killing him would be the same. The Sage of Six Paths slowly asked a question. Why was Aishiki Satsuki so hostile to him? It wasn't him who kicked him. The Sage of Six Paths was a little speechless, but looking at Otsutsuki Aishiki, the Sage of Six Paths gathered his thoughts and focused on the Otsutsuki Aishiki in front of him. If Amemiya Kenichi and Uchiha Madara couldn't deal with Otsutsuki Aishiki, then he would have to do it himself. But in that case, the price to pay would be very high. All those years of preparation might go to waste. You know, this backup plan of his was used to deal with those gods. And when he thought of his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya, the Sage of Six Paths felt a little complicated. For a moment, Otsutsuki Hagoromo suddenly thought of the time when he sealed his mother. Otsutsuki Hagoromo closed his eyes tightly and lowered his head in thought, his heart tangled with endless guilt and pain. He muttered to himself in a low voice, raised his head, a trace of helplessness and hesitation flashed in his eyes. He nodded and stared at the place where his mother was sealed, a trace of sadness and heartache in his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to control the cry in his throat, but he could not suppress the weeping in his heart. Sobbing sounds gradually sounded. He sobbed and closed his eyes. Tears fell silently. He opened his lips slightly, but could not make any sound. Grief pierced his heart like a sharp blade. He struggled and shook his head and neck, trying to get rid of the tangle and pain in his heart, but in vain. His hands trembling, he cupped his cheeks. Tears slid over his fingertips and across his lips. His actions were abnormal, full of struggle and helplessness in his heart. Finally, he stumbled toward the seal. His steps unsteady and heavy, his back slightly bent forward, like a walker carrying an overload, unable to stop. Wait. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's eyes snapped open. He glared angrily at Otsutsuki Aishiki before him. The other's gaze held a hint of sarcasm. Otsutsuki Hagoromo clenched his fists in anger. Had he unknowingly fallen for Otsutsuki Aishiki's illusion? Although he regretted sealing his mother, he knew that, if he had the chance again, he would seal her without hesitation. He didn't want to see her transform the entire world into biological weapons, into mindless monsters. How dare you be distracted during a fight? Amemiya Kenichi angrily stepped on Otsutsuki Aishiki with his foot. Otsutsuki Aishiki's pupils shrank, and he looked at Amemiya Kenichi angrily, but before he could resist, Amemiya Kenichi exerted force again, and with Senju Hashirama using the fairy wood escape technique, he pulled him down at once. The two of them exerted force together, and Amemiya Kenichi's foot suddenly stomped Otsutsuki Aishiki's head to the ground. Uchiha Madara smiled brightly instantly. Otsutsuki Aishiki, this bastard, didn't take them both seriously. Now he was stepped on the head by Amemiya Kenichi, this little bastard. This was a great insult to a strong man. Uchiha Madara cheered up, and he was ready to face a furious enemy. Sure enough, the next second, Otsutsuki Aishiki vanished. Amemiya Kenichi stomped his foot hard, creating a deep crater. Countless shards of glass flew everywhere, followed by a muffled groan. Amemiya Kenichi and Uchiha Madara instantly launched ninjutsu toward the source of the sound, but all they saw was Hashirama Senju, pierced through and disintegrating. Hashirama Senju helplessly waved his hand toward his friend Uchiha Madara, then glanced at Amemiya Kenichi with a faint smile, before returning to his Pure Land. Hashi-chan. Uchiha Madara roared. 1. Otsutsuki Aishiki vanished instantly, and Amemiya Kenichi's heart rang with alarm. He stomped his foot and soared into the sky, but even then, his foot was pierced by the black rod. Amemiya Kenichi clutched his foot in pain. The next second, the Six Paths Sage flew over and pulled the black rod out of Amemiya Kenichi's foot. Below, Otsutsuki Aishiki stared at Amemiya Kenichi with an expressionless face. Be careful, this guy can shrink. The Six Paths Sage glanced at Aishiki Otsutsuki. This old man, with all the negative debuffs, was still so powerful. It was unbelievable. The Six Paths Sage felt that, even if he was still alive, it would take considerable effort to defeat Aishiki Otsutsuki. The most difficult part was his shrinking jutsu. Once shrunken, it was almost impossible to discern with the naked eye, and it moved at such a rapid speed that it was as difficult as trying to track the movement of sand in a Force 9 gale. Aishiki Otsutsuki vanished once again. HMPH. Uchiha Madara immediately unleashed his fire release jutsu. Raging flames formed a circle, spreading from his body and spreading outward. The next second, a black rod pierced a piece of wood. Madara launched a kick at Aishiki Otsutsuki, but it failed to impact. That's all? Aishiki Otsutsuki let out a sardonic smile. Chapter 530, Changes in the Ninja World. This guy, why does he always have some weird research? In the new capital of Yan country, the golden-haired Orochimaru was holding an experimental log and looking at it. This experimental log belonged to Kenichi Amemiya, but Kenichi Amemiya was Orochimaru's disciple after all. Although Kenichi Amemiya was much stronger than Orochimaru now, Kenichi Amemiya had never denied this relationship, so Orochimaru had no problem looking at Kenichi Amemiya's experimental log however he wanted. However, when seeing Kenichi Amemiya's experimental log, Orochimaru couldn't help but pinched his eyebrows. She felt that her disciple's mind seemed a little jumpy. Of course, Orochimaru knew this a long time ago. After all, when Kenichi Amemiya was still following her to do research, Orochimaru was already accustomed to Kenichi Amemiya's jumpy thinking. He could think of other things while doing experiments. Looking at the experimental log in his hand, Orochimaru couldn't help but shake his head. However, the Xi chromosome, the so-called supermale gene, that Amemiya Kenichi proposed, did pique Orochimaru's interest. Having studied genetics extensively, she naturally knew that Xi referred to an extra Y in the male gene. However, Orochimaru hadn't paid much attention to such genes. She had no interest in such things, but she hadn't expected Amemiya Kenichi to actually research them. This piqued her interest. She sat cross-legged in her chair, slowly reading Amemiya Kenichi's experimental log. Orochimaru had now come to terms with his new identity. Perhaps it was because after realizing something was amiss with his soul, he had considered changing it, but as time passed, that desire faded. He felt he had finally figured it out. They were all souls, regardless of gender. As long as she could live forever and master all the world's ninjutsu and scientific knowledge, wouldn't that be enough? Gender wasn't particularly important. The Xi gene is named the supermale gene. Children who carry this gene are labeled as supermales with congenital physical and mental disabilities. After investigation and research, it was found that carriers of this gene may have tall stature, poor learning ability, and slightly low intelligence. After investigation, it was found that not all supermale gene carriers have this condition. Most supermale gene carriers have normal intelligence. This is a congenital physical and mental disability, but it does not mean that carriers of the supermale gene will become criminals. This is not rigorous, and the scientific community has determined that such a statement is wrong. Here at #at and at Orochimaru's brows furrowed slightly at the series of strange symbols that followed. She knew that these characters were a creation of her disciple. Although they were different from the characters used in the ninja world, she could understand some of them. However, combined with the professional terms, Orochimaru was confused. Orochimaru curled his lips. His student really liked to study some messed up things. How could this supermale syndrome help the ninja world? However, considering the peace and unity of the Flame Nation, Orochimaru found it unsurprising that Kenichi Amemiya was researching things to improve people's livelihoods. Just like the engine and chakra storage device she and Sanzo Amado had been researching, weren't they both designed to improve people's lives? Sanzo Amado saw this clearly. Orochimaru felt that this was the biggest difference between him and his disciple. Kenichi Amemiya seemed particularly interested in research related to people's livelihoods, including those strange weapons, while Orochimaru focused more on genetics and ninjutsu. Orochimaru had once considered Kenichi Amemiya's research redundant, and what good would a chakra engine, even if it were realized? Ninjas were far more convenient than such things. However, Sanzo Amado thought Kenichi Amemiya's research was brilliant, and pointed out the existence of ordinary people in the ninja world, something Orochimaru had previously overlooked. The ninja world was not just about ninja, but also about ordinary people. The creation of a chakra engine could greatly improve the lives of ordinary people, something Orochimaru had not previously considered. It was for this reason that Sanzo Amado praised Kenichi Amemiya highly. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's thoughts wandered. Amemiya-kun is truly interesting, but only someone like him is qualified to rule this country. At the time, Sanzo Amado had just concluded an experiment in which Orochimaru and Sanzo Amado had successfully created a chakra storage vessel, eliminating the need for Samehada. Hearing Sanzo Amado's exclamation, Orochimaru curiously inquired about his reasoning. because Amemiya-kun cares about the people of this world, whether ordinary people or ninja. They are all the same in Amemiya-kun's eyes. He could have done nothing and still enjoyed the treatment of a daimyo, but he did it anyway. Sanzuamado's words puzzled Orochimaru for a moment, but as Orochimaru spent more time in Flame Country and met more people, he gradually understood what Sanzuamado said. Sanzuamado was right. In this new country, even ordinary people could enjoy normal treatment, and there were no more unreasonable tasks. Would ordinary people really pay ninjas to find cats and dogs, and then have them harvest crops? They could do all that themselves. Lord Orochimaru. A voice interrupted Orochimaru's thoughts. He looked up. It was Uchiha, or rather, her shadow clone, smiling at him. Orochimaru nodded. It seemed like he needed to take care of something today. With that thought in mind, Orochimaru walked out. When Amemiya Kenichi went to the Wind Country for experiments, he had entrusted her with the recruitment of scientific professionals for the Flame Country. She was now the president of the Flame Country Academy, so today was her day to handle that matter. Thanks to Amemiya Kenichi's advocacy, science had officially become known to everyone in Flame Country, becoming a highly valued discipline, on par with ninjas. This delighted Orochimaru. The more he did scientific research, the more he realized that the path of science was difficult for one person to complete. The more people involved, the more dazzling the sparks of inspiration would be. At this time in the Ministry of Agriculture, Terumi was already having her lunch break. She walked out of her office, and the employees she met on the way greeted her respectfully. Terumi nodded in response to each of them. She calmly walked out of the door of the Ministry of Agriculture, and then found a small restaurant nearby to eat. Today she chose a ramen restaurant called Ichiraku Ramen. It was said that it was that guy Amemiya Kenichi who designated the restaurant to open in the new capital of Yan Country, and even the location of the store was chosen by Amemiya Kenichi. Although Terumi didn't understand why Amemiya Kenichi cared about such a small shop, she didn't care. The taste of this Ichiraku ramen was really good. Terumi liked to come here to eat during her lunch break, and looking at the busy customers in the store, a hint of gentleness appeared on Terumi's cold face. Terumi disliked Kenichi Amemiya. Ever since the day Kenichi Amemiya destroyed the Hidden Mist Village, she had disliked him, even hated him. She had even been willing to join Konoha and live under his wing, hoping to seek revenge. But now, with Kenichi Amemiya's dominance and the establishment of the Flame Kingdom, all of that had become a bubble. Terumi was unwilling to accept this, and had once wanted to resist, even trying to win over AI and Noki, but Noki and AI refused. Terumi could only choose to quietly work and care for the survivors of the Hidden Mist Village. She also knew that these people were now living ordinary lives. No one wanted to resist Kenichi Amemiya anymore, and no one wanted to kill him. It was all over. Terumi had finally come to terms with things, because 7 days ago, she had found a survivor from the Hidden Mist Village and tentatively asked him if he wanted revenge. But the other man shook his head. That man had a family, a pregnant wife, and no longer wanted to seek revenge. He even tried to dissuade Mei from seeking vengeance, leaving her feeling as if the world was vast, but she couldn't find any companions. She angrily accused him of betraying the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist Village, but his words, "When I was in the Hidden Mist Village, my life was worse than it is now," left her speechless. She knew he was right, for he was only a genin. It was truly pathetic that she, a powerful figure, could only seek the help of genin, only to have them refuse her. Mei didn't give up, using her position to locate several survivors of the Hidden Mist Village. However, even the Hazuki clan had given up on revenge. In that moment, Mei realized that those who had once sought revenge for the Hidden Mist Village had likely already perished in battle, leaving her, a weary soul, the only one left in this world, the only one who remembered the Hidden Mist Village. Perhaps when she died in the future, the Hidden Mist Village as it was known to the entire ninja world would cease to exist. Later, she traveled to her homeland in the Land of Water, spent a day reflecting before the ruins of the Hidden Mist Village, and then returned to work. Unsure of her own mindset in this world, she found another purpose, to care for her former companions, and allow the orphans of the Hidden Mist Village to grow up in this world. Anoki was right. As long as the people of the Hidden Mist Village remained, the Hidden Mist Village would not perish. If the people of the Hidden Mist Village died, the Hidden Mist Village would cease to exist. However, Terumi felt that this was just a self-consolation. "Sister, are you coming for ramen today?" a small blonde child asked cheerfully, sitting next to Terumi. Terumi looked at the child, a long-lost smile in her eyes. She knew the child loved ramen too. She had often run into him at ramen shops, and over time, they had become a special kind of friend. Terumi also learned his identity, Uzumaki Naruto, the only student of that bastard Kenichi Amemiya, and the son of the powerful Minato Namikaze. Terumi looked at Uzumaki Naruto, smiled, stretched out her hand, pressed towards Naruto's head, and then pinched Naruto's head. She touched it up and down. "Naruto, why are you eating ramen today? Where's your mother?" Terumi said with a smile. She and Kushina had met, but only once. She also remembered that the woman was a gentle woman. However, Terumi always felt that she could read a hint of irritability from Kushina's smile. However, Terumi did not care about this matter. She only cared about Naruto, the little guy who often ate with her. Mom's belly is very big recently, so she can't cook. Dad asked me to come out to eat. Naruto scratched his head with a silly smile. Terumi raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect that the woman was about to give birth. However, there were many newborns in the entire Yan country during this period, and the pregnancy rate was also very high. Terumi thought of the genin from the Hidden Mist Village. The other party also had a pregnant wife. Now in the ninja world, it seems that pregnancy is a very normal thing. Terumi knew the reason. The reason was brought by Kenichi Amemiya. Peace became the main theme of the ninja world. There was no war or dispute in the entire ninja world. The bored ninjas began to concentrate on making people. The Ministry of Agriculture was also under pressure. Kenichi Amemiya had demanded that the ministry vigorously promote improved rice and encourage the citizens of Yan Nation to cultivate improved crops themselves. As long as the yields increased significantly and remained stable after the improvements, they would receive rewards. Consequently, the Ministry of Agriculture had to deal with a large number of inquirers every day. Kenichi Amemiya argued that food was the foundation of everything. Without sufficient food, nothing could be done. Furthermore, the influx of newborns would increase the demand for food. With the entire Yan nation struggling for food, the pressure on her, as the Minister of Agriculture, was naturally even greater. "That's good. Naruto will be a big brother in the future," Terumi said with a smile. She suddenly felt that her current life might not be so bad, but the thought of the Hidden Mist Village brought a pang of pain. The Hidden Mist Village was destined to be a scar in her heart that she would never forget, a scar she would never be able to let go of. It seems that Terumi has been meditating for a long time. In the distance from Ichiraku Ramen, two ANBU ninjas from the Fire Country were monitoring Terumi. Their monitoring method was to use other ninjas who had been implanted with parasites and ordinary people to monitor her. Although Terumi had been removed from the list of dangerous people of key concern, she still needed attention, and the leading ninja made a tick. Chapter 531 The world is sick. If you ask Kenichi Amemiya what he thinks of this world, he can only say that the Naruto world is a sick world, a crazy world, a world with imperfect settings, so that travelers will find many things wrong after entering this world. Not long after arriving in this world, Kenichi Amemiya can confirm one thing, that is, this world is sick, very sick, very sick. This world has a disease called ninja. The reason for this is that Kenichi Amemiya was just an ordinary person at the time, just like he is now. Otsutsuki Aishiki, this bastard can perform jinjutsu, and his jinjutsu is so powerful. How did this beast do it? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the small hands and tried to mobilize his chakra, but it didn't react at all. Even his ninjutsu didn't work. However, Amemiya Kenichi's gold finger was still functioning normally, which made Amemiya Kenichi realize that he hadn't been transported back in time, but had been caught in ninjutsu by Otsutsuki Aishiki, resulting in his current state. The thought made Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitch. This period of time could be said to be the most vulnerable and fearful since Amemiya Kenichi entered the Naruto world. At this time, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't discovered his gold finger yet. He was just an ordinary person, unable to become stronger, unable to survive in this sick world. This world is sick. In the Land of Fire's Konoha village, Amemiya Kenichi sighed as he watched a ninja kneel in the mud after accidentally bumping into him and being stepped on by the ninja. He could only cry and beg for mercy. Originally, he was somewhat surprised to be transported to the world of Naruto as an unborn baby, but later even felt a bit happy, as he too wanted to become a powerful ninja, possessing immense power. Tragically, though he was born in Konoha, his parents died young, he wasn't a ninja, and his savings were meager, ultimately ending up in an orphanage. But life wasn't about to stop playing tricks on him, smilingly pushing Kenichi Amemiya into the abyss. During the ninja qualification exam, he was apprehensively diagnosed as lacking the ability to refine chakra. What did this mean? It meant he'd never become a ninja, let alone a powerful ninja like Six Paths Madara or Naruto and Sasuke. Kenichi Amemiya, who had waited so long, saw his hopes shattered in that moment. At that moment, Amemiya Kenichi's mind collapsed. He wasn't a ninja, not even qualified to be one. He could only waste his life as an ordinary person. When he finally emerged from the orphanage, he'd probably be just another ordinary person. Life in Konoha wasn't bad. After all, it was relatively safe, but he still had to be wary of the Ninetales Knight and the future Nagato coming to rob him. But on second thought, it wasn't surprising. If everyone could refine chakra and become a ninja, the world would have been in chaos. Some people are born high and mighty, like the reincarnation of a god, while others are born from the ground up, unworthy of even the slightest consideration. Unfortunately, Amemiya Kenichi was one of those people. The world of Naruto is inherently a world of rigid class structures. The daimyo ruled over the common people, while the ninja villages ruled over the ninja. The daimyo relied on the cage to protect their country and maintain their dominance, while the cage relied on the financial revenue provided by the daimyo to develop the village and improve the strength of the village ninja. Then, the ninjas would fight to the death, while the daimyo sat back and fought crickets. But the world of Naruto masked all this with a false sense of beauty. After all, in this world, people could admire the bond between powerful ninjas, weeping with emotion over the bond between Naruto and Sasuke. But what about the unfortunate common people? Those who died on the night of the Ninetales, those who appeared in the anime, were all named. But what about the unfortunate common people? And what about those ordinary people, who weren't in Konoha, but were caught up in the war? Just a string of cold numbers. So, Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised that this world could produce people like Nagato, Yahiko and Konan. He wanted to be a ninja like Konan, at least to survive in this terrible world. I'm sorry, sir. Please spare me. I have a young daughter at home who needs to be taken care of. The old man continued to wail, blood spitting from his mouth, as the ninja stepped harder on his head. You dirty wretch, do you know you almost broke my ninja tools? The ninja laughed playfully, crushing the poor civilian's head with his foot. The man's scalp was chafed by his shoe, and blood slowly flowed out. But the man dared not resist, only begging for mercy. Finally, the ninja kicked him, knocking out 2 teeth, and he was finally let go. Watching the ninja walk away with a swagger, surrounded by the civilians who bowed their heads, Amemiya Kenichi felt a surge of anger within him. But he was powerless to do anything, so after the ninja left, he could only help the man, who hadn't yet gotten up from the ground. Are you okay? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the man before him, blood dripping from his body, but he managed a faint smile. I'm not for. The man's voice creaked, due to the 2 missing teeth. Amemiya Kenichi knew the man would have to live with these 2 missing teeth for the rest of his life, as medical expenses in the ninja world were very expensive, especially for civilians. Unless it was absolutely necessary, ordinary people in the ninja world would not seek hospitalization. At the orphanage, Kenichi Amemiya had heard the director say that medical care was extremely expensive. When orphans like them fell ill, all they could get was a bowl of herbal medicine. Whether they recovered depended entirely on their own strength. If they were lucky and managed to survive, they would continue to grow up. If they were unlucky and couldn't, they would become nothing more than a stone in the graveyard behind the orphanage. The orphanage couldn't afford some stones, so a small stone was erected for each deceased child to mark their death. Watching the old man stagger away, watching the numb, accustomed eyes of the people around him, as if all this were natural, Kenichi Amemiya's heart and soul trembled. The world was sick. It had contracted a disease called ninja. Kenichi Amemiya's eyes were hazy. He hadn't expected to see memories of this period, but since he had, the subsequent developments must be. With this thought, Kenichi Amemiya hurried back to the orphanage. Shortly after entering, a violent banging sounded. Open the door. Open the door. A sharp knock rang out. The shabby wooden door was shaking constantly, and it seemed that the whole room was shaking as well. Dust was shaking off and falling on Kenichi Amemiya's head and body. Kenichi Amemiya skillfully brushed off the dust on his body, with a hint of disgust on his face. The damn hyena is here again. The dean opened the door, and two strong men were standing outside. The strong man in front was holding a notebook and a purse in his hand, and the man behind was carrying a matchlock gun on his back. These guys are just some ordinary people's lackeys and lackeys of Konoha. No, in the mouth of ordinary people like Kenichi Amemiya, they are called dog teeth. But no ordinary people have ever dared to say this in front of these people. Matchlock guns are not good for hitting ninjas, but for hitting ordinary people like them, one shot at a time is no problem. It's Lord Fujiki. I wonder why you came here this time. The dean rubbed her hands nervously, with a hint of apologetic smile. She saw the notebook in Fujiki's hand, and was not in a good mood, but she couldn't show it. For the past few years, the orphanage had always been like this. If these bastards don't show you respect, you're in for a treat. Although the orphanage received some subsidies from the village, now that it was wartime, their benefits had been significantly reduced. Their daily rations had gone from porridge to rice soup. You must complete a D-rank mission this month. Pay the fee now, Fujiki said casually. Amemiya Kenichi could see clearly that one of the bastards' names had been crossed out, and the name of the orphanage had been added. Amemiya Kenichi gritted his teeth. This wasn't in accordance with the rules. Every ninja village had a mission quota, just like the ones Naruto and his companions had been carrying out. These missions were allocated from the Fire Nation, its subordinate nations, or the defeated nations. Every month, the ninja villages issued quotas for the daimyo to submit, categorizing the level and difficulty based on the reward. The daimyo then handed these missions to the leaders of each town or village. Once the leaders received the missions, they had to complete them. The daimyo didn't care how you did it. If it's done, they'll keep working. If it's not, then they'll deduct money from your property to make up for it. And to avoid having their own money deducted, these guys naturally resorted to all means, letting these hyenas squeeze mission quotas out of the civilians. From wars to cat hunting, they were all missions, and missions were how ninjas made money. Kenichi Amemiya had always been curious about how a village like Konoha could afford to arrange these so-called D-rank missions. You know, the minimum reward for a D-rank mission is generally 5,000 ryo, which, converted to ninja prices, is roughly 3,200 RMB. Haha. Kenichi Amemiya felt that, if it were him, he would definitely not agree to pay ninjas over 3,000 yuan per month to babysit, take out the trash, and harvest crops. After all, the money was not small. Instead of paying others to do it, it would be better to do it himself, and save a little money. Furthermore, ninja tasks were usually just one commission. For example, a D-rank mission, asking a genin to take out the trash, would cost 3,000 taels. What kind of do-bay prices? Amemiya Kenichi didn't know how the rest of Konoha viewed these missions, but he knew that the amount of money Konoha issued, placed on the orphanage, was an unbearable burden. Even the lowest level D-rank missions cost at least 5,000 taels. 5,000 taels would they use to find a cat or harvest the crops. The orphanage couldn't do much. At most, they could ask these ninjas to help with tidying up, cleaning, and carrying food, and that would be gone. Furthermore, during wartime, issuing these missions wasn't your responsibility. These powerful figures would take care of it. The orphanage's 5,000 taels might just be doing someone else's work. You know, a bowl of ramen in Konoha only costs 70 taels. Amemiya Kenichi chuckled inwardly. 5,000 taels would be enough for 66 bowls of ramen, or 3 bowls a day for 22 days. You have to remember, ramen was a luxury the orphanage only enjoyed once every new year. The orphanage wasn't the kind-hearted woman of the future who would come to care for it. The current orphanage was neglected, the supplies allocated were pitifully meager, and the director was still an ordinary woman. The director gritted her teeth. She'd just paid last month, So theoretically, it shouldn't be this month. But theories are theories, because they can be easily disproven. These people could fabricate new ones whenever they wanted, and anyone who dared to question them would be targeted. Then, every subsequent month, they'd be theoretically disproven, until they finally gave in. The director sighed and paid. Amemiya Kenichi watched in silence. He'd known this memory from the beginning, and he'd also known these illnesses would return next month. But after that, the orphanage would be safe, because today, to be exact, Amemiya Kenichi's teacher, Orochimaru, was coming. Orochimaru would come to see the children, and Amemiya Kenichi knew he was selecting test subjects and what he was up to, but this was Orochimaru. During the Second Shinobi World War, he was already one of the 3 famous Konoha ninjas. Orochimaru offered generous rewards for taking orphans, but those taken by Orochimaru never returned. Amemiya Kenichi stepped forward and became a test subject. At that time, while drinking rice soup, Amemiya Kenichi discovered his golden finger, which gave him the opportunity to change his future. To connect with ninjas and gain access to those things that could change his fate, Amemiya Kenichi chose to join Orochimaru. Although it was dangerous, at least it would give him a choice in the future. I'm really curious, how do I break this Jinjutsu of Tsutsuki Aishiki? Amemiya Kenichi rested his chin in his hand as he sat in his chair. This Jinjutsu was very powerful, and Amemiya Kenichi hadn't yet found a way to break it. However, any Jinjutsu could be broken. Even the future's powerful infinite Tsukuyomi would have a way to break it. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin, thinking this might be related to his teacher, Orochimaru. In that case, they would have to wait until night, when his teacher would come to select the test subjects. Chapter 532, Otsutsuki Aishiki, I added something, so you know it's an illusion. Kenichi Amemiya stood quietly in the orphanage, looking at the rain in front of him. He remembered that his first meeting with the teacher was in this heavy rain. The Hyenas had just left not long ago. Then Kenichi Amemiya had a barely filling dinner in the orphanage, and then after a while, he waited for the teacher who came to select the experimental subjects. Kenichi Amemiya also knew at that time what Orochimaru wanted to do, but he had no other choice but to follow the teacher. Only in this way could he have the opportunity to change the future. In fact, Kenichi Amemiya made the right bet. Pitch black clouds enveloped the orphanage like a heavy curtain, and the sky seemed to be squeezed by an invisible giant hand, becoming distorted and oppressive. Raindrops were like scattered marbles, falling rapidly from the gray skyline, hitting the weathered and peeling exterior walls, making a click-click sound. Kenichi Amemiya stared blankly at the dark clouds outside the window, not expecting that this illusion could have such a repairing function. To be honest, Kenichi Amemiya himself could not remember some details of the weather outside that day. After all, human memory is limited. Even Kenichi Amemiya could not remember every detail of his childhood, as he was not a patient with hyperthymesia. The orphanage sat in a corner of the Konohagakure. Long neglected and forgotten, its gate had lost its former luster. The paint had peeled, revealing mottled wood grain. The door panels trembled slightly in the wind and rain, as if they might collapse at any moment. It was the first time that Kenichi Amemiya had seen such a clear gate from his childhood. At that time, the orphanage had not yet received the attention of Konohagakure's top brass. The steps at the door were speckled with moss, the result of the orphanage's children's diligent cleaning. Through the swaying rain curtain, the orphanage's windows could be seen. Some of the glass was broken, swaying in the wind, emitting a mournful creaking sound. When lightning split the night sky, the brief light illuminated the dust and darkness inside, followed by the sound of even more violent rain. The trees in the yard swayed wildly in the wind and rain, as if trying to break free, but could only helplessly endure the ravages of the wind and rain. The ground was potholed and filled with rainwater. A reflection in the rain slowly approached the orphanage, holding an umbrella and walking slowly in the rain. Amemiya Kenichi looked up and knew that the person in front of him was his teacher, Orochimaru, one of the 3 famous ninjas in the ninja world. He had come to select experimental subjects. However, when he looked up, Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Although it was Orochimaru who came into view, it was the teacher who came later, the blonde teacher. The teacher was dressed in a very decent suit. His eyes were fixed on Amemiya Kenichi. Then, Orochimaru smiled brightly, bit his lip lightly, and reached out to Amemiya Kenichi, fingers raised, as if asking Amemiya Kenichi to put something on her. Occasional thunder rumbled in the distance. The dim light from inside the orphanage shone through the half-drawn curtains onto the damp ground, creating a stark contrast to the sky outside. The place seemed quiet and lonely. After each flash of lightning, the light was fleeting. Amemiya Kenichi stared blankly at the teacher before him. Oh my god, Amemiya Kenichi kept saying. Oh my god, why is this teacher in this state? And why does this teacher look like this? And what's with this shy look? Is this really his teacher? Amemiya Kenichi even wondered if Otsutsuki Aishiki had added some strange tricks to the illusion, causing it to become so horrible. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. The teacher-student reunion he had been looking forward to had now turned into this. Amemiya Kenichi was a little amused and embarrassed. Amemiya Kenichi no longer wanted to play around. Instead, he shook his head and broke the strange illusion. This guy's abilities are really hard to guard against. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Aishiki Otsutsuki in front of him. This bastard actually knew illusion, and his attainments in illusion were not low. At least Kenichi Amemiya himself had just suffered a loss. He was directly taken back to his childhood memories. If he hadn't used the golden finger to confirm that he was in a normal state, Kenichi Amemiya really couldn't react to what was going on. Even if he reacted, he would fall into self-doubt. After all, everything in the illusion looked so formal. And now Aishiki Otsutsuki was vomiting blood. He had just taken advantage of the opportunity when Kenichi Amemiya was affected by the illusion and attacked Uchiha Madara directly. As a result, who knew that this guy Uchiha Madara's combat power suddenly increased sharply, catching him off guard, and now he was directly beaten to vomit blood. Otsutsuki Aishiki looked at the Six Paths Sage anxiously and angrily. It was this guy who caused Uchiha Madara's sudden surge in combat power. This made Otsutsuki Aishiki hesitate. He was thinking about whether to escape first. After all, he was exposed too early, which caused his physical condition to be very bad. In addition, he had fought with Uchiha Madara before, which caused Otsutsuki Aishiki to lose a lot of his foundation. If he could continue to drag on for a few decades, then Otsutsuki Aishiki could pull Uchiha Madara and Amemiya Kenichi into his space, the space with the 10 tails. Then it would not be so troublesome, and it would be more convenient to deal with Amemiya Kenichi and Uchiha Madara. But the problem was that he did not have so much time. In his opinion, Amemiya Kenichi and Uchiha Madara were not qualified to deal with him, but the problem was that the Six Paths Sage was also standing behind these two guys, which made it very tricky. Kenichi Amemiya and Madara Uchiha exchanged a glance, then charged forward in unison. Each had their own reasons for fighting. Kenichi Amemiya was compelled to fight, because as long as Aishiki Otsutsuki was alive, he would be a problem. Madara Uchiha, on the other hand, was worried that Aishiki Otsutsuki would thwart his plans. But looking at the Sage of Six Paths behind him, Madara's heart sank. The Sage was also a problem. He was still in the Pure Land. Would he learn of his plans? Would he hinder him? Madara had always held himself in high esteem, but now he realized there were those in the ninja world stronger than him, far stronger. For a moment, Madara felt a sense of shame and annoyance. He had considered himself the strongest, but he had no idea there were so many powerful beings hiding behind him. He couldn't even defeat Aishiki Otsutsuki alone. And with the Sage of Six Paths behind him, he was a problem too. What should he do if he tried to hinder him? For a moment, Madara's thoughts returned, but he became even more focused on executing the Moon Eye project. After all, if he executed it, he could become the Jinchuriki of the Divine Tree, wielding even greater power. Perhaps then, he would be worthy enough to confront the Six Paths Sage or Aishiki Otsutsuki. At this thought, Madara's murderous intent against Aishiki Otsutsuki grew even stronger. After all, if the Moon Eye project was to be executed, Aishiki Otsutsuki must die. If he survived, he would feel uneasy, wondering if his opponent would come out and cause trouble. Ahem. You don't know, do you? We, the Otsutsuki clan, came from the universe to plant trees. Back then, Kaguya Otsutsuki betrayed me and ate the fruit of the divine tree. Then, she was sealed away by her two sons. Aishiki Otsutsuki said with a smile as he fended off the onslaught of Kenichi Amemiya and Madara Uchiha. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. What was Aishiki trying to say? Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank. Kaguya Satsuki? Another powerful name. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. It didn't matter. He would become even stronger in the future. And you? Satsuki Aishiki kicked Amemiya Kenichi away, then blocked Uchiha Madara's attack with his black stick, looking at Uchiha Madara with a sarcastic smile. The Six Paths Sage frowned slightly, but said nothing. He couldn't stop him. For a powerful person of Satsuki Aishiki's level to silence him, the price he would have to pay was huge. It was better not to do anything. After all, this matter would be known to others in the future. So the Six Paths Sage said nothing, just watching quietly, while Uchiha Madara had a bad premonition in his heart. You, Uchiha Madara, claim to be a child of destiny, but in fact you are just the reincarnation of the soul of one of Otsutsuki Hagoromo's sons. Otherwise, why do you think you are the only one who has mastered the Samsara? Is it because of your talent? No, you are just a bastard Otsutsuki. Ha 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 ha, not even as good as Kaguya. That waste. Otsutsuki Aishiki laughed arrogantly, and his words made Uchiha Madara pause. Otsutsuki Aishiki took out the black stick without hesitation, and was about to insert it into Uchiha Madara's body, but before he could do anything, a huge force came from his waist, and two of Otsutsuki Aishiki's ribs were broken. Then Otsutsuki Aishiki flew backwards. He turned his head angrily, and looked at Amemiya Kenichi, the bastard. If it weren't for Amemiya Kenichi, Otsutsuki Aishiki would definitely be able to kill Uchiha Madara, and then concentrate on dealing with Amemiya Kenichi, the bastard, and finally deal with Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Uchiha Madara shook his head, his expression becoming more serious. However, seeing the way Uchiha Madara looked at the Six Paths Sage, Amemiya Kenichi knew that Uchiha Madara was already suspicious. Oh, you don't know what happened back then. Satsuki Aishiki, was originally a genius within the Satsuki clan, someone who could come out to plant the divine tree. Satsuki Kaguya was just a worthless person with insufficient talent and bloodline. She plotted against me. Otherwise, I would have eaten the fruit of the divine tree and left this world long ago. Then I would have continued to plant trees and eventually become a god. A true god. You foolish fellows, and you, Satsuki Hagoromo, you have no idea what the highest power within the Satsuki clan means. Satsuki Aishiki spat out blood again, but his momentum grew even higher. Countless black sticks appeared around him. Amemiya Kenichi was on full alert. Uchiha Madara no longer cared about the Six Paths Sage, but instead focused on Satsuki Aishiki in front of him. The Six Paths Sage's expression wasn't good either. He didn't really know much about the Satsuki clan. He only knew that his mother was terrified of them and even wanted to turn everyone in this world into biological weapons like white Zetsu. This was unbearable for him, so he teamed up with his brothers to seal their mother. However, the Six Paths Sage hadn't forgotten what his mother had said, that the Satsuki clan would eventually come to investigate and come to this world. What would happen to the people of the ninja realm then? Therefore, the Six Paths Sage spread the chakra cultivation method, allowing ninjas to appear in the ninja realm, also hoping to strengthen the ninja realm. He himself was also prepared to die and went to the Pure Land to plan what he would do. The Six Paths Sage stayed in the Pure Land and didn't come out because he was preparing for the future against the Satsuki clan. During this time, he also made many trump cards and even thought he could seal his mother on his own, but he didn't expect that Satsuki Aishiki looked down on him so much. We, the Otsutsuki clan, constantly plant trees and eat the fruits in order to transform again and again and eventually become gods. Every member of the clan who calls himself a god has the power to easily shatter this planet. You have no idea how weak and ignorant you are. If I had eaten the sacred tree, I would have left, and the world would not have faced a catastrophe at that time. But because of that bitch Otsutsuki Kaguya, now you are all finished. Otsutsuki Aishiki roared at the top of his lungs, and more black sticks appeared around him. Faintly, Amemiya Kenichi also saw a familiar monster in that space. Amemiya Kenichi recognized the identity of the monster. It was the Ten Tails. Otsutsuki Aishiki actually has another 10 tails. Ignorant mortals. Witness the power of a god. Satsuki Aishiki raised his hands. Amemiya Kenichi and Uchiha Madara's heart was in their throats. Even the Six Paths sage became more cautious. Then, a blinding flash of light blinded Amemiya Kenichi. The intensity of the light forced him to close his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw that Satsuki Aishiki was gone. He was stunned. He's running away. The Six Paths sage was furious. That bastard Satsuki Aishiki had absolutely no dignity left in him to call himself a god. He actually ran away. And with all that nonsense, his speed, coupled with his reduced size, made Satsuki Aishiki difficult to find. If he escaped, finding him would be a challenge. Thinking of this, the Six Paths sage didn't hold back. With a wave of his hand, Hashirama Senju returned to this world. Then, he opened his hands and clapped them fiercely. Got. The tree world is coming. Along with the roar of Hashirama Senju, the desert turned into a forest in an instant. Countless towering trees rose from the ground and turned into a cage, trapping the prisoner Aishiki Otsutsuki and blocking the sun and the sky. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 What Otsutsuki Aishiki has experienced. I suspect that damn Otsutsuki Aishiki has a grudge against me. Amemiya Kenichi stared expressionlessly at the pitch black cave before him, his scalp tingling. He had just seen Otsutsuki Aishiki shrink, and then he rushed over without hesitation. Then, Amemiya Kenichi was once again caught in an illusion of Otsutsuki Aishiki, and the result was that he was now in a strange space. Amemiya Kenichi looked around in confusion, not knowing where he was. He was just a little puzzled. Otsutsuki Aishiki's illusion was extremely powerful. At least from Amemiya Kenichi's perspective, there were almost no obvious flaws, which gave Amemiya Kenichi a headache. Conventional methods of removing the illusion were also useless. So, Amemiya Kenichi tried to mobilize chakra, but found it was useless. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. This was already basic operation. Anyway, every time Otsutsuki Aishiki's illusion was used, it was impossible to mobilize chakra. He didn't know why. This time, no one was here. Kenichi Amemiya couldn't recall ever being in a place like this before. Back in Konoha, he'd spend most of his time in the laboratory with his teacher, conducting experiments. Even in caves, they'd easily find a bright spot, but here, there was nothing. Then, a strange memory flooded Amemiya's mind. A moment's confusion washed over him, but then he realized he was now in Jijin's memories. According to Jijin's vague recollection, it was the time of the Ninja World War. And to make matters worse, he was now weak, unable to exert his powers, forcing him to hide. Is this guy hiding in the land of the rain? So this is the Hideo he's dug out? I didn't expect Aishiki Satsuki to have such a past. Kenichi Amemiya narrowed his eyes, trying to find a way to break through, but the illusion was so convincing that he couldn't find any. He could only follow Satsuki Aishiki's memories for now. However, Amemiya Kenichi knew that the speed of time passing in Satsuki Aishiki's illusions was flawed. The length of time he had experienced before seemed like a fleeting moment. This cave looks hidden enough, but I still need some camouflage. Besides, my only weapon right now is a black stick. It's quite weak. Amemiya Kenichi stepped out of the cave, took a look, then looked down at the stick in his hand. He felt a headache coming on. He had no idea what Satsuki Aishiki was planning with this illusion. He tried to attack with the stick, but it was useless when he stuck it into the mud, nor when he hit a tree. Huddled inside the cave, Amemiya Kenichi carefully erased any traces of his footprints. He then camouflaged the entrance with a layer of mud and rubble, matching the color of the surrounding mountains, to minimize the visibility of his abode. The war has begun. Amemiya Kenichi sneezed and rubbed his nose. After successfully disguising the entrance to the cave, Kenichi Amemiya discovered that the war had already begun. There was a small town at the bottom of the hill, but the town was not as bustling as it was with people coming and going. Every household stayed indoors, and there seemed to be flames exploding in the distance. Kenichi Amemiya had no plans to go there. It would be foolish to enter that town now. He would definitely be pulled to the front line and become cannon fodder. He would either have to carry supplies or fight the enemy ninjas with a matchlock gun. Kenichi Amemiya held the black stick in his hand. The cold black stick made Kenichi Amemiya feel more at ease. According to Jijin's memory, he knew that this should be the Second Shinobi World War, and it was just the beginning of the war. The ninjas from the 5 major countries had not yet completely poured into the Rain Country, but as the war quickly slid into the abyss, the entire Rain Country would eventually become a battlefield. Even the town below couldn't escape the impact. However, Kenichi Amemiya hadn't anticipated the existence of a familiar figure there. Jijin had seen Nagato there in his memory, which was quite intriguing. According to the anime, Nagato's parents, mistakenly mistaken for enemies, were attacked by ninjas who broke in to loot their supplies, ultimately killing them. This caused Nagato to go berserk, leaving him an orphan. While watching the anime, Kenichi Amemiya had felt quite pitiful for Nagato, but now, Kenichi could only pray that Nagato wouldn't destroy everything around him, as this would truly be a disaster for him. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his hands. There wasn't much he could do. He only wanted to figure out how to break the spell while he could. Otherwise, being trapped in the illusion for too long would be very troublesome. This matter was urgent, and Kenichi Amemiya worried that the illusion's killer move lay within the berserk Nagato, and if it affected him, it would be very troublesome. Furthermore, it's possible that more than just these 2 ninjas would arrive. There might also be other ninja teams. Who knows what kind of illusions Satsuki Aishiki might have in his hand. If something troubling suddenly appeared, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi was running out of time. Nagato. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. He remembered that Nagato's parents' deaths had triggered Nagato's awakening of the Rinnegan, allowing him to kill those 2 ninjas. This meant that Uchiha Madara had implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato during this time. If he could seize this opportunity to destroy Nagato's Rinnegan, Amemiya Kenichi's heart pounded wildly. This idea still held promise. Although Nagato had been implanted with the Rinnegan, it had only been activated after witnessing the horrific murder of his parents. And even if it was activated, as long as Black Zetsu and Uchiha Obito weren't watching Nagato, Amemiya Kenichi was confident he could destroy it. However, to do that, he would need a suitable excuse to approach Nagato. The only problem was that, if the Rinnegan were destroyed, the future of the ninja world could take a completely different direction. Without it, the Moon Eye plan couldn't be implemented. What would Black Zetsu do? The storyline he knew well would likely be shattered. But so what? The storyline he knew well was the world of ninja. Why would I have such a thought? Amemiya Kenichi's eyes widened in confusion. Wasn't he trying to break through the illusion? Why was he suddenly thinking about killing Nagato? Something was amiss. Amemiya Kenichi suddenly realized. This illusion seemed to have the power to influence the subconscious. Boom. A loud noise interrupted Amemiya Kenichi's thoughts. He tightened his grip on the black stick. This wouldn't work. If he wanted to get out, to gather intelligence and find a way out, he had to push open the door and get out, which wasn't safe. But if he didn't push open the door and get out, he didn't know how to check what was going on outside. The noise just now was clearly a problem. That idiot Otsutsuki Aishiki didn't even know how to make something to see through. If all else fails, you could just poke a hole in it, Amemiya Kenichi said helplessly. Now he could only stand at the doorway, clutching his weapon, hesitant. A moment had passed since the violent roar, and there was no sound outside. Unsure of what was happening, Amemiya Kenichi used a black stick to poke a peek through the wooden door. The woods were silent, deserted. Carefully, Amemiya Kenichi opened the door and emerged from the cave. The forest remained silent. Once outside, he heard an explosion nearby, instantly identifying its source. Carefully, Amemiya Kenichi climbed the hill and looked down. The town below was in a state of panic. Beyond it, a fireball suddenly erupted from the dense woods, flashes of flames visible from time to time, and trees continued to fall. Clearly, a battle was underway in the distance. The only question was which side of the ninja was fighting there. But for the small village below, this was clearly not a good thing. In the town below, Kenichi Amemiya could see tiny ants trying to escape from their secure box. Unable to do so, they could only scurry about in panic. This reminded Kenichi of the panicked ants of the past, scurrying about like this during rainy days, struggling to find a way out. Kenichi Amemiya retreated into the cave, sensing the battle in the distance was gradually closing in on the town. He closed the door, and the clamor outside seemed instantly cut off. What's the solution? And that old six paths sage doesn't even seem to be helping. Once we get out, I'm going to puncture his lungs and see what he's up to. Improving my resistance to illusions is also something I need to prioritize. Kenichi Amemiya lay on the door, listening to the sounds outside. Run. A burst of rapid shouts echoed from outside, and Kenichi Amemiya's heart tightened. He gripped his shotgun tightly and slowly walked to the observation hole, peering out. In the woods, several blood-stained figures were fleeing in panic. The shouts of "run" must have come from them. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. These men wore forehead protectors. They were ninjas. But he couldn't tell which village they were from. He pursed his lips. The war situation wasn't promising. But then again, even with the demigod Hanzo, the tiny rain country couldn't really become a major player in the overall war. It could only serve as a chessboard, not even a pawn. Hanzo's only pawn was probably Hanzo. But even a single pawn couldn't influence the outcome. Perhaps Hanzo could boast of his demigod status, but after World War II, he'd be confined to the rain village, living a life of seclusion. The fleeing ninja left the woods, and a deathly silence fell upon them again. Amemiya Kenichi, clutching his black stick, curiously observed the outside world. After a long wait, no further movement rang out, causing him to frown slightly. It seemed the previous scene was merely a fluke. But isn't the rain country's retreat a bit too fast? It looks like the war will soon spread here. Just as he was thinking this, a group of people hurried in from the woods. Their ragged clothing revealed them to be ordinary civilians, fleeing in panic, seemingly heading for the small town below. Among them were women, men, and trembling children. Their faces were shrouded in fear, their bodies and faces covered in dirt, yet they made no effort to wipe them off. Go, go. The crowd's mournful cries echoed through the woods. A boy stumbled and fell, and the thin man in front hurried over to pull him up. But then, a ball of fire suddenly erupted from the center of Amemiya Kenichi's field of vision, instantly engulfing the father and son. The scattering flames caused the crowd to howl in fear, and some cried out in pain as their clothes and hair caught fire. Amemiya Kenichi watched calmly. It was because he had witnessed the cruelty of war and the truth of this world that he chose to unify the ninja world. The flames died down, revealing a pair of charred embers before Kenichi Amemiya's eyes. The man reached out and protected the child, but both of their lives were frozen in that moment. The crowd wailed and ran frantically, their belongings abandoned. Rugged bags littered the ground, and Kenichi Amemiya even saw money in some of them. But in the face of the pressure of survival, everything can be compromised, even money. You scum. A roar erupted, and then a disheveled female ninja emerged from the woods. Her hair was a strange color, like a new actress on stage, and Kenichi Amemiya was the sole audience member. The curtain rose, the actors appeared, and the audience watched in silence. Two ninjas instantly appeared across from the female ninja. They stood still, allowing Kenichi Amemiya to clearly see their forehead protectors. They were wearing Konoha's headbands. Konoha's ninjas had arrived in the land of rain, and had even begun fighting. The Konoha ninjas didn't waste time. Working in perfect harmony, they attacked the female ninja in front of them. She fought back, but the difference in strength was obvious to everyone. And every time the female ninja tried to escape, the two Konoha ninjas would unhesitatingly attack the ordinary people ahead, forcing her to stop again and again. There must be someone important to her up ahead. Amemiya Kenichi guessed something. Otherwise, there was no reason for the other ninja to give up their chance to escape and stay, unless they cared deeply about these ordinary people. The shuriken pierced the female ninja's shoulder, and blood gushed out, soaking the ground. Chapter 534 Xianen. Kenichi Amemiya blocked the cave entrance with mud. He didn't need to look, he had already seen the end. He slowly controlled his breathing, steadying his heartbeat. He didn't know if there were any perceptive ninjas among the Konoha ninja squad, but he could only be as cautious as possible. After all, he had no chakra left, and he didn't know the true meaning of Satsuki Aishiki's illusion. He couldn't quite grasp Satsuki's intentions. With a cry of pain, Kenichi Amemiya closed his eyes. He knew the female ninja outside was dead. In the ninja world, every war brings death. A ninja, so high and mighty to ordinary people, had also died in these woods. Kenichi Amemiya leaned against the door behind him, pondering how to break the illusion. Satsuki Ishiki was very interested in its construction, but at least he hadn't found any obvious flaws. Outside the cave, had the Konoha ninja left? They should have been 3 ninjas working together. Where was the other ninja? Would the enemy discover his hiding place? What was that female ninja trying to protect? Amemiya Kenichi didn't know. He tried to calm himself, but when he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the charcoal-turned father and son, and the ninja with a pierced shoulder. Amemiya Kenichi is afraid of death. Amemiya Kenichi touched his chest, his heart pounding. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He was afraid of death. No, to be more precise, it was Satsuki Ishiki who was afraid of death. It was truly remarkable that even the almighty Satsuki clan could fear death. Amemiya Kenichi waited patiently for a long time, and the noises outside gradually faded. The cave was quiet. No, Amemiya Kenichi looked around. It was indeed quiet, but there was a faint sound of crying outside. Amemiya Kenichi scraped aside the mud and peered through the hole. A small figure lay crouched over the dead female ninja, blood pouring from her chest. The woods were silent, the only sound audible being the child's sobs. Kenichi Amemiya's eyes narrowed. This little kid had light blue-purple hair, which looked very strange, but also very eye-catching. A person's name suddenly appeared in Kenichi Amemiya's mind. Konan. There are many hair colors in the ninja world. Kenichi Amemiya has black hair, but he has also seen some other hair colors, and this girl's hair color is really the first time he has seen it. This unique color is almost her best proof of identity. Konan? I only know that she is indeed an orphan from the Hidden Rain village, but I really don't know how she became an orphan. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Konan crying outside and scratched his head. When the other party raised her head to wipe her red and swollen eyes, he completely confirmed the other party's identity. It was indeed Konan. The Konan who wandered with Yahiko and then took Nagato away to form the Akatsuki organization together. What impressed Kenichi most about Konan was her 600 billion detonating talismans. These were incredibly expensive items. How did Konan manage to acquire them? Even if Kakuzu was completely extorted, he probably couldn't afford them. Kenichi hesitated. In reality, Nagato and Konan were already together, even discussing marriage. Kenichi wondered what was happening with the Konan in this illusion. Could she be the key to breaking the illusion? Now seemed like a good time, but if he intervened, would Konan still meet Yahiko? Kenichi hesitated for a moment, then saw Konan wiping her swollen eyes and diligently dragging the female kunoichi's body, apparently intending to bury her mother. At that moment, he seemed to see the little girl dragging her dead brother home. The war had replayed this scene across the ninja world. Or perhaps it had, countless times before Kenichi saw it, but that didn't mean it hadn't happened. Kenichi sighed. He carefully opened the door, holding the black stick in his hand, and stepped out. The woods were quiet, and the stench of blood stung Amemiya Kenichi's nostrils. No one else was outside the cave. Konan was still struggling to drag the body, but she simply couldn't. Amemiya Kenichi walked over and picked up Konan's mother. Her hair was the same color as Konan's, and her eyes were fixed on the sky. Konan looked at Amemiya Kenichi in horror, as if wondering where this man had come from. Follow me, Amemiya Kenichi whispered to Konan, then carried Konan's mother's body into the cave. Konan followed him in. The dark cave frightened her, and her little hands and feet trembled. But Konan stepped in, step by step, determined. Because her mother was inside. Konan's mother had died from a penetrating wound, a hole in her heart. Her belongings had been taken from her body, leaving her with nothing of value except her clothes. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the corpse before him. It hadn't yet begun to decay, but the sight of it still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Konan was kneeling beside her mother, watching him cautiously, a hint of fear in her red, swollen eyes. What's your name? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the grimy Konan, covered in mud. She looked like a mud monkey, her future beauty lacking. Although he knew her name, it was their first meeting, so Kenichi couldn't be too familiar. Little Konan, Konan whispered, and Kenichi Amemiya nodded. It was indeed Konan. His memory seemed correct. But with such a unique hair color, it could only be Konan. Glancing at Konan, Kenichi Amemiya still didn't know how to resolve the situation. He couldn't just leave a body lying there forever, so he decided to bury Conan's mother's body. Kenichi Amemiya picked up a shovel. He had noticed that Aishiki Satsuki had purchased some essential items in the town below, such as a shovel and an axe. Using the shovel, he dug a grave for Conan's mother and laid her to rest. This wouldn't be a problem. It would also help him gain Conan's trust. Kenichi Amemiya glanced outside through the hole. No one was outside, but for safety's sake, he waited until nightfall before going outside with the shovel and digging a hole. As soon as he started digging, Kenichi Amemiya saw Conan squatting silently beside him, loosening the soil with her hands. "Conan, don't use your hands," Kenichi Amemiya said, looking at her. He opened his mouth, but didn't tell her to go back. Instead, he carved a simple shovel from his axe and gave it to her. Conan took it and continued to loosen the soil blankly. What a world. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head and continued digging. He didn't dig too deep. After all, digging a hole was quite tiring. But it was enough for Conan's mother's burial. Conan remained stunned the entire time, expressionless. It wasn't until Amemiya Kenichi lowered her mother into the pit that Conan's eyes instantly filled with tears. She wiped away her tears, then gritted her teeth as she slowly covered her mother with earth. Finally, she placed a small stone on the grave, as if to confirm that it was her mother's grave. Amemiya Kenichi crouched on the hill and glanced down. The town below had lights, but the streets were deserted and eerily quiet. It seemed Nagato's parents were still alive. Amemiya Kenichi led Conan back to the cave. He didn't light a fire, partly because it could easily lead to suffocation, and partly because it might expose their small base to others. He didn't want to cause trouble. A gurgling sound echoed from the darkness of the cave. Amemiya Kenichi picked up a piece of white cake he had made, tore off a piece, and then, caressing it, placed it in Conan's hand. "Eat something." Amemiya Kenichi picked up the white cake and chewed it slowly. The cave was dark, and Amemiya Kenichi couldn't see anything. His body didn't follow him in. It seemed like a spiritual illusion, which surprised Amemiya Kenichi. This bastard Otsutsuki Aishiki really had quite a few abilities. It was fortunate that it was Otsutsuki Kagura who ate the fruit. If it had been Otsutsuki Aishiki, things would have been much more troublesome and difficult. However, according to Otsutsuki Aishiki, he didn't seem to plan to stay in the ninja realm. If he ate the fruit, he would leave and plant trees on other planets. Then the ninja realm would have taken a different path, an unknown one. The night in the ninja realm was pitch black. In the city, you could still vaguely see things at night, but now in the entire cave, there was little difference between opening your eyes and closing them. In the darkness, vision was suppressed, but hearing was highly developed. Kenichi Amemiya heard Conan whimpering, then the sound of chewing white bread. After a moment, it became a sob, and then her breathing gradually became steady, with only occasional sniffles. Kenichi Amemiya took out a flint and struck a fire. In the fleeting light, he spotted Conan on the other side of the cave. Conan was curled up in a corner, shivering. When the firelight faded, Kenichi Amemiya walked over and covered Conan with a small blanket, then returned to his own straw mat and slept under it. When he awoke the next morning, the cave was still pitch black. Only the light filtering through the small opening gave him a hint that it was daylight outside. Kenichi Amemiya stretched and, in the light, spotted Conan still sleeping. Kenichi Amemiya yawned, then walked to the cave entrance and glanced outside. It was raining outside. The woods were deserted. How many days has the war started today? Amemiya Kenichi counted the days. He'd been trapped in this illusion for a long time. Even now, he didn't understand Daishiki Satsuki's purpose. Moreover, unlike previous illusions, this one was even more impenetrable, and he hadn't figured out how to break it. But there was no telling how long the war would last, and no telling when these days would end. When Amemiya Kenichi turned around to finish his breakfast, he saw Conan had gotten up and was rubbing her eyes as she stared at him. Looking at Conan, Amemiya Kenichi suddenly had an idea. Conan would be a ninja in the future, and quite capable. Since he was bored now, he might as well teach her ninjutsu. As for himself, he couldn't even practice ninjutsu right now. "Conan." Amemiya Kenichi walked over. Conan flinched. "Do you want to be a ninja?" Amemiya Kenichi looked at Conan, smiled, and rubbed her head. Konan was so adorable when she was little. Ninja? Konan tilted her head and looked at Amemiya Kenichi, confusion in her small eyes. It was true that Konan probably didn't know what a ninja was yet. Yeah, a ninja like your mother. Amemiya Kenichi thought of the woman he had buried yesterday, a ninja too, but she had also died in the war. My mother, Konan's voice tinged with tears. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, then took out another pancake he had made, tore off some, and handed it to Konan. Once Konan calmed down, Amemiya Kenichi didn't want to bring it up again. After all, Konan was still young and needed some time to calm down. Amemiya Kenichi ate the white pancake. It had been sitting there for 2 days and was a bit damp, so it was a little sour, but still edible. He was glad to be full and he didn't feel like complaining. Big brother, what's your name? Konan asked timidly. Me. You can call me Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya showed a kind smile. It was just an illusion anyway, it didn't matter. Even if Sannin knew his name, it wouldn't have any impact after the illusion ended. Brother Amemiya, can I become a ninja? Sannin bit her lower lip and asked carefully. She didn't know why she wanted to become a ninja, but looking at the stranger in front of her who helped her bury her mother, the man who was willing to help her and give her white cakes, Sannin wanted to do something for him. Of course Sannin has this talent. Although Kenichi Amemiya was a little surprised, he was still very happy. Anyway, it was just to kill time, and who knows, if the way to break the illusion is to make Sannin a ninja, then he can go out. Chapter 535 6 Paths Sage, please save me. How does one become a ninja in the ninja world? This question actually depends on the circumstances. For gifted children like Naruto and Sasuke, once they are older, they'll be enrolled in a ninja academy for systematic training, then pass an assessment to become a ninja. Ninja academies are essentially the most basic way for major villages to cultivate ninjas, but they are also very important. Prominent talents are also sent there, like the 12 ninja warriors of Konoha. These families typically send their most promising young people to ninja academies, a compromise between the families and the villages. Children from larger families, on the other hand, have their own chakra refinement methods, which determine their potential to become ninjas. Those who are considered ninjas will be trained internally, with 1 or 2 being sent to ninja academies for training, and eventually becoming ninjas. However, for a commoner like Kenichi Amemiya, without a prominent family background or family support, and without ninja parents, the only way for him, an orphan like him, to become a ninja, was to wait until he reached age, pay a fee, and undergo a test. The rubbish chakra refining method, the most basic and common, required special fees to learn. If one could extract chakra, they would qualify to become a ninja. Could they privately teach the chakra refining method? Of course. After all, ninjas wouldn't impose a seal of oblivion or anything like that. However, to be recognized, one had to pay and pass a test. Otherwise, even if one could extract chakra, they wouldn't be able to proceed to the next level of training. Even then, passing the test determined whether one was a ninja or just an ordinary person who could only extract chakra. Unfortunately, Amemiya Kenichi was just an ordinary person. He couldn't even extract chakra. If he hadn't later acquired the golden finger, perhaps Amemiya Kenichi would have been unable to achieve anything, forced to remain an ordinary person in Konoha, trying to find a way back. Konan, from now on, you will form the hand seals as I tell you. Then, sense if there's a flow of energy within you. If you sense it, channel it, Amemiya Kenichi diligently explained, though his explanations were a reflection of the aloof ninja from the past. Okay. Konan nodded, then formed hand seals as Kenichi Amemiya had demonstrated. He then closed his eyes and began sensing chakra. Kenichi Amemiya watched Konan quietly, observing if she would show any signs of change. He suddenly recalled the day when, with the money he earned from helping out at the orphanage and working part-time, he had taken a test to determine if he had the qualifications to become a ninja, hoping to change his fate. After all, having traveled to the world of Naruto, who wouldn't want to become a powerful ninja? But the ninja's cold, yet slightly playful gaze uttered the cold words "You're not qualified" completely crushed Kenichi Amemiya. From that day on, he lived in an endless darkness until the day he finally obtained the system. But looking at Konan before him, Kenichi Amemiya knew this time would be different. Brother Jen, I sense that thing you're talking about. As expected, Konan opened her eyes and looked at Kenichi Amemiya with surprise. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. In the future, Konan is an angel of the Akatsuki organization and a good friend of Nagato. Although her strength is not so well received, she is definitely a jonin, and ninjas who can become jonin are all talented ninjas. So Kenichi Amemiya knows that Konan can definitely become a ninja. This is not a question and answer question, but a multiple choice question with only one option. Konan is really amazing. From now on, you just need to keep refining that thing and then store it. Kenichi Amemiya said with a smile. Konan refined the chakra, but Konan still looked the same, and there was no strange change. It seems that refining chakra may be a change in the internal body, and has nothing to do with appearance. Okay. Konan nodded seriously, and continued to concentrate on refining chakra. Kenichi Amemiya fell into thinking mode. Konan had already begun to refine his chakra, but the illusion remained silent. It didn't look like it had been broken immediately. Even Kenichi Amemiya began to doubt whether it was an illusion at all, as it all felt too real. However, considering the infinite Tsukuyomi, Kenichi Amemiya suppressed his inner confusion. After all, the infinite Tsukuyomi was equally powerful. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Aishiki Otsutsuki might have mastered even more powerful illusions. However, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't understand why the Six Paths sage outside hadn't made any movement. Kenichi Amemiya had originally thought that the Six Paths sage would help him and then let him out. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya looked down at his palm. There was nothing on it, and the one the Six Paths sage had given him was gone. Kenichi Amemiya exited the cave and climbed the hill. As usual, he glanced down at the town below. It remained unchanged, but he noticed some figures moving at a rapid speed. If his guess was correct, these figures were likely ninja from the Land of Rain, though they could also be from other nations. However, given the current situation, Kenichi felt they were more likely Rainland ninja, as they were primarily moving around the outskirts of the town, rather than entering to loot. If they were ninja from a rival nation, they would have likely attacked long ago. After all, the 5 great nations weren't fighting for territorial conquest, but for money and resources. Winning the hearts and minds of the people was pointless. People often assume that winning the hearts and minds of the people is the only way to win war, but that's not the case. Wars fought solely for plunder and destruction reveal their most brutal side. Kenichi Amemiya pondered this thought. He wanted to go down to see Nagato and see if he could find Yahiko. After all, Konan and the others likely gathered during this war and later met Jiraiya and became ninja. Amemiya Kenichi thought that if Konan and the others could meet Jiraiya, they would also meet their teacher. Could it be that their teacher was the key to breaking this illusion? Amemiya Kenichi didn't know. These guys are so nervous. I'm afraid the fighting has already started outside. However, if I want to launch a surprise attack, now is not the time. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the town below and retreated. He didn't think now was the right time to do so. The town below was clearly still under the control of the Rain Country, which didn't meet Amemiya Kenichi's requirements. Amemiya Kenichi wanted chaos. Chaos would allow him to fish in troubled waters. Otherwise, if he went down now, he would probably be drafted into the army or sent to fill a pit. His survival would then depend entirely on luck. With this thought, Amemiya Kenichi left the hill. He planned to see if he could catch some prey while he was here. However, he had no fighting skills at the moment, and even if he did, he couldn't use them casually, as it would easily attract the attention of the ninja below. So Amemiya Kenichi planned to set a few simple traps. General. Pushing open the door, Kenichi Amemiya immediately saw Konan. Konan was holding a paper flower and looking at Kenichi Amemiya. What surprised Kenichi Amemiya was how exquisite the flower was. If it had color, he'd believe it was real. Konan, how's your chakra refinement going? Kenichi Amemiya smiled. He closed the wooden door again, and the cave suddenly became dim, though fortunately, it was still clear enough to see. Jen, I've only refined this much. Konan held out her hand, and Kenichi Amemiya saw a tiny white light on Konan's finger. It was so faint that, if it weren't for the cave's darkness, Kenichi Amemiya wouldn't have been able to see it. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the faint chakra in Konan's hand, and couldn't help but smile. He then reached out and rubbed Conan's head. He had always dreamed of becoming a ninja, but he didn't have the qualifications. And what about Conan? I just started refining chakra today, and it was a success. It seems I can teach Sannin a more advanced chakra refining method, the one that Kenichi Amemiya uses himself. Forget about the common ones. Yes, Sannin is amazing. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Sannin's innocent face and couldn't help but smile. Sannin was even happier after hearing that. But then the glimmer of light disappeared. Brother Gen, I can't control this chakra for too long yet. I'm sorry. Sannin lowered her head, a little uneasy. She was afraid that she would disappoint Kenichi Amemiya. Sannin is already very good. Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. After all, Sannin had just started learning chakra refining, and it was the most basic and popular method. Naturally, she couldn't refine much chakra. Being able to condense it to this level was already a rare achievement. This also gave Kenichi Amemiya a glimmer of hope. Since Conan could refine chakra and condense it into her fingertips, becoming a ninja wasn't far off. Although he didn't have much combat ability yet, he could train Conan to protect him. This was also a method he'd tried, but his current body wasn't capable of refining chakra. He wondered how Daisuke Satsuki had managed to survive. Conan was delighted, and watching him, Kenichi Amemiya fell into deep thought. The cave lacked air circulation, so lighting a fire wasn't possible. However, that would make the cave extremely dark during the day, making everything difficult. So, perhaps they could try to create a simple lighting system. Candles were the simplest solution, but burning candles also consumed oxygen, making them a poor choice in a cave that was already somewhat airless. Kenichi Amemiya thought of electric lights. In the ninja world, there were light bulbs, but they required electricity to operate. Fortunately, Kenichi Amemiya knew some basic methods of generating electricity, such as using mechanical kinetic energy. Just like those bicycles, they could be modified to generate electricity. While this method of generating electricity was inefficient and inefficient, there was no better solution under the circumstances. It might be a bit laborious, but at least it would brighten up the cave, rather than leaving it in perpetual darkness. I have a workshop. I can easily make gears and other things, and I can also produce wires. But the problem is, I need the raw materials. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. While he had the idea and the design, he lacked the raw materials. Gears needed, wires needed, everything. And the wires needed copper for good conductivity. It was a daunting task. When he was with his teacher, Amemiya Kenichi never worried about materials, but now he had to rely on himself. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was pondering how to solve these problems, he heard a commotion outside, which instantly alerted him. Amemiya Kenichi waved to Sannin, hushing her voice, and she nodded obediently. Amemiya Kenichi slowly moved to the cave entrance and took a look outside. In the woods, two ninjas were fighting. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Both ninjas were incredibly fast, their use of the flickering body technique making them appear to teleport. From an ordinary person's perspective, these ninjas were monsters, and if one wanted to deal with monsters, they had to be extremely cautious. The two ninjas fought for a moment before leaving, and silence returned. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ninjas, in some ways, were a separate species from ordinary humans, though not reproductively isolated. What a nuisance, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Where was the Six Paths Sage? Help. What on earth was this guy doing? Amemiya Kenichi was completely baffled. He'd spent the entire day in the illusion, and yet the Six Paths Sage remained silent. This baffled him. The Six Paths Sage wasn't supposed to be this slow, so what was going on? What was going on out there? Did the Six Paths Sage take action himself? Or had Satsuki Daisuke done something else? Kenichi Amemiya didn't know that he had no control over the outside world and his golden finger was gone, which made Kenichi Amemiya feel a little nervous. Chapter 536 An almost unsolvable illusion? No, maybe I need to make some changes myself, test the rules of this illusion world, and find a loophole. 2 days later, Amemiya Kenichi took one look at Conan and made a decision. Finding a way out of this situation was difficult, and with no word on what the Six Paths Sage was doing, he didn't want to waste any more time here. So, he decided to find a way to test it himself. The simplest way was to kill someone. Using the materials he had on hand, he fashioned a simple landmine. While its lethality was limited, it also cost him a lot of resources. The sugar and other supplies Otsutsuki Aishiki had previously purchased were mostly gone, but at least he had it made. It was a trigger-type device, so stepping on it would detonate it. After emerging from the cave, Amemiya Kenichi didn't immediately return. Instead, he climbed the hill to survey the town below. It wasn't as if Kenichi Amemiya hadn't been observing anything all this time. At least he had figured out the patrol patterns of the ninjas on the edge of town. He'd observed that every once in a while, a ninja squad would emerge from the town, circle it, and then return. Kenichi Amemiya counted their patrol times. While he was standing still, the ninjas would come out for a patrol every 3,600 heartbeats. Sometimes it would be 3,700 or 3,300, though the timing was irregular. But they always took a fixed route. The residents of the town couldn't leave. As far as Kenichi Amemiya could see, he hadn't seen any. Those who did were almost always ninjas. "It's about time," Kenichi Amemiya said, looking down at the town below. The ninjas had just emerged and were patrolling towards the other end of the town. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath, touched his weapon on his back and the shovel at his waist, then slowly made his way down the hill. As he walked, Amemiya Kenichi's heartbeat gradually quickened, but he wasn't worried. He knew the fastest ninja beats were at least 3,300, while his own beats were 78 per minute. He didn't have a heart condition, so his heart rate wouldn't fluctuate significantly. While exercise might increase his heart rate, it wouldn't affect his patrol time, which was at least 3,000 beats per minute. By the time Amemiya Kenichi reached the edge of the woods, he could already see the town in the distance. The fields outside, though untended, looked healthy and weed-free. That shouldn't be the case, Amemiya Kenichi observed. The rice was growing well, evidently well tended. But now the residents couldn't leave. Could it be the work of the ninja? Or did the ninja supervise some of the townspeople every day to tend to the rice? After all, the rice looked like it was almost ripe for harvest. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. These things had nothing to do with him. He removed his shoes and socks and walked barefoot into the rice paddies. He groped his way slowly, making his way through the rice fields while holding the mine in his hand. He had fashioned a simple latch, but black powder wouldn't detonate if it got wet, so he had to prevent the mine from falling into the water below. Once he reached the section of road the ninjas usually patrolled, Kenichi Amemiya crouched at the edge of the field and glanced towards the town ahead. The town was quiet and still deserted. The town gate wasn't there, so Kenichi Amemiya didn't have to worry about being spotted by the guards. These shameful vampires. Kenichi Amemiya pulled his feet out of the field, only to see a fat leech on each foot, saturated with blood. He tapped the flesh next to him with a shovel, shaking the leech off. Kenichi Amemiya didn't crush it, but simply threw it into the field. He wiped the wetness off his feet on the grass, put on his shoes and socks, and climbed up. Crouching, Amemiya Kenichi walked to the middle of the path, then took out his small shovel and dug a hole in the middle of the path. He then buried the mine, carefully removing the bolt and covering it with dust. He cleaned up his tracks and any traces of his presence before quickly running back to the rice paddies. Because he was wearing shoes, he left no footprints or water stains, minimizing the risk of his trap being discovered by patrolling ninjas. He even avoided killing leeches to avoid the potential smell of blood, taking all this to prevent any potential malfunctions in his plan. He ran from the edge of the rice paddies back to the foot of the mountain, then circled the base for a short distance before entering the woods. Along the way, Amemiya Kenichi picked some fragrant herbs, crushed them, and rubbed them on his body and feet. Then, holding the black stick in his hand, he trotted back to the cave. By the time Amemiya Kenichi entered the cave, Sannin was already asleep on the rocks. He glanced at her, then gently lifted her up, laid her on the bed, and covered her with the blanket. Sannin was sound asleep, showing no sign of waking. Seeing her sleeping face, Amemiya Kenichi's previously tense nerves instantly relaxed. He carefully cleaned the cave entrance before returning to the cave. Amemiya Kenichi sat in the dim cave, his breathing steady and his expression calm, but his pounding heart betrayed the intense anxiety and agitation within his body. How many? My calm heartbeat is already approaching 1,000. Why haven't I been discovered yet? Have we been discovered? Amemiya Kenichi gritted his teeth, clenching his fists tightly. His breath trembled, his heart pounded, and he felt as if each beat was stretched out indefinitely. The tiny heartbeat echoed like thunder in the cave. Had he failed? Or had he been discovered? Or had the black powder explosion failed to produce the desired effect? Even the worst case scenario, the possibility of rain outside, had been contemplated. He was almost itching to get out and see what his battle had accomplished. If he could break the impasse right there, that would be the best outcome. He could then leave this illusionary space. 998, 999, 1000. His heart slowly grew heavy. He was a clever man, so he knew his heart must have been beating over 2000 times, but he still heard nothing. His attempt had failed. He bit his finger, wondering if the explosion hadn't been powerful enough to allow the ninja to survive. Or had the ninja team changed their patrol route? But the next second, a faint roar echoed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his mind had worked as intended. Conan was still asleep, a relief that filled him with the thought. He crawled to the cave entrance and peered outside. The woods were quiet, devoid of movement. It seemed that, even though he had killed the ninja with his explosives, they hadn't found him. This was good news. It seemed the ninjas weren't particularly adept at finding their way, or perhaps his concealment had worked. Regardless, at least Amemiya Kenichi was safe for now. But even though he killed them, they still haven't emerged from the illusion space, not even a single change. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. This was problematic. Using landmines to kill people again would be even more difficult. After all, having experienced a landmine attack before, these ninjas, if they weren't fools, would undoubtedly be wary of them. Relying on this method to kill ninjas would become even more difficult. Furthermore, the more they used it, the more likely they would notice something unusual, which would be problematic. Amemiya Kenichi thought he might need to find another solution, perhaps even a more powerful weapon. Amemiya Kenichi paused. Speaking of powerful new weapons, he had an interesting thought. Minerals are truly fascinating. Some minerals blend with other minerals to create unique colors and shapes, while others can even glow. It's said that some ancient night shining pearls were crafted from highly radioactive minerals. While they do glow at night, they can also cause death. Kenichi Amemiya had previously considered using highly radioactive minerals, digging them up, and selling them as treasures, potentially killing people. However, he quickly abandoned the idea. Ninjas are incredibly strong, and while highly radioactive minerals would be highly toxic to them, they wouldn't necessarily beat ninjas. He'd be killed before the ninjas themselves, which would be a farce. Kenichi Amemiya would surely be on the list of the most disgraceful time travelers. Forget it. It's better not to try all that fancy stuff. He shook his head. He was better off focusing on his sniper rifle and the chakra detector he was still developing. While Kenichi Amemiya was thinking about the problem, Sannin got up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, walked behind Kenichi Amemiya, and pulled his clothes. Brother Gen. When Kenichi Amemiya looked at Sannin was yawning, and Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but yawning. Is it still daytime? Sannin rubbed her eyes, then looked at Kenichi Amemiya and asked. Kenichi Amemiya nodded after hearing it, then moved his body to let the beam of light behind him in. Although it was a little tiny, it was a rare light in the dark cave. Sannin walked over and looked at the faint light with longing. Brother Gen, are we going to live here forever? Sannin tilted her head and looked at Kenichi Amemiya and asked. Well, until the war is over, this is the only way. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. He knew Conan wanted to leave. After all, humans yearn for light. But the problem was, light comes with greater danger. If they could linger in the cave, they could die at any moment outside. In ninja combat, you don't care if you're an innocent bystander, or if you've just paid off your mortgage for 30 years, and have only paid it off for 29 years. War doesn't care about such things. I understand, Genie. Conan sauntered back to her seat, and began diligently refining her chakra. Amemiya Kenichi observed this scene, silent for a moment. Although life forced him to live in this dim cave, he could also bring some light to this dark place. Conan, I'll be out for a moment, Amemiya Kenichi said to Conan, then left. He planned to build a simple hand crank generator, but he didn't have a light bulb. This meant that, if he wanted to light up the cave, he would need to make a light bulb and generator from scratch. Light bulbs require glass, tungsten filament, and copper wire, which is quite cumbersome. The tungsten filament is particularly troublesome, so Kenichi Amemiya decided to replace it with something else. Glass was unnecessary. While ordinary sand-fired glass couldn't achieve the purity of clear glass, he wasn't planning on producing clear glass, so some color wouldn't be a problem. Kenichi Amemiya had already spotted some sand on his way here. After obtaining the sand, he looked down the mountain. Seeing no one there, he cleared his tracks and returned to the cave in trance. Burning glass wasn't too difficult, but he couldn't do it in the cave. He had to build a simple stove and begin burning the glass. While waiting for it to burn, he had to deal with the smoke. He also considered what material could replace the tungsten filament. While the effect might not be as good as tungsten, as long as it glowed, it would be fine. But isn't this illusion world a little too real? Amemiya Kenichi gazed into the distance. Everything here was almost the same as reality. If Amemiya Kenichi hadn't been sure that he had entered an illusion, he might have suspected that he had traveled through time again. Amemiya Kenichi sighed. This Six Paths sage hadn't made any movement until now. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know what the other party was doing. Why didn't he save him out until now, or if something else had changed in reality? Amemiya Kenichi was not sure, but he could only try his best to find a way to break free from the shackles of the illusion. Chapter 537. What is the solution to break the deadlock? Brother Amemiya, what are you doing? Sannin looked at Kenichi Amemiya curiously. Kenichi was fiddling with some bizarre looking gadgets, but for Sannin, there was nothing more interesting to do in the dim cave. Sannin, you'll see later. Kenichi Amemiya smiled and continued to concentrate on the coils he was working on. He was making a hand-cranked generator. The light bulb connected to it was a filament he had previously made by smelting. While not as good as tungsten filament, it was passable. The only problem was that the glass of the bulb was a strange color and not very shiny, but Kenichi Amemiya didn't ask for too much. The hand crank generator actually works, based on Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction, generating electricity by converting mechanical energy into electrical energy. When the hand crank generator is cranked, the rotation of the magnet generates a magnetic field, and the coil cuts the magnetic wire, generating an induced electromotive force, which in turn generates electricity. Some gyms in previous lives had similar power generating bicycles, which generated electricity by pedaling. It's a form of fitness, but most generators like these are actually quite weak, and can't generate much electricity. This means you'd have to keep pedaling to light the bulb, but at least it could illuminate the cave. The hand crank generator Amemiya Kenichi had made was smaller, generating less power, but it was still sufficient for lighting the bulb. It's a shame the ninja world already has electricity, otherwise I might even be known as the father of the Industrial Revolution, Amemiya Kenichi said, wiping the sweat off his face. Now that the coil was ready, it was time to try generating electricity. Amemiya Kenichi cranked the small handle in his hand, spinning it continuously. Immediately, the dark cave became brighter, illuminating Conan's wide, surprised eyes. Amemiya Kenichi smiled broadly. It was just as he'd imagined. While the hand-cranked generator was a bit crude and the bulb was quite basic, it still managed to light the bulb and illuminate the cave. Finally, the cave was no longer completely dark. The only problem was the effort required to crank the handle constantly to keep the light on. Wow, it's lit up! Conan exclaimed, beaming with delight. Amemiya Kenichi also cracked a smile, but then a loud bang erupted from above the cave. Kenichi stopped for a moment, and Conan covered her mouth, following him. The cave was once again shrouded in darkness. Kenichi lay at the doorway, glancing outside. Several men were chopping trees in the woods. Two ninjas stood beside them, talking, while a large amount of rubble rolled down from the hill. They appeared to be quarrying, which made Kenichi Amemiya uneasy. Although the cave was on the hill, it was hard to say whether anyone would remember it. After all, it wasn't too far from the town below, and judging by the noise just now, it seemed these men were using explosives to quarry the rocks. If they continued blasting, the cave would eventually collapse. What would he do then? What would Conan do? Just as Amemiya Kenichi was contemplating this, two ninjas approached, startling him. He gripped his black stick tightly, ready to attack, if the ninjas even attempted to open the door. Fortunately, the ninjas didn't seem to have any such intentions. Sigh, the fighting has been getting more frequent lately. Do you think those great powers are really planning to attack our ninja village? A ninja sighed, leaning against the door, oblivious to anything unusual. Amemiya Kenichi could only hear the other voices from his observation hole, but he still gestured to Conan to silence her. Conan covered her mouth, nodded, and slowly moved to the innermost part of the cave. Amemiya Kenichi had been busy smelting, ore and gathering materials for the light bulb, but he also kept busy, teaching Conan some basic survival tips. Conan was performing well, which at least gave Amemiya Kenichi peace of mind, as he no longer had to worry about her making any mistakes. However, in the original story, Conan was able to survive in the ninja world alongside Yahiko, clearly no clumsy kid. Are you talking nonsense? Konoha ninjas have already intruded on us, and now I heard from my friend that Konoha ninjas have arrived from the front lines, and I heard they are led by a busty woman. Another ninja folded his arms, boredly watching the ordinary people they'd ordered to chop down trees. Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow slightly. He'd thought the war had begun, but it hadn't, in fact, just begun. Could the woman from Konoha beat Tsunade? But this was the second Shinobi World War, and Tsunade and her group hadn't yet achieved fame, or earned the title of Future 3 Ninja. Their fame would only spread after a fight with Hanzo. So what? Our ninja village's leader is Hanzo-sama. The other ninja was unconvinced. The great ninja village, the land of fire, Konoha, were nothing compared to Hanzo-sama, whose leader was hailed as a demigod. Alright, hurry up and get these lowlifes to work. Be careful, if there aren't enough people on the front lines, you might get sent packing. The ninjas' voices faded, and the woodsmen in the woods quickly left, dragging wood and stones. But the forest outside was now completely destroyed. Amemiya Kenichi looked outside, then back at his small cave, and couldn't help but sigh. Looks like I have to move again. Amemiya Kenichi felt a headache. He wanted to move, but he didn't know where to go. But if he didn't, it would be too dangerous. This put Amemiya Kenichi in a dilemma. During the war, the entire Rain country was a battlefield, with ninjas fighting in almost every area. No matter where he went, it seemed impossible to completely escape the aftermath. But if he didn't move, the blasting and quarrying would continue, and the cave's collapse would only be a matter of time. Since I can't solve the problem, I just need to deal with the one who created it. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. From the conversations between the ninjas today, he knew that the townspeople were coming out to quarry and cut trees because they had forced them to do so. So, all he had to do was eliminate these two ninjas, and the townspeople would naturally stop coming. Amemiya Kenichi felt a sense of helplessness. War engulfed the entire ninja world. Even if he killed these two ninjas, other ninjas would come to pressure the people to quarry and cut trees, and even investigate their deaths. He felt trapped in a very awkward situation. He wanted to break the illusion, but he didn't have enough cards. He wanted to research, but he didn't know where to start. His survival skills were even inferior to those of the trio of Yahiko and his group, which was suffocating. However, children like Yahiko and his group had an advantage. Children were less likely to arouse others' vigilance, and someone like him, 17 or 18, was just the right age to be drafted into the military. Whether he would be assigned to quarrying and cutting trees, pushing carts in the transport team, or being sent to work as a miner depended on luck. No wonder people often say, it's better to be a dog in prosperous times than a human in troubled times. Organize an organization to resist the tyranny of the Rain Village, thereby gaining financial support from the 5 major powers, and then become their lackey, waiting for the right time to develop. Amemiya Kenichi wrote something on a piece of paper. He thought of some political structures in his past life. For example, before he traveled through time, a certain race that caused Schindler's List to drop from a high score to a low score brazenly occupied other people's lands, shamelessly using mythology to claim that this was their title deed. The people of that country then resorted to urban warfare, underground warfare, gaining a strategic buffer, while also receiving aid from certain countries. Amemiya Kenichi muttered to himself, a sudden flash of inspiration in his mind. Amemiya Kenichi pulled out a volume on war history and flipped through it. There was no record of such a minor conflict in it. Perhaps, in the context of the entire war, the conflict in that country in his past life was only a minor one. Urban warfare is definitely not an option. If I go to the Hidden Rain village now, I'll be dead. As for the other 5 great nations, that's even more impossible. Amemiya Kenichi muttered to himself as he wrote his thoughts in a notebook. Tunnel warfare might be a try, but it's hard to say if these ninjas could destroy all the tunnels he'd prepared with a single Earth-style ninjutsu, so tunnel warfare can only be considered an experiment. However, the Land of Rain has one advantage that makes it particularly suitable for tunnel warfare. That's the weather. It's called the Land of Rain because of its frequent rains. The frequent rains make the soil in this country relatively soft, somewhat like a country in a past life that gave Americans jungle phobia. Therefore, digging tunnels would be relatively easy, but they would also need to be reinforced, otherwise they'd be digging their own graves. The Second Shinobi World War, I only remember it being caused by economic disparity. In other words, the people of the 5 great nations were dissatisfied with the current distribution of benefits, which led to the war. Amemiya Kenichi pondered the plot. The Second Shinobi World War wasn't mentioned much, but its final outcome was that the 5 great nations used the Land of Rain as a battlefield, ending the debate over economic imbalances through war. The Land of Rain was likely caught in the crossfire because the 5 great nations didn't want the war to spread to their homeland, so they chose a smaller nation as the battlefield. The Land of Rain itself didn't offer much benefit to the 5 great nations. It could even be said that the tiny nation wasn't even worthy of being considered a sliver of food. The 5 great nations exploited it completely, leaving the Land of Rain like a starving ninja. So, for the 5 great nations, whoever was in power in the Land of Rain didn't really matter to them. It was just that the demigod Hanzo clearly wasn't willing to let the Land of Rain be so wantonly oppressed by the 5 great nations, so he rebelled against them, even causing considerable trouble for their ninja. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. Could an ordinary person rise to power? Of course it's possible, but it's cumbersome, extremely cumbersome. In the midst of a total war, rising to prominence for an ordinary person relies heavily on luck. Not everyone starts with a bowl and eventually ascends to the throne like Zhu Yuantang. Even Zhu Yuantang relied on help to rise to power. What if I want the help of the 5 great powers? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. If he could control the Rain country, his growth would be even faster, but on reflection, that seemed a bit of a pipe dream. Why would the 5 great powers help him? He's just an ordinary person now. To get their support, he'd have to demonstrate his worth. Then, even if he didn't say anything, they'd notice him and try to win him over. Just like the future Akatsuki, they at least have the potential to be exploited, but the current Amemiya Kenichi isn't even that. Digging tunnels, then using food as an opportunity to recruit those who lost loved ones in the war. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Wasn't that the Akatsuki? However, Akatsuki was founded on the backs of 3 of Jiraiya's disciples, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, and ultimately on the strength of these ninjas. Without these powerful ninjas to act as a brake, Akatsuki could not thrive, much less attract the attention of other ninja villages. In other words, unless Kenichi Amemiya could offer some sort of reassurance, he wouldn't be noticed by these ninjas. Kenichi Amemiya knew a great deal about this, including nuclear weapons, which were the most brutal and direct weapon. However, manufacturing them was impossible with current industrial standards, and he lacked the necessary equipment and scientific research technology. Immediately, Kenichi Amemiya thought of Hanzo, the demigod of the Omegakure village. Hanzo was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. Now, he lived up to his demigod status, fighting with all his might and fearing no loss of life, unlike the timid and cowardly character of his later years. Even Mifune, his former enemy, lamented that Hanzo was no longer the same Hanzo he once was. But Hanzo was undoubtedly powerful now. He had caused considerable trouble for all 5 ninja villages. But given the situation, the 5 ninja villages would surely be eager to see Hanzo embarrassed. If he caused Hanzo some trouble at this moment, perhaps he could be exploited. Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes, a plan gradually forming in his mind. However, the implementation of this plan would depend somewhat on luck, and Amemiya Kenichi's job was to do everything he could to increase his chances of winning in this gamble with the goddess of fate. What a hassle. Is this a genjutsu or not? Amemiya Kenichi was a little confused. Chapter 538, Using Science to Break the Illusion. Kenichi Amemiya gripped the black stick in his hand and squinted his eyes as he stared ahead. There were farmers working, and nearby, a ninja leaned against a tree, dozing with his eyes half closed, looking somewhat listless. Every morning, the farmers of Nagato town were summoned by a ninja to work in the fields. Kenichi Amemiya squinted his eyes and then quietly lay in the muddy pit. He couldn't move. Some sensory ninjas had exceptionally strong perception abilities, and if he moved, it might arouse suspicion. Although Kenichi Amemiya wasn't sure if the other person was a sensory ninja, he didn't want to take any chances. It was early morning, the temperature still wasn't very high, but insects were already starting to stir. Kenichi Amemiya quietly watched a spider crawl up his hand, cleaning the dew off its body on the back of his hand. Kenichi Amemiya didn't move at all. Instead, he stared at the ninja in front of him. The ninja only occasionally opened his eyes to scan the fields, making sure no one was slacking off, before returning to his squinted eyes and dozing. The farmers around him worked with a numb expression. Some of them bore bruises and whip marks on their exposed skin. Amemiya Kenichi knew these were the lashes inflicted by the ninja. Whenever he deemed a farmer inadequate, he would whip them and punish them. He had already witnessed no fewer than 4 farmers being punished in this way. One ninja, a group of farmers. Amemiya Kenichi observed the numbness, his mind calculating. These oppressed might not necessarily become his helpers, they could also become his enemies. Amemiya Kenichi knew well that not all oppressed people would dare to resist. Sometimes, faced with help from others, they would turn against their oppressors. Amemiya Kenichi had been here for the past 3 days, checking in. He had confirmed that this ninja would come daily to supervise, resting beneath a tree in the middle of the field. He would supervise the farmers until they finished harvesting the rice and then escort them back home. This went on for 3 days straight. The spider crawled up Kenichi Amemiya's arm and landed near his ear, seemingly taking a liking to it. Kenichi was a bit frustrated. These little creatures actually live in ear holes, and he didn't want to keep a spider in his ear. But just before he could clean it up, the spider returned to the surface, much to Kenichi's relief. I need a ninja's body, Kenichi thought, gazing at the ninja in the distance, as he silently pondered his plan. Illusions aren't unsolvable. While they can cover many areas, there are some areas they can't, like the inability to recover all the atoms that make up a person and the information within. If he could find this flaw, he'd have a way out. Although the ninja hadn't allowed the townspeople to quarry or cut down trees for the past few days, Kenichi Amemiya, sensing the danger, resolutely changed his address. For 3 days, besides monitoring the ninja, he spent the rest of his time digging tunnels, though not in the cave, but in another part of the woods. Conan was also helping him. They had already dug a small underground space large enough for him and Conan to lie in. He had reinforced it with wood, ensuring safety, but it was still far from comfortable. Amemiya Kenichi needed to break free from the Jinjutsu's control as quickly as possible, so he needed a ninja corpse to pry into the illusion. He had considered digging up Conan's mother's body for a search, but after so many days, it would surely have rotted away, so he abandoned the idea. The ninja left, herding the farmers like a shepherd, heading into the distant town. 5,732 heartbeats. Amemiya Kenichi felt his heart, using it to time his heartbeat. Lying still, his heartbeat wouldn't fluctuate much, unless his emotions were volatile. He pondered for a moment. Over the previous 2 days, his heartbeats had been close to that number, sometimes exceeding it, fluctuating around 500 beats. However, the opponent was obviously wary of the previous landmine attack. Kenichi Amemiya noticed that the opponent would check every time he passed by, but this time, Kenichi Amemiya did not think of using landmines to kill the ninja. He needed to dissect the ninja's body. Obviously, if he used landmines to kill, he would get body parts, which would not work. So Kenichi Amemiya needed something else to kill the ninja, but at the same time, ensure the integrity of the other party's body. Kenichi Amemiya slowly shrank back. He needed to think about how to kill the ninja in his mind, and then bring the other party's body back for dissection. It must be said that this requirement was a bit difficult, but it was not impossible to do. When Kenichi Amemiya returned to the place where the tunnel was dug, he knocked on a piece of grass. Then Sannin pushed away the clod of soil on her head and looked at Kenichi Amemiya happily. Kenichi Amemiya smiled when he saw Sannin and then crawled into the tunnel. The tunnel led to a small square space. It was so small that Kenichi couldn't stand up yet, so he could only squat. But it was much safer here than before. Kenichi was planning to abandon the cave. He had left a few small surprises there, though. If anyone noticed something unusual about the cave, a huge surprise would await them once they pushed it open. I never thought I'd miss living in a cave one day, Kenichi sighed, sniffing the earthy air. The thing people fear most is contrast. When he lived in the cave, Kenichi missed his life in the orphanage, but now in the tunnel, he missed it. At least the cave was cooler, unlike this tunnel, which was sweltering. But Kenichi had no choice. Come on, Sannin, let's continue expanding this place. Amemiya. Kenichi rubbed Sannin's head with a smile. Sannin nodded obediently, then took the small shovel he'd made for her and began digging. The excavated soil would be removed later if it wasn't cleared out, or the digging would be in vain. There were many insects underground, and it was still hot, but Sannin wiped her sweat and happily followed Amemiya. Kenichi's work. Amemiya. Kenichi looked at Sannin with mixed feelings. Fortunately, he didn't actually remove Sannin's mother's remains for an autopsy. Sannin, what would you like to eat later? Amemiya. Kenichi asked, smiling. Although life is hard, one must learn to balance things, right? Finding joy in hardship can help one avoid becoming too depressed. Amemiya. Kenichi didn't want Sannin to become a bitter and vengeful copy of Uchiha in the future. I want to eat, Sannin said shyly. Amemiya. Kenichi looked at the steam in front of him, his eyes a little dazed. He hadn't expected that what Sannin wanted to eat was actually a hot white pancake. Seeing the young Sannin say this with a greedy tone, Amemiya. Kenichi almost couldn't contain himself. After all, in his previous life, eating a hot meal was a simple matter. If he didn't want to cook, he could just order to eat. But now, Sannin was just a child, and all she wanted was a hot meal. Damn war. So Amemiya. Kenichi came out to clear the dirt and warm up the white pancake for Sannin. However, to make it easier for Sannin to eat, and easier on the teeth, Amemiya. Kenichi chose to steam it, which would make it softer. Water vapor. Amemiya. Kenichi looked at the water vapor before him, and strange thoughts drifted through his mind. He came up with something interesting. Scientists originally believed that clouds and fog formed when rising water vapor encountered dust, forming condensation nuclei. After all, clouds and fog always require condensation nuclei. But then, a scientist proposed a new idea, and his argument was successful. He also won the Nobel Prize in Physics. That thing is. Amemiya. Kenichi stood up suddenly. He remembered. A Wilson cloud chamber. A device that creates supersaturated water vapor. Its main purpose is to study things invisible to the human eye, such as radiation or high energy charged particles. Radiation forms condensation nuclei in the supersaturated water vapor, forming a specific shape. This shape can be used to study these invisible radiation or particles. It is also a method of radiation detection. Amemiya. Kenichi had built this device before, but he remembered it now because he had a question. The Wilson cloud chamber was knowledge from a previous life, something Satsuki Ishiki would definitely not know about. Could this be a loophole in the entire illusion? Amemiya. Kenichi was a little excited. The principle of the Wilson cloud chamber is to create supersaturated water vapor through sufficiently low temperatures and low pressures. The supersaturated water vapor forms condensation nuclei due to the action of ions, thus turning into clouds. Compared to radiation detectors, which require more alloys and higher technology, this Wilson cloud chamber is relatively simple. It first requires a sealed space, then a large amount of water evaporates and condenses. Then, combined with Conan's chakra, perhaps chakra fluctuations can be detected. Obviously, Satsuki Ishiki wouldn't know about this, so perhaps creating a Wilson cloud chamber would allow Amemiya Kenichi to escape the Jinjutsu's range. Amemiya Kenichi rummaged through Satsuki Aishiki's belongings and found alcohol and sponges. He didn't have dry ice, but he did have saltpeter. He made some ice cubes from local materials. While this wasn't very effective, he had no better idea. He soaked a dishwashing sponge in alcohol, allowing it to absorb the alcohol. He then connected it to electrodes to heat it, causing the alcohol to evaporate. Then, he cooled it with ice, creating supersaturated water vapor that condensed. Amemiya Kenichi returned to the tunnel with the small device. Now that the conditions for a Wilson cloud chamber had been met, it was time to verify his conclusion. Conan, concentrate your chakra on your fingertips and approach this object. Amemiya Kenichi placed it under the tunnel's vent, observing it in the light. Conan had just finished eating her white pancake and immediately approached. Then, a small white light reappeared, following Conan's finger closer to the Wilson cloud chamber he had created. A marvelous scene unfolded. The mist condensed, though thin, yet Amemiya Kenichi witnessed a magnificent sight. The mist formed a strange shape, somewhat resembling snowflakes, but with numerous spreading branches. The next second, the entire machine seemed to freeze, then suddenly stopped, twisting and distorting. Then, the entire world began to distort. A hint of sarcasm crossed Amemiya Kenichi's face. While Satsuki Aishiki's illusions were powerful, their flaws were also obvious. But the next second, the world suddenly returned to normal, leaving Amemiya Kenichi stunned. Brother Amemiya, here you go. Conan's words interrupted Kenichi Amemiya's musings. He looked up as Conan tore off a piece of white bread and handed it to him. Kenichi took it with a smile and took a bite. It was a little sour, but still edible. What do you want to do in the future, Conan? Kenichi Amemiya asked, looking at him with a smile. Undeterred, he had already found a way to counter illusions. He just needed to obtain the corpses of ninjas and repeat his previous experiments. Otherwise, if Kenichi Amemiya wanted to thrive in the land of rain, a land teeming with ninjas, he wouldn't be able to replicate his previous experiments unless Hanzo was blind and completely ignored him. Therefore, he could only conduct relatively simple experiments. Until he reached sufficient strength, Kenichi Amemiya could only hide himself and seize every opportunity to grow stronger. I want to be with Brother General. Conan tilted his head in thought, then smiled broadly. Amemiya Kenichi was a bit amused, but he still patted Zayanan's head. Then he picked up the shovel. No matter what, he had to dig this underground residence first, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Then brother will make you something delicious tonight. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He thought of the eggs he bought earlier. Those eggs might not be kept for long if they were not used now. Letting an egg go bad would be a huge waste for him now. Okay. Zayanan smiled happily, then took the shovel and followed Amemiya Kenichi to dig the soil diligently. Chapter 539, Six Paths Sage. Are you afraid of him? Kenichi Amemiya returned to the cave. It was still the same, the cave's disguise still in place, and no one had been here before. However, Kenichi Amemiya still had no intention of going back. He climbed to the top of the hill that was bumpy due to the explosion and glanced at the town below. The town was still the same, with no changes. There were also people patrolling, but this time Kenichi Amemiya noticed that their patrol speed had slowed down a lot. It seemed that the previous explosion had caused some trouble for them, so that these people even became more cautious in their patrols. Even ninjas can die. Kenichi Amemiya smiled sarcastically. Ninjas and ordinary people were almost two opposing classes. No, they were not even opposing classes. Ninjas and ordinary people were two different creatures. But now, the ninjas who were like gods to ordinary people also died at the hands of Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya felt nothing. After all, countless ninjas had died at his hands. If it weren't for this illusion, Kenichi Amemiya would have gone out and killed that bastard Satsuki Aishiki long ago. It was as if the bastard had a grudge against him, constantly casting illusions on him, making it impossible for him to defend himself. Kenichi Amemiya paid no attention to the situation, but instead descended the hill and, having made a rare fire, set it to a simmering stove, minimizing the smoky air. Then, Kenichi Amemiya cooked a pot of porridge, cracked 2 eggs into it, stirred them, and sprinkled a little salt. It was a simple egg and rice porridge. It wasn't particularly delicious, as it didn't even come with pickles, but compared to the white pancakes, warm egg porridge was a truly rare delicacy. When Kenichi Amemiya brought the porridge to Konan, her eyes widened in surprise. Kenichi Amemiya and Konan ate their dinner with great care. The warm porridge warmed Kenichi's body and soul, and gave him more strength. At night, Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the sleeping Konan, then quietly left the narrow tunnel, and came to the woods in the middle of the night. Kenichi Amemiya needed to dissect a ninja, and the method of completion could not be poisoning or shooting to death. To ensure that the ninja had no chance to resist, and to avoid damage to the body to the greatest extent. This was not the end. Kenichi Amemiya also had to guard against the farmers who were under surveillance. Who knew if these farmers would hinder him from recovering the ninja's body? But I always feel that the best way to complete this task is to wait and reap the benefits. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the dark forest thoughtfully. Although it was necessary to dissect a corpse, it did not say that the corpse of the enemy he had killed personally had to be dissected. This meant that if Kenichi Amemiya picked up a corpse on the battlefield, it could also be used for research to complete the task, which would be relatively simple. But the problem was that, although the war had broken out in the ninja world, this area hadn't been affected yet. Kenichi Amemiya didn't know how long it would take for this area to be affected, so his best option was to find ways to stealthily advance. While there was a risk, the rewards were worth it. Kenichi Amemiya arrived at the spot he had been in during the day. A tree stood alone in the distance, instantly recognizable. Surrounding it were rice and other crops, seemingly nearing maturity. Kenichi Amemiya planned to take some of the rice once it was ripe. Kenichi Amemiya remembered that this war had lasted for several years, and the flour and other supplies he had purchased wouldn't last long. Sooner or later, they would run out of food. In the original novel, Konan and the others resorted to stealing to feed themselves, but Kenichi Amemiya couldn't enter the town, or at least couldn't yet. He needed a new source of food to avoid starvation in the future. As the saying goes, if you don't plan for the future, you'll have immediate worries. Kenichi Amemiya didn't want to be left without food. Then it's now. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the tree ahead. He had been observing the ninja's movements every day for the past 3 days. Every morning, he would escort a group of farmers to tend the crops. Afterward, he would walk around the rice paddies, inspecting them and whipping anyone he deemed lazy. Even while walking, he would pay attention to the ground. But over the past 3 days, he had gradually become less attentive, his inspections becoming more perfunctory. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised. After all, who in the world should be on guard against thieves the day before? Even ninjas couldn't maintain such high levels of vigilance for so long. It was only a matter of time before they became complacent. This was the terrifying thing about landmines. Using them occasionally could truly make an enemy feel sick. Checking for them was a waste of time, and there was no telling where they might be. Not checking for them, and if they were to find one, they'd be damned. However, Kenichi Amemiya figured it was just a single attack, and the ninjas of the Rain Village wouldn't take it too seriously, at most considering it a one-off incident, a fact evident in their recent laxity. If it's properly deployed, Kenichi Amemiya observed, gazing at the town ahead. He had verified that a heavy black powder mine could kill ninjas. While he wasn't sure if it would be effective against Jonin, it was the easiest, most concealable, and most lethal weapon he had at hand. If it was crafted well, it might prove incredibly effective. Kenichi Amemiya cautiously approached the tree and examined it. Landmines wouldn't be very effective if he wanted to retrieve a relatively intact ninja corpse. He scratched his head. Accomplishing this mission wasn't going to be easy, but after careful consideration, he felt it wasn't impossible. I protest. Why can't we have a legless ninja? Amemiya Kenichi complained. If it were possible to do without legs, it would be much simpler and safer. The only problem would probably be Amemiya Kenichi paused, then something occurred to him. Dissecting ninjas and completing our understanding of ninjas was fine, but there didn't seem to be a rule that only one ninja could be dissected. What if Amemiya Kenichi set a mine, killed a ninja, leaving him without legs, and then set another mine, killing another ninja, and shattering his upper body? Wouldn't that create a ninja with legs and a body? That way, the mission should be accomplished, right? Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then decided to give it a try. It wouldn't hurt anything anyway. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was about to act, a pair of hands suddenly reached out and grasped his. Before he could say anything, his body flew backwards. The next second, Amemiya Kenichi opened his eyes, and before him lay countless black rods, densely packed and pointed at him. A genjutsu, and it trapped you for so long? The Six Paths Sage's voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. He felt the immense power within him again, but now he was also cautious. He glanced at the battle situation. He didn't know how much time had passed since he entered the genjutsu, but Uchiha seemed fine. It was the Six Paths Sage who had just grabbed him and then pulled him out of the genjutsu. How long was I trapped? Kenichi Amemiya was a little confused. He had spent so much time in the genjutsu that it felt like a second life. 10 seconds. The Six Paths Sage looked at Kenichi Amemiya. His eyes narrowed slightly. Kenichi Amemiya was in a daze. It seemed that the idiot Satsuki Aishiki's genjutsu was incredibly powerful, capable of directly trapping people and making them unable to extricate themselves, even suffering such effects. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath. 10 seconds? He had spent over half a month inside and only 10 seconds outside? This is practically a second life. If it were to reach past lives, it would likely cause a massive social collapse. After all, human life within the illusion would be infinitely prolonged, and some very interesting things might happen. What should I do? I don't even know how his illusion works. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Satsuki Aishiki, feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. This bastard's illusion abilities were truly incredible, and for some reason, Amemiya Kenichi noticed that every one of his illusions was directed at him. However, this illusion didn't seem to be without its benefits. Amemiya Kenichi had just mobilized his power when he was surprised to discover that his primordial chakra had accumulated significantly more. This surprised Amemiya Kenichi. It was the first time he'd seen an illusion accelerate the accumulation of his primordial chakra. Could it be due to Satsuki Aishiki's power? After all, Satsuki Aishiki was a pure Satsuki and one of the more powerful within the clan. It was he who was supposed to devour the sacred tree, but Kaguya Satsuki ambushed him, leading to Kaguya becoming the ancestor of chakra in this world. I don't know either, the Six Paths Sage said with a solemn expression. He couldn't discern how Satsuki Aishiki was performing this illusion. He hadn't gathered any information on the subject. Hashirama, as the son of that bastard, how could you possibly know the might of a true Satsuki? Satsuki Aishiki sneered, then vanished instantly. The next second, one of Uchiha Madara's legs was severed. Uchiha Madara's eyes also grew hazy. The Six Paths Sage's expression was solemn. This fellow Satsuki Aishiki's strength was truly inconceivable. Remember, this was after being knocked into this state beforehand. If he gradually regained more strength through the wedge, the situation would be even more formidable. I'm tired of this boring game, Hashirama. If you can't come up with anything new, then prepare to die. Aishiki Satsuki floated in the air with a cold expression. Then, a pitch black space appeared behind him, and inside, a complete Ten Tails roared. The Six Paths Sage's pupils shrank. The Ten Tails. This guy actually has another Ten Tails. And the tailed beast ball began to condense in the Ten Tails' mouth. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Aishiki Satsuki's mouth. His body hadn't fully recovered yet, and forcibly mobilizing the power of the Ten Tails had caused his old injuries to relapse. Thinking of this, Aishiki Satsuki's eyes swept over Kenichi Amemiya, who was standing beside the Six Paths Sage. A strange look flashed in his eyes, and this attention was also noticed by the Six Paths Sage. The Six Paths Sage's mind was in turmoil. Why did Aishiki Satsuki look at Kenichi Amemiya? Why? There was clearly nothing noteworthy about Kenichi Amemiya, but judging by his actions just now, Satsuki Aishiki seemed to be deeply concerned about his existence, which puzzled the Six Paths Sage. A genjutsu of that magnitude had held Kenichi Amemiya captive for 10 seconds, and if he hadn't intervened, it might have held him captive for even longer. Aishiki Otsutsuki had sacrificed so much to kill Kenichi Amemiya, so what was so unique about Kenichi Amemiya that worthy of such a move? Kenichi Amemiya, you. The Six Paths Sage said quickly, thinking of something. But before he could finish, the tailed beast ball ejected by the Ten Tails exploded massively. The powerful roar interrupted the sage's words and forced Kenichi Amemiya to dodge. Simultaneously, Kenichi Amemiya rushed towards Satsuki Aishiki in anger. But before Amemiya Kenichi could get close, an object materialized. Aishiki Satsuki, who had just made his move, felt his pupils shrink and instinctively tried to stop, but it was too late. The next second, both Amemiya Kenichi and Aishiki collided with the object. Immediately, Amemiya Kenichi's body turned to light, and he and the object vanished from the world, seemingly leaving no trace. Though this unknown fate has been sent away, Aishiki Satsuki frowned slightly. Amemiya Kenichi was sent away, that was what he had wanted, but the manner of his departure was different. Aishiki Satsuki looked at the Six Paths Sage. You're afraid of that young man, aren't you? Aishiki Satsuki Hagoromo smiled at him, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He had envisioned killing Amemiya Kenichi outright, thus resolving his predicament. However, the Six Paths Sage's intervention threw everything out of control. Uchiha Madara was confused. What had happened? The Sage of Six Paths took a deep breath. He hadn't expected that the thing he had accidentally found before could actually have such an effect. But where did that thing send Amemiya Kenichi? Satsuki Aishiki's expression was very ugly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540 Orthodox Naruto. Classmates, in the new semester, I hope you will all embody the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the stage, his voice soft, but the children below were each more excited than the last. Except for two people. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept across the excited crowd, before landing on Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. The two children's reactions were extremely extreme, each in a different way. He knew that Uchiha Sasuke was filled with hatred because of the night of his clan's genocide, while Amemiya Kenichi, this little brat, was incredibly mature. Though only a child, he acted like an adult. Beside Uzumaki Sasuke stood Naruto Uzumaki, his eyes gleaming, gazing at him eagerly. It seemed this child could also embody the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke of his will of fire with a gentle expression. He had come to see the two children of the Yondaime. Otherwise, the opening of the ninja school would have been completely off his schedule. As the cage of Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a lot on his plate. Yawn. Amemiya Kenichi yawned. He couldn't help it. He couldn't help but feel sleepy whenever he heard the leaders rambling. Could this be some kind of illusion? Amemiya Kenichi sighed, looking at his hands with a look of resignation. He hadn't expected to be transported to another timeline, a future one, where the Sandaime was still alive and active. And Uzumaki Naruto, still haunted by his unfortunate past, had become an orphan, living a life hated by the world. When the old Sandaime finally finished his rambling, Amemiya Kenichi was finally free. He returned to class with little Naruto, and prepared to begin his school life. Now, Amemiya Kenichi had found his new identity, a teacher at the Konoha Ninja Academy, the youngest teacher there, and a jonin. But achieving this goal had come at a price. However, he also gained something, such as now successfully becoming Naruto's elder brother. Naruto consciously took on the role of the younger brother, and Amemiya Kenichi also spent a lot of effort to make sure his identity would not be suspected. Come out and fight. A cold voice came, and Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He turned his head and looked at the door of the classroom. Uchiha Sasuke was leaning on the threshold with his arms crossed, looking at him. Then the little girls in the class screamed like crazy. Why is this poker face here again? Naruto curled his lips. Sakura, whom he liked, was particularly fascinated by this poker face. It was really annoying. Of course, he would never say so verbally. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at his younger brother and said nothing more. Instead, he ignored Sasuke's request and concentrated on flipping through the textbooks of the ninja school, looking like a serious and good teacher. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly and was about to say something, but the bell that followed immediately interrupted his thoughts. He could only glare at Amemiya Kenichi before walking in and taking his seat in the classroom with a sullen look on his face. I suddenly feel a little regretful. I shouldn't have become a teacher. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, but he could only begin today's class. Sasuke glanced at Amemiya Kenichi but said nothing. Instead, he made a classic commander's hand gesture and quietly attended to the class. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He and Sasuke hadn't had much contact to begin with. While he knew of the Uchiha clan's fate, after being transported to this strange timeline, what shouldn't have happened had already happened, and what should have happened had already happened. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated. So that day, Uchiha Sasuke, previously a cheerful and optimistic person, transformed into a silent vengeful man. Driven by revenge, the enraged Uchiha Sasuke trained diligently every day, becoming the class's prodigy. Until this prodigy met Amemiya Kenichi. During a simulated sparring match with Kenichi Amemiya, Sasuke was hit on the chin by Kenichi Amemiya's Sky Cannon punch, and he fainted. As a result, Uchiha Sasuke was completely obsessed with him, which made Kenichi Amemiya very distressed. The days in the ninja school were still very relaxed. He only needed to teach some very basic ninjutsu, such as the escape technique, to break free from restraints, as well as the transformation technique and the clone technique. And when it was time for lunch break at noon, Kenichi Amemiya took Naruto out of the classroom and came to the school training ground to start the daily basic training. Naruto, punch hard, accurately and quickly, and remember to keep the center line. Kenichi Amemiya looked at his new brother, guided his training, and then began his daily training. And Naruto also began to train seriously and methodically. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Naruto. Initially, he thought this world was just another illusion. It wasn't until he discovered his own body was free of limitations, his golden finger was still there, and his immense strength remained. At the time, Amemiya Kenichi didn't pay much attention to these things, instead focusing on finding a way to break the jutsu. However, after meeting Naruto, becoming his older brother, and brutally beating up the Sannin, using threats and bribes to coerce him into accepting his identity as a Konoha ninja, Amemiya Kenichi belatedly realized that something was amiss with this world. It's well known that humans generally can't imagine things beyond their comprehension. This doesn't mean imagining fantastical creatures like Cthulhu or angels, but rather, they can't imagine something they've never seen before. What is Cthulhu? Tentacles, octopus, and so on. This shows that, when humans describe an imaginary creature, they often use easily understood terms, rather than the underlying essence. So if this truly is a jinjutsu created by Satsuki Aishiki, then Amemiya Kenichi doesn't understand why Satsuki was able to imagine the storyline of the canonical Naruto series. That's unscientific. It's not even a ninjutsu. Hey, man, which girl in our class do you think is prettier? Naruto muttered as he ate his lunch, a bento made by Amemiya, on a stilt pile. Amemiya glanced at Naruto. As expected, the conversation between boys always drifted to girls. Furthermore, the children of the ninja world seemed to mature early. They could become ninja at this age. From what Amemiya knew, during wartime, they'd probably be fighting in battle by now. Well, thank goodness for peacetime. That's alright. Amemiya swallowed the octopus sausage. Ahem. What about Iruno Sakura? Don't you think she's cute, man? Naruto, being Naruto, quickly revealed his true feelings. Amemiya picked up a green pepper with a blank expression and stuffed it into his mouth. The slightly bitter taste wasn't very appealing, but he didn't mind. The bitterness was nothing compared to the hardships he'd endured in the orphanage. Hiruno Sakura. She's okay, just a little love-struck. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. He didn't have a very good impression of Hiruno Sakura. After all, in the original manga, Hiruno Sakura had told Sasuke that Naruto was an undisciplined child. She also said this and that about an orphan like Naruto. It might have been fine in the manga, but he was Naruto's older brother now. If Sakura had said that again, he wouldn't have held back. Furthermore, compared to Hiruno Sakura, Amemiya Kenichi felt that the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family was a better match for his foolish younger brother. It was a pity that Naruto didn't realize this feeling yet. Love struck? Naruto blinked, unsure of what the term meant. Okay, Naruto, the graduation exams are coming up soon. How are you doing with the 3-body technique? Amemiya Kenichi didn't want to discuss the topic further. He turned to look at Naruto and asked. In the original manga, the graduation exam was about transformation jutsu, and Naruto failed, which led to the theft of the forbidden scroll, which allowed Naruto to master multiple shadow clones. But now that he's here, he doesn't know if the plot will change. Kenichi Amemiya felt a little regretful for his earlier rashness, otherwise, he could have found more fun. Of course I've mastered it. Don't worry, brother. I've diligently practiced every jutsu. Naruto gave a proud thumbs up, and Kenichi Amemiya smiled upon hearing that. The ninja school graduation exam usually randomly selects one of the 3 jutsu techniques. The advanced 3 jutsu wasn't even taught to students who weren't even genin, but even so, the 3 jutsu could still eliminate some. However, with his guidance, Naruto had gained some experience with his most difficult transformation technique, the transformation technique. At least, he wouldn't be completely unable to pass the exam as in the original story. That being said, I also hope you'll study hard. If you don't pass the exam, Kenichi Amemiya said, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder with a kind expression. Uzumaki Naruto swallowed nervously. Whenever his brother smiled so kindly and put his hand on his shoulder, it meant he was serious. It was best not to disobey his older brother at this time, or his fist would really hurt. I'll practice hard. Naruto declared his determination loudly, and Amemiya Kenichi nodded in satisfaction. But if the original story couldn't be followed, what would happen to the jutsu with so many clones? Would Mizuki just give up? Or would he find another solution? TSK, what a hassle. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was about to take Naruto back to the classroom to rest before class, he saw a kid with his hands in his pockets step out of the shadows. It was Sasuke. Let's fight. Sasuke looked at Amemiya Kenichi sternly. In their last duel, he had been killed by Amemiya Kenichi's close range attack, a lesson the vengeful Sasuke would never forget. Although Amemiya Kenichi was his teacher, his nonchalant expression at the time deeply wounded Sasuke's pride. Sasuke didn't believe he was that weak. You're really persistent, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. But seeing Sasuke's serious look, he knew that, if he didn't fight, Sasuke would probably keep pestering him. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Should he give Sasuke a break? Let him win? But before he could decide, Sasuke crushed over and kicked him in the neck with considerable force for his age. But Amemiya Kenichi didn't seem to care. Was Sasuke very strong? Actually, he wasn't particularly strong. After all, Sasuke's taijutsu training wasn't particularly outstanding. Although it was clear that Sasuke had some skill in taijutsu, due to him, it wasn't enough for Amemiya Kenichi. Using your own weakness to attack the enemy's strength? Stupid. Amemiya Kenichi yawned, then grabbed Sasuke's foot. Sasuke turned to wood. A substitution jutsu? That's the time. At that moment, Sasuke appeared behind Amemiya Kenichi. He quickly formed hand seals with his hands, finishing with the tiger seal, and unleashed the fire style, great fireball jutsu. Raging flames lashed out at Kenichi Amemiya, whose back was turned. Sasuke, however, felt no respite. The great fireball might be dangerous for the students of the ninja school, but Sasuke knew it was useless against this man. Kenichi Amemiya was a teacher, the most special teacher in the school. Last time, in a moment of desperation, he had used the great fireball jutsu, only to find it was too slow. A familiar phrase echoed through Sasuke's vision. He instinctively crossed his hands in defense, but a sharp pain shot through his chest, and in the next second, Sasuke was sent flying backward, slamming hard into a tree. Looking at Sasuke, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Kenichi Amemiya stroked his hair, then glanced back at the crater behind him caused by the great fireball jutsu, and curled his lips. Was it truly the great fireball jutsu? The power was indeed impressive. At least for Sasuke's age, such a display was quite impressive. Your reaction is much faster. Try harder next time. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand, and then left with the triumphant Naruto. It was just defeating a little kid, nothing to be proud of. Sasuke gritted his teeth and stood up. It happened again. He did the same thing last time. He used the great fireball, but it was dodged. The next second, when he saw Amemiya Kenichi, he flew out. But that time he couldn't react at all. Amemiya Kenichi squinted his eyes. He didn't know how he got here. When he opened his eyes, he saw something flying out. Amemiya Kenichi suspected that the thing was related to his crossing to this timeline. But he hasn't found that thing during this time. Chapter 541 Naruto, Brother Amemiya. Brother, what moves did you use to defeat that poker face guy just now? Naruto asked curiously on the way back to class. He had just witnessed his brother smash the wood with one shoulder. The Tsukishima Kagura and the inch punch. Do you want to learn them? Amemiya Kenichi looked at his younger brother with a half smile, and Naruto nodded immediately. He thought that was so cool. If his brother could defeat that poker face guy, then he could too. Wouldn't he be the most popular person in class? Shikamaru and Choji would surely admire him. You can't bite off more than you can chew. You should master the 3 body techniques first. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed little Naruto's head. Taijutsu wasn't necessarily suitable for Naruto. The future Naruto would develop the Rasengan in all its forms, with all sorts of different Rasengans. Furthermore, Amemiya Kenichi only used the Tsukishima Kagura and inch punch because they were things he had learned in his previous life. If he wanted to pursue the life of a ninja, he would need to refine these martial arts. Naruto grimaced. The 3 body technique was so boring. But then, as if a thought struck him, his eyes rolled, and a sly grin spread across his face. Brother, Naruto called out. Immediately, Amemiya Kenichi turned around to see a blonde with twin tails blowing a kiss at him. Her figure was so stunning that he thought Jiraiya would be dazed if he saw her. Was it worthy of a seduction technique that could defeat Jiraiya III and even be used in his future battle against Kagura? If you could channel that energy into practicing transformation techniques, you'd have succeeded long ago. Amemiya Kenichi, expressionless, punched Naruto in the head, causing him to cry out in pain and transform back to his original form. Amemiya Kenichi's strength was remarkable. Don't forget to wash your socks tonight. Amemiya Kenichi glared at his brother. While he knew Naruto wasn't very savvy, he hadn't expected him to have developed such a seduction technique at this time. Naruto's face paled, but there was nothing he could do. When he arrived at school today, Kenichi Amemiya was already sitting in the classroom. The thought of having to wash his brother's socks for a week made Naruto's face turn pale. He felt like he wouldn't be able to enjoy the whole week. He'd probably feel the suffocating smell of stinky socks on his hands, even when he ate ramen. By the way, your seduction technique could be improved. Kenichi Amemiya thought about the scene he had just witnessed. Honestly, it was quite interesting. After all, the manga didn't include details to avoid becoming a hentai comic, but Kenichi Amemiya still saw it clearly. It reminded him of some bizarre book, like the one about the shadow clone transformation technique that could self-destruct. Naruto said nothing, but seeing the suspicious look in his eyes, Kenichi Amemiya knew what the little bastard was thinking. Although Kenichi Amemiya hadn't read anything harmful to the physical and mental health of minors since coming to this world, he had seen quite a few novelties in his previous life. In his opinion, Naruto's seduction technique was too direct, and therefore inferior. Which do you think is more alluring, a naked apple or a partially covered one? Amemiya Kenichi asked irritably, looking at his uninformed brother. He was quite impressed by the seduction technique. While the jutsu might be somewhat unorthodox, that unorthodoxy was its defining characteristic. What was the point of being serious? The jutsu's main purpose was to surprise, and if used well, it could produce some impressive results. Aren't apples meant to be eaten? Naruto asked, blinking in confusion. Amemiya Kenichi rolled his eyes, then tried to phrase it in a way Naruto could understand. Oh, teacher, you mean B-bar? Naruto suddenly understood. Amemiya Kenichi silently shut his mouth, having muted himself earlier, and nodded. He was referring to the woman Naruto had just transformed into. Although large and firm, and very alluring, it wasn't quite astringent enough. But isn't this good? Naruto was puzzled. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't in a hurry. Naruto only felt that this was the most awkward thing right now. But wait. Come here, I'm telling you, next time you use seduction techniques. Amemiya Kenichi pulled Naruto over and whispered. Naruto nodded, seeming to understand. Although he didn't quite understand why he had to do this, what his brother said was right. He just had to do it. Amemiya Kenichi returned to his office, stretched, and then lay back in his chair, closing his eyes and concentrating his chakra. It's worth mentioning that the afternoon class included a lesson on the use and throwing of ninja tools, taught by Mizuki. Mizuki had casually glanced at Naruto during the class. Amemiya Kenichi had met Mizuki before. He seemed to be a very gentle man and quite popular among the girls, but that was in other classes. In his class, Sasuke was the most popular. Sasuke's so handsome. The infatuated girls watched Sasuke's adoration, while Sasuke would occasionally glance at Kenichi Amemiya, triggering screams so loud his ears hurt. Even after school, Sasuke was still surrounded by a crowd. TSK, what's so impressive? Naruto said, his face tingling with jealousy. Hiruno Sakura, whom he admired, also liked Sasuke, which made him feel irritated. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Naruto but said nothing. It was normal for young men to admire younger women. It was better to let Naruto suffer a little. After the day's classes ended, Kenichi Amemiya led his younger brother to the school gates. Passing students carefully moved past the brothers, but as Kenichi Amemiya approached, they scurried away like frightened rabbits. Those who tried to isolate Naruto had all been punished by Kenichi Amemiya. They tried to resist, but it was useless. They were beaten even harder. Teacher Kenichi. Naruto. A voice that made one's blood boil just by hearing it. Kenichi Amemiya turned his head, and then he saw Zaioli with thick eyebrows crawling over upside down in a green tights. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. Zaioli was still the same. The other party quickly crawled to his side, and then stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead breathlessly. Teacher Kenichi, today is the time to do that, right? Zaioli looked at Kenichi Amemiya expectantly, his eyes shining. It's just a hot pot, don't say it, as if you are going to do something. Kenichi Amemiya was a little speechless, but he also knew that Zaioli was a guy who spoke directly, and that was his personality. I really like eating the hot pot made by Teacher Kenichi. Zaioli raised his thumbs up and showed the same smile as Akaji. Kenichi Amemiya didn't have many friends in the ninja school, and Akaji was one of them. After all, Kenichi Amemiya had a good relationship with this guy and knew his character, but Kakashi didn't know him yet, so Kenichi Amemiya was not surprised. He didn't exist in this world, he was an intruder. But Akaji was a senior ninja after all, so he was not seen often. As for Kakashi, he was often on missions, so Kenichi Amemiya hadn't met Kakashi yet. Shikamaru. Choji. Naruto waved, and he saw his friends too. Kenichi Amemiya broke away from his thoughts. He turned his head and took a look. Shikamaru and Choji walked over with a few bags. Sorry, Naruto. Teacher Kenichi, I just went home to get the ingredients. Shikamaru lifted the bag in his hand, and Choji proudly showed off the meat in his bag. There were all kinds of meat, which made Naruto drool. Kenichi Amemiya showed a kind smile. Let's go. According to the rules, you should come to our house for dinner today. Kenichi Amemiya shouted, and then the five of them walked towards Kenichi Amemiya and Naruto's house together. After the five of them knew each other, they organized 2 dinners every month, and each dinner would be chosen at a different person's home, but Shikamaru and Choji always invited them to eat outside, and Kenichi Amemiya had no objection to this. After all, he knew that some of the ninjas in Shikamaru and Choji's families had opinions about them. Although the 2 clan leaders knew some inside information, they could not interfere too much. Along the way, everyone chatted happily, ignoring the weird looks of the villagers, until Naruto suddenly stopped while walking. What's wrong? Kenichi Amemiya looked at his younger brother. What was he looking at? Kenichi Amemiya followed Naruto's line of sight and immediately saw Uchiha Sasuke. The other party was standing on the other side of the street, holding some medicine in his hand, looking at them with complicated eyes. As if noticing the gaze of Kenichi Amemiya and the others, Sasuke hurriedly turned and left. Naruto scratched his head. He always felt that Sasuke looked quite pitiful with that look just now. He didn't seem to have many friends, right? Looking at his brother and 3 friends beside him, Naruto smiled happily. Although he was often isolated by others in the village and school, and some people even scolded him and pointed fingers at him, he didn't feel too sad. After all, his brother said that it only takes one or two friends in life and death to be friends in a lifetime. The evening sun sprinkled its light, slid down the gap in the eaves onto Uchiha Sasuke's body, and then fell to the ground along his clothes, leaving only a figure with his head lowered as he gradually walked into the darkness. "Brother, who do you say my parents are?" Late at night, lying in bed, Naruto asked a question curiously. Kenichi Amemiya now lives with Naruto, and the third generation has a lot of opinions. But after Kenichi Amemiya demonstrated the wood-release ninjutsu, the third generation had no opinions. "I don't know, didn't Lord Hokage say that the two ninjas sacrificed themselves for the village?" Kenichi Amemiya yawned, then turned over, pulled the quilt, and said with his eyes closed, "Oh." Naruto blinked, then lay on the bed, not knowing what he was thinking. Kenichi Amemiya didn't want to say anything more. Although he knew who his parents were, it was obviously not something he could tell Naruto. Kenichi Amemiya still didn't know what his situation was in this world, nor did he know how to go back. He suspected that this was an illusion, but he had been in this world for more than a week now, but he still hadn't found any flaws. Every phenomenon here existed, and he couldn't find any flaws at all. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya touched his stomach. The chakra in his body was also being continuously compressed, but without Samehada. Kenichi Amemiya's compression speed slowed down a lot, but at least there was still some progress. Kenichi Amemiya could only compress the chakra to improve his strength, while trying to find the strange thing that sent him to this world. A moment later, in the quiet night, Amemiya Kenichi heard the shaking of the quilt. He did not speak, but closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. He and Naruto slept in bunk beds. Naruto slept on the lower bed, and he slept on the upper bed. After a while, accompanied by Naruto's slightly nasal sobs and the sound of getting up, Amemiya Kenichi opened his eyes. He looked at the dim ceiling, then sat up, scaring Naruto to shiver. "Are you hungry? Would you like some rice with soy sauce?" Kenichi Amemiya pretended not to see Naruto's red eyes and nose, then rubbed Naruto's head with a smile. "HMM." Naruto rubbed his nose embarrassedly and lowered his head shyly. He thought he had woken up his brother, but he didn't expect that his brother was just hungry. Fortunately, his embarrassing scene was not seen by his brother. A light was turned on in Konoha late at night. Kenichi Amemiya opened the lid of the pot and took a look. There was still some rice in the pot, and the portion was not small. He did not lie to Naruto. Kids of this age don't eat much, but they eat a lot. "I'm not saying that this little brat eats me out of money casually. There is still some meat left in the hot pot. You can't do anything with these slices of meat. Let's make some barbecue." Kenichi Amemiya quickly decided on the dinner for Naruto and him. The cold rice did not need any additional processing. Just scoop it out, pour soy sauce on it, add a little chili oil that Kenichi Amemiya made himself, and then mix it well. It will be delicious enough. Soon, the aroma of barbecue drifted out through the window. Looking at Naruto, who was eating rice with big mouthfuls, Kenichi Amemiya smiled, and then handed the last skewer of barbecue on the plate to his younger brother. "Thank you, brother." Naruto smiled happily. Looking at Naruto's smile, Kenichi Amemiya was a little absent-minded. After all, the prophesied son who would be famous in the ninja world in the future is now just a little kid who would cry when he missed his mother in the middle of the night. Kenichi Amemiya sighed. So how should he get back to his own timeline? Kenichi Amemiya was very melancholy. Chapter 542, Teaching Sasuke. The next morning, Kenichi Amemiya climbed out of bed, glanced at the still sleeping Naruto, yawned, changed his clothes, and headed out. Konoha wasn't crowded in the early morning, still barely breaking. Kenichi Amemiya glanced toward the Hokage building and began warming up, stretching his muscles. Even as a ninja, basic warm-up exercises were necessary. Arriving at school, Kenichi Amemiya jumped onto the shinobi poles and began his daily training with footwork and punches. It must be said that the basic footwork became much more difficult with the addition of the shinobi poles. However, Kenichi Amemiya persevered. After the punches were over, Kenichi Amemiya hopped off the poles, panting, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had heavy weights strapped to his body, otherwise he wouldn't sweat. Then, he turned and looked toward the woods surrounding the training grounds. "After watching for so long, what are your thoughts?" Amemiya Kenichi licked his dry lips as Uchiha Sasuke emerged from the woods. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's serious expression, Amemiya Kenichi narrowed his eyes. He had sensed someone following him since he left the house, but he didn't think much of it. After all, Konoha was relatively safe now. Before the Chunin exams, Konoha was safe, a rare time of peace. Teacher, do you train like this every day? Uchiha Sasuke asked through gritted teeth, observing Amemiya Kenichi's breathless form and his sweat-soaked clothes. He felt a little ashamed. He had shouldered such a deep blood feud, yet he wasn't working as hard as the man before him. Had he been relaxing too much recently? Well, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Amemiya Kenichi picked up the water bottle beside him, took a sip, and held it in his mouth, moistening his dry throat. But he didn't dare drink too much. He shouldn't drink a lot of water after exercise. Uchiha Sasuke didn't quite understand what Amemiya Kenichi was saying, but he did understand. This made Sasuke feel a little conflicted, wondering if he could also achieve this. You're not thinking of training like me, are you? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sasuke, whose eyes were obscure, and gave him a playful smile. How did you know? Sasuke was a little surprised. That was exactly what he had been thinking. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. Sasuke still didn't know how to hide his true thoughts. His facial expression was a true reflection of his inner thoughts, so he could easily tell what Sasuke was thinking. Amemiya Kenichi stretched his legs, loosening the muscles. Do you think you're suited to taijutsu? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sasuke with interest. He knew Sasuke's future path. He could say that, if he could perfect his eyes, Sasuke would achieve considerable strength. However, Sasuke's early strengths in taijutsu were indeed weak, and he had suffered a setback against Rock Lee. I just want to get stronger, no matter what. Sasuke clenched his fists. He often couldn't sleep well at night, often dreaming of that bloody and horrifying night, dreaming of his once admired brother transformed into a demon. This kept Sasuke awake in the middle of the night countless times. He desperately wanted to become stronger, but his classmates were so weak that he even applied for early graduation to become a genin, but was rejected. That was until Sasuke met Kenichi Amemiya, a rival so powerful that Sasuke despaired, stronger than any of his teachers. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Sasuke, his eyes filled with anger. The Uchiha clan was known for their passionate feelings. When they loved someone, their love was deep, but when love turned to hate, the hatred could be incredibly strong. This was probably the source of Sasuke's extraordinary hatred for Itachi. Do you know why I said yesterday that you were using your own weaknesses to attack your enemy's strengths? Kenichi Amemiya twisted his neck. Because I attacked you with taijutsu? Sasuke asked tentatively. Ever since his loss to Kenichi Amemiya yesterday, he'd been pondering the reason for his defeat, and Kenichi's words had been carefully memorized. Pretty much. Because you're the student, and I'm the teacher. You can't defeat me no matter what, and you're clueless, just throwing random blows. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. Sasuke's most powerful and foremost skill right now is the Great Fireball Jutsu, and he might also have some other fire release ninjutsu. Although the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, as the clan leader's son, Sasuke likely knew quite a bit. Sasuke's eyes lit up at Kenichi Amemiya's words, and he looked at him eagerly. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. This guy was truly. Let's try it? Kenichi Amemiya shrugged. Right now, even if Kenichi Amemiya stood still, his opponent couldn't defeat him. Sasuke instantly became interested. Watching Sasuke gain distance, Amemiya Kenichi twisted his neck, then relaxed his muscles, before removing the weights strapped to his legs. As he lowered his head to undo the weights, 3 shurikens flew from different angles, striking directly at Amemiya Kenichi's vital points. Too slow. Amemiya Kenichi raised his head, staring at the shurikens before him. He stomped his foot against the ground, using the immense recoil to dodge the 3 shurikens' attack. But at the same moment, a blazing flame hurtled towards him, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke, having unleashed the Great Fireball Jutsu, didn't pause. He carefully surveyed the battlefield, doubting his own ability to hit Amemiya Kenichi. But then, a swift black figure appeared before him. Sasuke's pupils shrank. This speed was too great. Was it a fleeting body technique? With a thud, accompanied by a shower of wood chips, Amemiya Kenichi retracted his foot. Was it another body substitution technique? In the still night, Uzumaki Kenichi heard a muffled, rapid breathing behind him. Sasuke was rapidly forming hand seals, but then he noticed Amemiya Kenichi's legs kick back, sending a torrent of mud and sand flying into his eyes. The blinding sand made Sasuke's movement slow, and his vision was lost. Amemiya Kenichi had also come up behind Sasuke, and a playful smile crossed his face as he gazed at his back. He had already noticed where Sasuke's true form was, and he was just teasing the boy. Secret Taijutsu technique. 1000 Years of Death. Watching Sasuke twitching on the ground, clutching his buttocks, Amemiya Kenichi wiped his hands, and wondered if he'd hit too hard. However, compared to those inch punches, the 1000 Years of Death was a very gentle and restrained move. If he had used more force, Sasuke wouldn't just be suffering from a sore butt, he'd probably be rushed to Konoha Hospital for an emergency gastroenterology appointment. Some progress. Amemiya Kenichi commented on Sasuke's performance today. Sasuke's strength was actually quite good, and his taijutsu wasn't too bad, but unfortunately, compared to someone like him who constantly honed his skills, he was far inferior. He still lacked some combat experience, though. For example, Sasuke hadn't considered the sand throwing technique. With a single backward kick, Amemiya Kenichi blinded Sasuke with the sand. For a ninja, that moment of control was enough to decide the outcome of a battle. Ultimately, it was his lack of experience that was to blame. Furthermore, Sasuke hadn't yet opened his eyes. Otherwise, if he had opened his manger key, it would have been much more difficult to deal with him. Seeing Sasuke still recovering from the 1000 Years of Death, Amemiya Kenichi shook his head and resumed his daily exercise routine, sprinting. It wouldn't take long to get to school, so he needed to run a few more laps around the training ground. By the time he finished his sprint training, Sasuke had recovered. He rubbed his butt and looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a complicated expression. Sasuke really didn't think that one day he would be attacked by this method. It was an eye-opener for him. Your combat experience is still too weak. A real ninja fight is to use every possible means. Kenichi Amemiya panted, holding his knees with both hands and looking at Sasuke. The consumption of physical energy by sprinting and jogging is different. Now Kenichi Amemiya feels that his body is about to fall apart, not to mention that he had a fight with Sasuke before. It seems that the next task will have to be completed at noon. I know. Sasuke rubbed his butt. His eyes were red, not from crying, but from pain. The feeling of sand and gravel hitting his eyes was not very pleasant. If I train like you, teacher, can I become stronger? Sasuke quickly turned the topic to the issue of becoming stronger. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Sasuke. It's better to master one than to be good at none. Kenichi Amemiya didn't strongly recommend Sasuke learn taijutsu right now. Taijutsu isn't something you can learn overnight. You can watch and imitate a technique, but imitating and actually fighting are two different things. Lily performed well in the Chunin exams, but that was based on his consistent training. Without daily physical training, one can't become a skilled taijutsu ninja. Kenichi Amemiya has been doing this for a long time. Daily exercise has strengthened his physique, and combined with his martial arts experience from his previous life, this has led to such success. If Sasuke switched to taijutsu now, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't guarantee he'd be able to master it in just one semester. Unless Sasuke mastered the shadow clone technique, a powerful tool like shadow clone, then learning different techniques wouldn't be impossible. Sasuke felt a little reluctant. He knew Kenichi Amemiya wanted him to specialize in one area, but could he defeat that man if he specialized in just one? The entire clan had perished at the hands of that man, many of them formidable figures. Seeing Sasuke's resigned gaze, Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but roll his eyes, apparently refusing to listen. It had to be said that before he knew the truth, Sasuke was a ninja obsessed with revenge, even to the point of being somewhat extreme. Fortunately, the unfortunate man still had some loyalty to his friends, otherwise he would have listened to Itachi and killed Naruto to awaken his eyes. Of course, whether that would have been useful remained a question. Do you know Shadow Clone? Kenichi Amemiya asked Sasuke. If Sasuke knew Shadow Clone, then he could try practicing it. It was a ninjutsu considered the most powerful in the ninja world, capable of assisting the original body in cultivation. This alone was enough to elevate it to a legendary level. No, that jutsu doesn't seem very useful, Sasuke thought. He had seen scrolls on the shadow clone jutsu, but because it felt similar to the clone technique, he hadn't considered learning it. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. Was he truly a member of the Uchiha clan? One of Konoha's two major clans possesses scrolls for B rank ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his chin. It seemed Sasuke hadn't yet grasped the power of the shadow clone technique. But that was true. At first glance, the shadow clone technique looked similar to a regular clone technique, and it was also quite difficult to learn, being a B rank ninjutsu. But in reality, the shadow clone technique was incredibly powerful. Sasuke still hadn't grasped this yet. It seemed Uchiha Fugaku hadn't properly educated his child. If you learn the shadow clone technique, you'll grow faster. Amemiya Kenichi wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to refine and compress his chakra. Sasuke nodded. He would do anything to become stronger. However, Sasuke didn't know how to learn the shadow clone technique, so he planned to go back and get it. Since it was still early for school to start, Amemiya Kenichi decided to tag along. So, Amemiya Kenichi followed Sasuke out. It was still early for Naruto to wake up, so he wasn't in a rush. However, seeing Sasuke's unusual gait, Kenichi Amemiya also pondered an interesting question. Where did Sasuke live? The Uchiha clan's residence was a bit far from Konoha, but it covered a large area. However, after the night of the genocide, the Uchiha clan's former residence was likely deserted, with only Sasuke as the heir. However, given the personalities of Konoha's higher-ups and the character of old Danzo, it's likely that much of the Uchiha clan's assets had been annexed. Danzo was certainly capable of such a move. After all, the root needed funds to grow. Soon, Kenichi Amemiya followed Sasuke to an apartment building. As Sasuke opened the door, Kenichi Amemiya saw Sasuke's current residence. Compared to where he and Naruto lived, Sasuke's room was quite large, but Kenichi Amemiya felt it lacked a sense of life. Your room looks more like a training ground, Kenichi Amemiya sighed, looking at the dazzling array of training equipment. Chapter 543, Open a manger key for Sasuke. Sasuke's apartment wasn't very large, but it was filled with all sorts of training equipment. Kenichi even spotted a doll in the middle of the room, with the name Uchiha on it. Sorry, my room's a bit messy, Sasuke said, blushing as he tore off the note. But Kenichi had already seen it. The name on it was Itachi Uchiha, the man who had annihilated his clan. This was within Kenichi's expectations. If someone else's name had been on it, he'd be surprised. It's okay, it's okay. Kenichi waved his hand. He looked around and had to admit that Sasuke seemed to be doing quite well. Sasuke's apartment was slightly larger than Naruto's and his own, and the decor was impeccable. The training equipment wasn't cheap. It seemed that after the Uchiha clan's destruction, as a survivor, Sasuke still had some assets that hadn't been completely swallowed up by Konoha. Perhaps the third Hokage still had some dignity, while Danzo was naturally completely shameless. Sasuke stuffed the tightly clenched paper into his trouser pocket, then turned to look for the scroll of shadow clone. Meanwhile, Kenichi Amemiya continued to survey Sasuke's room. It could only be said that amidst the chaos, there was a strange sense of order. Here, take a look at it. Sasuke came out, holding a ninjutsu scroll in his hand. He then tossed it to Kenichi Amemiya, who took a look. It was inscribed with the shadow clone technique. That's it. Then, at noon, come with me to the training ground. I want to check your physical data, and then plan a special training plan for you. Kenichi Amemiya casually tossed the scroll aside. He had already mastered shadow clone. But is it true that they are the Uchiha clan? Even though they were exterminated, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. This kind of heritage is not something that an ordinary small family can possess. While B-rank ninjutsu wasn't exactly a secret, it was a relatively rare skill. Some ninjas from smaller regions might never even know there was a ninjutsu called shadow clone. Do you need to look at your physical data? Sasuke was a little confused. He'd thought he trained with Kenichi Amemiya, doing whatever he did. Of course, everyone's physical fitness is different, so different training methods are suitable for them. Kenichi Amemiya shrugged. He had Naruto's physical data, and he'd created a training plan for him. Naruto wasn't suitable for training with him. His training methods weren't suitable for everyone. Fortunately, Kenichi Amemiya had been a teacher for a while, so he had a solid foundation in teaching students and developing study plans. Sasuke blinked. He felt a little overwhelmed, but nodded honestly. As long as he could get stronger, he'd do anything. But then he touched his butt. That secret technique Amemiya Kenichi had used earlier seemed quite painful. Should he try it next time? But Sasuke quickly put the thought out of his mind and followed Amemiya Kenichi out of his house. Why do you need to learn Shadow Clone? I don't think it's that useful, Sasuke asked, somewhat puzzled, as they walked back to school. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Sasuke. Actually, this knowledge point wasn't mentioned at the Ninja Academy. After all, for students who didn't even know if they could become genin, the B-rank Shadow Clone technique was too advanced. It was like explaining math problems to elementary school students without mentioning it. It wouldn't be helpful and would only interfere with the normal course talk. Furthermore, Shadow Clone was a B-rank ninjutsu, and its difficulty was already at the level of a jonin. But as a son of a prominent family, how could Sasuke not know about it? Surely his parents, or Itachi, would have given him some guidance? However, in the original story, Sasuke didn't seem to use Shadow Clone much, which was an interesting question. I've read in a book before that the Shadow Clone ninjutsu can help with training, and the experience gained from the Shadow Clone's training will be transmitted back to the original body when it disbands. Amemiya Kenichi explained. Sasuke was stunned after hearing this. What book? Sasuke asked subconsciously. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Is this what you are concerned about? But soon Sasuke's eyes became hot. If what Amemiya Kenichi said was true, then after he practiced the Shadow Clone, wouldn't he be able to practice for 48 hours a day? And it can also be used to practice some ninjutsu, then he will be able to master more ninjutsu. I forgot, it's in the library. Amemiya Kenichi said casually. He couldn't say that he saw it in the future, right? Even so, Sasuke was incredibly excited. Then, he remembered that he had already given the Shadow Clone scroll to Kenichi Amemiya. Thankfully, Kenichi Amemiya didn't give him a hard time. He quickly handed the scroll to Sasuke, had him copy a copy, and then returned the original. Go study on your own for a bit. I'm going home to make breakfast for Naruto. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the sky. It was almost time for Naruto to get up. He had to go back. After all, Naruto was too lazy to cook. If he wasn't around, Naruto would probably just make a bowl of ramen and a glass of milk and run straight to school. Previously, when Kenichi Amemiya took Naruto shopping, he saw him with 5 cartons of milk. Kenichi Amemiya thought that, if Naruto was alone, he'd probably never finish them all before they expired. Sasuke nodded blankly. He watched Kenichi Amemiya's hurried figure slowly disappear under the street light, lost in his memories. The teachers thought Naruto wouldn't have a problem passing the exams. He had passed the 2 previous mock exams with flying colors. The theoretical test was a bit of a challenge, as he seemed to have no natural talent for the questions. Teacher Kenichi Amemiya was truly remarkable, the most mysterious teacher in the school. Even Iruka didn't know his true identity, suspecting him of being an ANBU ninja. Sasuke, of course, was a natural, the class's prodigy. Iruka had once battled Uchiha Sasuke, leaving him in a cold sweat. Who could have imagined that a Ninja Academy student of this caliber would be able to perform the great fireball jutsu? However, some teachers didn't think it was a big deal, as they had seen far more talented ninjas in the past. They would then lament, what's up with today's young ninjas? They would then bring up a genius who had become a jonin at the age of 12. It's normal for a genius to have his own ideas, Iruka reassured himself, before continuing his lecture on transformation techniques. Although the exam questions hadn't been released yet, the genin exams usually focused on the 3-body technique, with occasional other questions thrown in. It was no problem to discuss the 3-body technique. What are you looking at? Iruka couldn't help but ask after class was over. Shadow Clone technique, sensei. Sasuke held up the scroll. It had to be said that the Shadow Clone technique was indeed more difficult than the regular clone technique, and its effectiveness was also dependent on the user's chakra. Sasuke didn't have much chakra, but he was willing to sacrifice anything to become stronger. As expected of an Uchiha, Iruka touched his nose. He knew about the shadow clone technique, a B-rank ninjutsu, and it was very difficult to practice. Even if he wanted to master it, it wouldn't be easy. And Sasuke hadn't even passed the ninja graduation exam to become a genin, and he was already practicing it? However, after thinking of the brilliant ninjas the elders had spoken of, Iruka gave up the idea of trying to persuade them. If you can use shadow clones, then you'll definitely pass the exam. Iruka patted Naruto's shoulder. He had mixed feelings about Naruto, but he was still very tolerant of his progress. Iruka-sensei, I'll do my best. Naruto nodded with a smile. Standing outside the classroom, Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. Was Naruto lacking in talent? Kenichi Amemiya believed his new brother was exceptionally gifted, but he struggled with his ninjutsu studies, which resulted in him struggling with his transformations. But when the mood struck, he could use multiple clones without issue. Let's go, it's time to take your physical stats test. Kenichi Amemiya lifted his lunchbox, and Naruto followed suit. Then, Naruto froze as Sasuke caught up. Naruto glared at Sasuke, but kept pace with his older brother. Sasuke didn't care, he simply wanted to get stronger. On the training ground, Naruto let out a gloating smile as he watched Sasuke stretching with gritted teeth. He recalled how his brother had tortured him in the same way. Back then, even touching his toes wasn't easy. Of course, now, after training with Kenichi Amemiya, Naruto could touch his feet easily. He hadn't expected to see this expression on the face of the class's stoic poker player. It was truly amusing. Yeah, my flexibility's a little off. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Sasuke's hand. Sasuke touched his toes, but it was difficult. He even tried to touch them with his palm. Having this foundation was good, though. Young people's bodies are more flexible. By the time they reach adulthood, those with stiff bodies, unless they've exercised regularly, won't be able to even touch their feet. Naruto, go climb the tree, Kenichi Amemiya said, not turning away. He knew his brother had finished his meal and rested, so he casually said, okay, brother. Naruto, though a little disappointed, unable to bear witness to Sasuke's frustration, obediently walked over to the tree and began to climb. Sasuke, panting, watched Naruto's movements. Then he saw Naruto actually walk directly up the tree, as if walking on flat ground. Sasuke's eyes widened. What? Hasn't anyone told you about this chakra control training method before? Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. It was one thing for Sasuke to not know the effects of shadow clones, but now he didn't even know how to climb trees or walk on water. This was a bit strange. Sasuke shook his head. He really didn't know. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi could only put aside his doubts. He knew Sasuke's past and the scars that were difficult for Sasuke to open. It was better not to open them. Come on, continue the test. Amemiya Kenichi clapped his hands and continued to test Sasuke's physical fitness. Soon, Sasuke's physical data came out. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the data in his hand with a blank expression. The people of the ninja world are indeed unique creatures, especially ninjas. After refining chakra, their physical fitness is greatly enhanced. At this moment, Sasuke's physical fitness is almost the same as that of an average adult. But compared to Naruto or Oakley, he's still a little inferior. So, I think about your training plan. Amemiya Kenichi touched his chin. Sasuke's physical fitness is still quite good. Combined with Sasuke's future development of lightning release ninjutsu, Amemiya Kenichi thinks that Sasuke's muscle brother style shouldn't be a problem. But looking at Sasuke, Amemiya Kenichi's hands are a little itchy. He wants to try to open Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke should have the physical fitness to open his eyes now. Amemiya Kenichi can even let Sasuke open his main Jiki Sharingan directly. It will definitely be very interesting for Uchiha Itachi of this world to see it. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi revealed a playful smile. Chapter 544 School graduation examination is about to begin. While being a muscle-bound ninja doesn't guarantee absolute strength, many of the ninjas of past lives relied on technology. Without it, their muscular build wouldn't be nearly as impressive. However, it's important to note that the degree of muscle development determines a person's strength. A well-developed physique can even make a thug reason with you calmly. Looking at the slender Sasuke before him, Kenichi Amemiya felt as if he were witnessing a popular meme. The thin dog. Sasuke's build was somewhat thin, rather slender. Originally, Kenichi Amemiya thought that Sasuke's physique would only require some physical training to protect him from physical ninjas, such as Lee. However, after examining Sasuke, Kenichi Amemiya discovered that Sasuke's physical fitness wasn't bad at all. He had a strong foundation, and developing his physical skills wasn't impossible. Does this kind of training really work? Sasuke glanced at the exercise plan he'd created for him, which also included a diet plan. Yes, Kenichi Amemiya even created a diet plan for Sasuke. After all, nutritional supplements are essential for someone of his age to achieve good results, and bodybuilders typically have their own nutritionists who monitor their daily intake. You don't have to believe it. Kenichi Amemiya shrugged. He didn't care whether Sasuke believed it or not. He planned to go back and talk to the Sannin about sending someone to help him find the object that had hit him. Although this timeline was more legitimate, Kenichi Amemiya still wanted to return to his own. Sasuke put the plan away after hearing it. It was very detailed. While the food intake was a bit high, as long as it helped him get stronger, he would accept anything. Follow this plan for 2 months. After that, I'll give you a physical test to see how your stats are. Kenichi Amemiya reminded him that exercise plans need to be constantly updated and can't be used forever. Hearing this, Sasuke felt more confident. He nodded seriously and began to train his muscles according to Kenichi Amemiya's plan. I wonder if Itachi will still recognize his younger brother when he sees Sasuke in the future. Amemiya Kenichi mused, watching Sasuke warm up. Following this training plan, future Sasuke might gradually resemble the muscular brothers of the Hidden Cloud Village, bearing some resemblance to the fourth Raikage. Who knows if this will affect his appearance? It might even alter the future plot of this world. Twisting his neck, Amemiya Kenichi resumed his unfinished daily training. Brother, I broke the record. Amemiya Kenichi, who was training with ninja tools, heard his brother's voice and looked up to see Naruto excitedly hugging the tree branch. Not bad, Naruto, you're growing fast. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. This height was pretty good. Naruto's growth rate was visible to the naked eye. Once he could climb to the top of a tree without making a mistake, he could start walking underwater. Kenichi Amemiya hoped to help his younger brother lay a solid foundation before the Ninja Academy graduation exams. Although he initially assumed it was a jinjutsu, which was why he was so casual, he still accepted it. Sasuke was jogging, watching the two brothers close bond with a touch of envy. He decided to try climbing a tree when he got home that evening. What do you think of these two students? In the school office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was smoking a cigarette as he inquired about the jonin in front of him. Their grades are pretty good, but they seem a bit difficult to manage, Kakashi said, looking at the information in his hand. After resigning from the ANBU, Kakashi settled into a relatively normal life, a daily routine of training, completing missions, and enjoying the fun. His only real annoyance was the constant need to supervise students. But none of them could pass his exams. This left Kakashi wondering if his standards were too strict. Fortunately, the Hokage supported him, and his former students also recognized him, which made Kakashi feel a little relieved. Among the two brats, Uchiha Sasuke actually attracted his attention. He was the only survivor of the Uchiha clan, and was from the same clan as Obito, but Kakashi would not show special care to Sasuke because of this. Then you will be responsible for taking over these two children when the time comes. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and said with certainty. Kakashi glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but did not say anything. Instead, he nodded and agreed. Although he didn't know why the third Hokage handed these two brats to him, he would not let them go. Those who do not cherish their companions are not qualified to be ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi's back and put down the pipe in his hand. Normally, the team leader should wait until the exam results are over before choosing, but because these two people are very important to Konoha, even Sarutobi Hiruzen had to handle them with caution. I hope they can pass Kakashi's test. Then they will have a bond and will be able to carry out the will of fire even better. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes, then stood up. He looked at the two figures on the training ground through the glass with a hint of consideration in his eyes. The unfamiliar ninja, Kenichi Amemiya, was very strong, so strong that he had no confidence at all. Although he didn't know what the other party wanted to do, his super strong strength made Sarutobi Hiruzen pinch his nose and pretend not to see it. But then, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw a ninja who was training hard outside. It was Mizuki with silver white hair. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He didn't like this person very much. The other party was too utilitarian. And why did he train hard when he was at school? When he saw Naruto training with Kenichi Amemiya before, he had never seen Mizuki training at this time. A fake performance. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and left. This fellow wasn't qualified to be a teacher. The ANBU submitted a mission report, suspecting something was amiss. The deceased ninja likely died of a different cause, possibly linked to Mizuki. If the investigation confirmed this, Mizuki would need to be dealt with. However, the intelligence also suggested a possible connection between Mizuki and another S-rank renegade ninja, but the information was still being gathered and couldn't be confirmed. It seemed necessary to devise a plan to test Mizuki. Soon, the examinations for this class of Ninja Academy graduates were finally approaching. You're about to become a ninja. How do you feel? Amemiya Kenichi asked Naruto with a smile. The day after tomorrow would be the day for the Ninja Academy's graduation examinations. Passing the examinations would essentially qualify them for genin status. But why was it only essentially? Naturally, those who passed the examinations would still need to undergo the assessment of the leading jonin before they could finally become genin. Otherwise, they would be sent back to the Ninja Academy to study again and be reassigned. The good news was that the number of people sent back was very small. Nothing. A little excitement. Huh. Naruto muttered as he brushed his teeth. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. It was over. Had he tortured Naruto so much lately that Naruto's emotions had become numb? Did anyone say anything to you during this time? Amemiya Kenichi thought of Mizuki. He still had a certain respect for the man who had started the Naruto storyline. Of course, in hindsight, Mizuki was just an unlucky guy. He was the unlucky guy set up by the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, why was the Hokage building empty that night when Naruto went to steal something? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one there? Even more so, Naruto had seduced Hiruzen with a single jutsu. It wasn't impossible to take Sarutobi Hiruzen down. While he might have the title of the strongest Hokage, that wasn't his true nature. But could a single jutsu do the trick? Of course not. It could only be that Sarutobi Hiruzen had let Naruto in on purpose. Huh. No, if I had to say, it would probably be that Sasuke guy who dragged me around all day to beat him up. Naruto tilted his head in thought, then shook his head decisively. Amemiya Kenichi breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like Mizuki hadn't had time to make a move yet. While Naruto's childhood had been much more comfortable thanks to him, and he no longer ate ramen and milk, but a very healthy diet, and was now a bit taller, Amemiya Kenichi knew full well that Naruto's inner strength wasn't that strong. That was true. Even the reincarnation of Hashirama couldn't have possessed such a strong heart from a young age. It was just that Naruto was optimistic and able to convince himself. If Mizuki had said anything to Naruto, Naruto might still have been confused. But now, Naruto's graduation is absolutely guaranteed. I really can't imagine how Mizuki could have tricked Naruto into stealing the forbidden scroll. Amemiya Kenichi washed his face. In the plot, Naruto failed the ninja exam, so he listened to Mizuki's advice and chose to steal the scroll. But now that Naruto was certain to pass, how could Mizuki persuade him? Kenichi Amemiya was curious. Good morning, Sasuke. Kenichi Amemiya led Naruto out of the house, where Sasuke was waiting. After all this time, Kenichi Amemiya had meticulously designed workouts for Sasuke, and now he looked a bit more toned, with more pronounced arm muscles. But he was still a bit far from a massive muscleman. Still the same rules today. Sasuke spoke more casually. After all, they were young, and despite the hatred they carried, Sasuke had his own life. Kenichi Amemiya and Naruto Uzumaki had become his trusted friends. Well, the same rules. Whoever loses buys the barbecue. Kenichi Amemiya licked his lips. The Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant was a truly authentic place, and the food was delicious, but the price was a bit too high. Plus, every ninja in the ninja world is a voracious eater, so a trip to the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant would be a significant expense. As Kenichi Amemiya spoke, Sasuke smiled kindly, then dashed out. Kenichi had barely finished saying the word meal. As soon as he finished, Naruto vanished, and Kenichi Amemiya realized that the Naruto beside him was actually a shadow clone. The real Naruto had already bolted from the window of his house. This time, Naruto would take a different route. He'd run across someone else's rooftop, which would be faster. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. He vanished from the front door as well. He didn't want to be ripped off by these two little bastards, especially Naruto. His younger brother was becoming increasingly voracious. Although he had plenty of money, being eaten so much was still a bother. 3 whirlwinds swept through the gates of the Konoha Ninja Academy, kicking up dust that made Iruka instinctively don his sunglasses and pull his scarf over his mouth and nose. He was used to it. As the whirlwind died down, a familiar blonde boy stood there, his arms folded, grinning. Sasuke also approached. Wow. It's Sasuke. A group of little girls screamed in ecstasy. Hearing this, Kenichi Amemiya turned and looked. And, oh, Hiruno Sakura was among them. It seemed history was still moving forward. Hiruno Sakura had become Sasuke's crush. Huff, Naruto said as he reached second place. He held his knees and panted heavily, glancing proudly at Sasuke, who was looking sullen. His older brother had already gone into the teacher's office. Naruto had grown accustomed to this. His newfound big brother was incredibly powerful. Even if they used tricks, they were no match for Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya has already gone in. He told me that Sasuke doesn't need to increase his training volume. Just maintain the status quo, Iruka said, pinching his brow. Sasuke was silent for a moment, then nodded. He had indeed considered increasing his training volume, but he hadn't expected Kenichi Amemiya to notice. Iruka sensei, how strong is Amemiya sensei? Is he the same as you? Naruto asked curiously. He still had no idea how strong his older brother really was. I can't compare. I'll just be a Chunin for life. Iruka waved his hand. He had a clear vision of who he was. And Amemiya Kenichi, he was a monster. When Amemiya Kenichi was parachuted into the school as a teacher, some people were curious, but even with all the teachers working together, they couldn't get him to rise from his chair. The difference in strength was too great. Chapter 545 Shumu's Methods. The biggest news at the Ninja Academy recently was the ninja graduation exams. The second biggest news, however, was more interesting. It seemed like Mizuki-sensei hadn't been giving individual lessons in a while. However, this news wasn't widely noticed, as teachers at Ninja Academy rotated frequently, with some returning to ninja duty after a short stint. This second piece of news seemed somewhat ignored in the context of the graduation exams, which, after all, determined the fate of many students in becoming ninjas. While this still required an assessment from the head teacher, passing the graduation exams essentially guaranteed them the status of genin. Therefore, even during breaks, many students were diligently practicing the 3-body technique. Strange clones were everywhere, and the hallways were filled with wooden stakes. During lunch break in the cafeteria, speaking of which, why isn't Mizuki-sensei giving individual lessons anymore? Amemiya Kenichi was more concerned about Mizuki's situation than the graduation exams. Under his guidance, Naruto could easily pass a graduation exam. Naruto's biggest problem was that the Ninetales chakra would affect his own, causing his jutsu to fail. Kenichi Amemiya had already solved this problem for him. I don't know, but according to rumors, it seems Mizuki-sensei has done something wrong and is under investigation, said Iruka. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. It seemed that the fact that Mizuki was under investigation had driven him to desperate measures, hoping to take Konoha's forbidden jutsu scroll as a token of his loyalty. This would be a valuable bargaining chip, whether he joined another faction or sold it for money. Of course, this desperate move was completely futile, as the wily Sarutobi Hiruzen had already outmaneuvered him. Kenichi Amemiya felt that, even if Mizuki had taken the scroll, he would have been surrounded by a group of jonin. Brother, do you care about Mizuki-sensei? Naruto asked curiously, swallowing his octopus sausage. Sasuke, standing nearby, also cast a concerned glance. After spending some time with Amemiya Kenichi, Sasuke had a good understanding of his personality. He was a rather peculiar person, not particularly interested in other people's affairs. He showed little interest in gossip, let alone participating. It was rare for him to even think of asking about Mizuki-sensei. No, I'm just not worried about the graduation exams, so I'm curious about Mizuki-sensei. The ninja tool class he taught was quite interesting, Amemiya Kenichi said, smiling and waving his hand. Although Mizuki didn't communicate with him privately, he was quite popular within the school, and many students considered him gentle and kind. Only Amemiya Kenichi kept his distance. Many students like Mizuki. I hope he's alright, Iruka sighed. He had a good impression of Mizuki. Upon hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi gave him a strange look. According to the original plot, you were about to be pierced by Mizuki's giant shuriken. Ninja tools are useful, but relying on them to become a powerful warrior is still too difficult. Sasuke swallowed the chicken mushroom in his mouth. He loved the fried chicken mushroom that Kenichi Amemiya made. It was delicious, but he never brought much. And it's expensive. One detonating tag is enough to buy so much ramen. Naruto added, seemingly calculating prices based on the amount of ramen. Kenichi Amemiya agreed. Those who could afford to use ninja tools in battle were wealthy women, like Tenten. Of course, if anyone were to name the richest woman in the ninja world, Kenichi Amemiya would definitely think it was Konan. After all, Konan's number of detonating tags was truly outrageous. After dinner, Kenichi Amemiya took Naruto and Sasuke to the training grounds. Once they had rested enough, they began their daily training. Kenichi had adjusted Sasuke's training plan based on his physical condition. Sasuke's physical condition wasn't exactly the best, but it was much better than before. He now had much more power in close combat. Come to day 2. Seeing Sasuke standing breathless after his workout, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Yeah, Sasuke nodded silently. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, but considering Sasuke's entire family had died, he didn't say anything. Ever since Sasuke began daily training with Amemiya Kenichi had to face Sasuke's challenges day after day. Sasuke was indeed resilient, possessing an uncanny desire to become stronger. He even offered to become Amemiya Kenichi's disciple, leaving Amemiya Kenichi feeling both amused and embarrassed. However, he did have a number of methods to improve Sasuke's strength, such as the simplest Sharingan advancement experiment. Perhaps it was time to talk to the old man, the Sandaime. Before the fight even began, Sasuke had already taken off his weights and tossed them to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Naruto, who was in the water, heard the noise and ran over with great interest. He loved watching Sasuke being beaten by his brother. You're quite well prepared. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sasuke, then raised his left hand, grasped a shuriken in each, and tossed it to the ground. Teacher Amemiya, be careful, Sasuke began, unleashing the Great Fireball Jutsu. As the Great Fireball Jutsu unfolded, 2 Sasukes rushed out, stabbing Amemiya Kenichi's kidneys with kunai in hand. However, by the time the Great Fireball Jutsu and kunai had impacted, Amemiya Kenichi, who had been standing still, had vanished. Meanwhile, a figure flashed beside Sasuke, who had also been performing the Great Fireball Jutsu, and threw a handful of sand at him. It's no use. Sasuke pulled down his goggles. What about this? As Amemiya Kenichi spoke, there was a loud bang, and Sasuke collapsed to the ground, his face distorted, tears streaming down his face. The 2 Sasukes holding kunai also vanished. Looking at the collapsed Sasuke, Amemiya Kenichi smiled kindly. Remember to prepare something thicker next time, otherwise it might hurt more if you use too much force. Naruto shuddered at the kind old man and glanced at Sasuke with sympathy. He was already experiencing phantom pain. Sasuke took a long moment to recover before finally getting up from the ground. He silently and unsteadily walked to the bathroom. Naruto looked at Sasuke's back and felt a surge of sympathy. Naruto, while it's good to learn from your mistakes, it's not good if you learn the wrong things. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head at Sasuke's forlorn figure. He truly couldn't understand why Sasuke wore iron underwear. It was completely useless. Although Amemiya Kenichi had ended their last fight with a simple kick to the crotch, he was somewhat surprised that Sasuke could now pull out the iron crotch. But the problem was, this was the ninja world. This was a world of extraordinary power. Ordinary steel was completely useless and could even expose him. Just then, Amemiya Kenichi recognized the real Sasuke in front of him because the hole in his pants was too obvious. While shadow clones can split chakra, rendering conventional identification methods ineffective, the problem is that they can't each wear a full-length iron crotch, so Sasuke's defeat is understandable. Furthermore, Kenichi Amemiya had held back, otherwise, that single kick alone would have allowed Uchiha Sasuke to find another way to revive the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Itachi would have gained a sister a cause for celebration. However, this strategy of the main character remaining in place, pretending to be a shadow clone, and then using the shadow clone as the main character to launch a sneak attack is quite interesting, and it almost worked. Brother, I get it. Naruto glanced at his brother, then silently lit a candle for Sasuke. Naruto felt that antagonizing his older brother was the worst possible decision. Not only was his older brother incredibly powerful, but his fighting style was also unconventional. During this time, his envy and jealousy of Sasuke had turned into sympathy. Sasuke was truly miserable, being tortured so ruthlessly by his older brother. Yet, his unwavering perseverance earned Naruto some respect for Sasuke. If he had been tortured like this by his older brother, he would have given up and run away long ago. Keep training, Amemiya Kenichi yawned, continuing to refine and compress his chakra. After their midday training session, Amemiya Kenichi returned to the classroom with his brother and Sasuke to begin their lessons. Coincidentally, the first class of the day was on ninjutsu. Mizuki was supposed to be teaching it, but someone else had taken over. An unknown female ninja, with a nice, large figure, had some people eager to try it. Today, the teacher will be discussing a very common type of ninjutsu, the detonating talisman. These tools are extremely powerful, and if you're not careful, the teacher lectured, while Uzumaki Naruto sat in a daze. Then, a wave of weakness washed over him. Naruto squinted his eyes, resting his hands on the table for a moment, before he breathed a sigh of relief. When he left home that morning, he had followed his older brother's instructions, and left behind a shadow clone to practice ninjutsu at home. He was attempting to master the Rasengan. Needless to say, the Rasengan is an A-rank ninjutsu, immensely powerful. It can even create different effects depending on the chakra injected. He'll be able to master it to great effect in the future, but Naruto doesn't know this yet. Amemiya Kenichi taught Naruto this jutsu, intending for him to begin practicing it early, giving him an additional weapon to defeat his enemies. After all, he knew some of the details of the Rasengan, such as how it essentially involves the irregular flow of chakra, which is then compressed into a spherical shape before finally stabilizing. It requires no hand seals, is easy to use, and incredibly powerful. It can also be further modified over time, a truly impressive feat. However, an A-rank ninjutsu is still an A-rank ninjutsu, and Naruto's training remains challenging. However, Naruto's dedication, driven by his unwavering desire to become Hokage, has steadily increased his progress. I wonder what results I'll see after a year of practice, Naruto yawned, looking at the detonating tag in his teacher's hand. Of course, it was broken and ineffective. He would never use a detonating tag, it was too expensive. Soon, the day's study session was over, and Mizuki, the person Amemiya Kenichi paid the most attention to, didn't show up. This made Amemiya Kenichi curious. Could Mizuki be trying to get the forbidden scroll through other means? But that wasn't likely. After all, Mizuki knew about the demon fox and its importance. Just as he was thinking this, Amemiya Kenichi walked Naruto to the school gate, and he immediately noticed that the atmosphere in front of him was not right. The parents who came to pick up their children looked at Naruto with disdain. This scene happened every day, but the difference was that today these people's attitudes were particularly bad. TSK, that kid is. How terrifying. How can someone like that become a ninja? Are they even qualified to be one? Will they kill us all then? Be good. Remember to stay away from him next time. I heard from your teacher that they beat people up every day at school. All sorts of malicious looks and whispered comments filled the air. Even when Kenichi Amemiya walked over with Naruto, their voices didn't drop much, and the disgusted looks were chilling. Such words were of no use to Kenichi Amemiya, but seeing Naruto's distress, Kenichi Amemiya knew that Naruto still cared deeply. A surge of violent emotion welled up in him. Your mouth stinks so badly. Did you eat shit at noon? Kenichi Amemiya asked coldly, narrowing his eyes at the group before him. The parents exchanged glances, then stopped talking. Amemiya Kenichi's aura was powerful, a powerful deterrent. He narrowed his eyes at them. There weren't any Konoha Jonin among these people. Was it because of the warning from the old Sandaime? Naruto lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes reddening slightly. After all, Naruto was only a child now, and the hostility of those around him still had some impact. Amemiya Kenichi sighed and rubbed Naruto's head. What if he could resurrect the fourth Hokage in this world? But that would require finding the Death God's mask and releasing the fourth Hokage's soul first. Looking at Naruto's expression, Amemiya Kenichi had a few guesses. Could this be a trick by the Mizuki? First, they'd strike Naruto down, causing him to feel inferior, and then try to trick him into stealing the Forbidden Scroll. Thinking about it, it seemed plausible. Besides, hadn't these people said they heard it from the school teacher? Most teachers wouldn't just sit around gossiping, but that's not necessarily the case with Mizuki. This guy definitely has some thoughts about Naruto. Chapter 546, 3 Generations of Sorrow. Brother, am I real? Back home, Naruto remained silent until dinner time, when he looked at Amemiya Kenichi with a complex expression. No, Amemiya Kenichi interrupted, looking up at the poor little creature, who had grown up healthily in a state of bewilderment. This made Amemiya Kenichi wonder if Shisu's Kutamatsukami had been used on Naruto. However, seeing Naruto's complex emotions, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. When one's emotions are pent up, it's easy to lose control, and Amemiya Kenichi knew this. These guys are mentally ill. We just need to do our best. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and rubbed Naruto's head, wanting to see if Naruto had been influenced by Kutamatsukami. Naruto nodded, then lowered his head to slurp his rice. Seeing Naruto's aggrieved expression, Amemiya Kenichi had a flash of thought. His main Gekyo opened, then quickly faded. Without the Byakugan, it was difficult to see what was going on in Naruto's mind. Naruto, you have to understand that you're just a student who hasn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet. From the day you were born, you've done nothing wrong, and you've never wronged Konoha. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed Naruto's head. Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, a hero, and Konoha's Ninetales Jinchuriki. Yet, this treatment was truly difficult to evaluate. I wonder if Minato, upon learning about Naruto's current life, would regret transferring the tailed beast ball out of Konoha. Minato had regretted it, but not deeply. After all, Amemiya Kenichi had acted early. As for the third Hokage, the situation was even more complicated. Amemiya Kenichi didn't know whether to judge him as good or bad. If he was good, Naruto was often treated coldly, isolated, and ignored in Konoha. But if he was bad, he gave Naruto a good amount of money every month and often visited Naruto to show his concern. Even comparing products, Gaara's life was even more miserable. It's fair to say that Jinchuriki aren't treated very well in every ninja village. It's fair to say that the book swallowing system in the early and late stages of Naruto's reign led to the third Hokage, the strongest Hokage of all time, becoming a joke. Kishimoto should bear the blame for this. Then, Naruto looked up at his brother, biting his lower lip hard, tears welling in his eyes, but they remained. Naruto was strong, trying not to cry. Do other people's opinions matter? We live our own lives. What do they have to do with us? Why bother with them? Amemiya Kenichi smiled, pinching Naruto's face and tapping his forehead before releasing his hand. They are not Uzumaki. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. He never cared what those with no connection thought of him. Naruto sniffed. His elder brother was right. He was Uzumaki Naruto, not just any other Naruto. He just needed to live his own life. As long as his elder brother recognized him and was by his side, children's emotions came and went quickly. Soon, Naruto happily started eating with Kenichi Amemiya, which made Kenichi Amemiya feel more at ease. However, Naruto's emotions were very real. He didn't look like he was being controlled or affected by the illusion. However, the illusion of the Bitsuo Matsukami was originally designed to be very powerful, capable of subtly changing people's minds. However, perhaps because it was too buggy, it was eliminated early without much record. So it still needed to be observed. Looking at the happy Naruto, Kenichi Amemiya also smiled. but then he began to think about how he should leave this world and return to his own world. The only thing Kenichi Amemiya was sure of now was that he had arrived in another timeline. Just like in Loki, the world of Naruto might also have multiple timelines. The only sacred timeline is the orthodox Naruto, with all other timelines being derivatives. The object he encountered was likely a time-traveling machine. It was a bit outrageous. While the technology landscape in Naruto's world was a bit off, to the point of creating a time machine was still far-fetched. It was like a primitive tribe in Africa in the past who had just gained access to electricity and running water, only to claim years later that they had developed a state-of-the-art lithography machine and mastered its production methods. Is that possible? Unlikely. So, Amemiya Kenichi suspected that the object might have been brought by the Satsuki clan. Finding it might allow him to return. With this open mind, Amemiya Kenichi finished his meal, did his chores, watched Naruto wash his socks with a look of despair on his face, and then climbed into bed and drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, it was the next day. Glancing at the still sleeping Naruto, Kenichi Amemiya quietly jumped out of bed, changed his clothes, and headed out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sasuke standing in the dim hallway light. Kenichi Amemiya curled his lips. Let's go. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Sasuke and sighed. This guy was too persistent. Even though his schedule didn't require him to get up so early, Sasuke still insisted on getting up and exercising with him every day. In other words, Kenichi Amemiya and Sasuke often saw Konoha at 4 in the morning. Putting on weights, Kenichi Amemiya and Sasuke began warming up on the quiet, deserted streets. The night was still cold before dawn, and Sasuke's warm breath turned into white mist and drifted in the air. I heard about what happened at the school gate yesterday. Sasuke's voice was clear in the silent street. Well, what next? Kenichi Amemiya raised his leg high and gently stepped on the ground. The 10-kilogram weight bag seemed to be nothing on his foot. Sasuke scratched his head, then glanced at Kenichi Amemiya beside him. His expression was calm, seemingly unconcerned, which made him want to offer some comfort to Naruto, but lost for words. Sasuke pinched the note in his pocket. It was the words of comfort he'd prepared the previous night, but it seemed useless now. It was a pity. Nothing. Sasuke gave up. After training, Kenichi Amemiya took Naruto to school, and he experienced the same feeling as yesterday all over again. The disdainful and indifferent glances, the disgusted looks, and the whispers from passers-by on the street continued even near the school. But Naruto seemed much more relaxed, no longer as overly concerned with their words as before. Kenichi Amemiya, however, caught a key point in this. How hateful. No wonder. It's really scary. I heard my neighbor's son say that their teacher said these two kids, people like that will definitely betray the village if they become ninjas, right? The teacher said. This was the key word that Kenichi Amemiya had detected. Yesterday, as he was leaving school, he'd overheard the conversation, and they'd mentioned the word teacher. So, the question was, who was this teacher? Kenichi Amemiya didn't find the question challenging. Mizuki was undoubtedly the prime suspect. After all, besides Mizuki, Kenichi didn't think any other ninja school teacher would target them. Under Kenichi Amemiya's guidance, Naruto's performance at school wasn't exactly universally liked, but at least it wasn't disliked. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that some teacher harbored some deep ill will toward the two fox demons. But as classes ended for the day, Kenichi Amemiya, yawning, prepared to take Naruto home. All his doubts were resolved. Parents, please don't attack my students here. Kenichi Amemiya smiled sarcastically at the indignant silver-haired older brother who had come to Naruto's defense. Some people think they're hunters, but they're simply the prey. The parents who came to pick up their children from school also shut up in embarrassment upon seeing Mizuki. It wasn't that they were afraid of Mizuki, but rather they feared the punishment from the third Hokage if this matter was reported. But at least in Naruto's eyes, Mizuki-sensei had suddenly become handsome. Glancing at his foolish brother, Amemiya Kenichi silently shook his head. Naruto was truly naive. He was probably the one who had to count the money after being sold. Amemiya Kenichi saw through such a simple plot, but he didn't intend to say anything. He just watched silently. When Mizuki wanted to use the two brothers, wasn't Amemiya Kenichi also trying to use Mizuki? Naruto, are you okay? Mizuki turned to look at Naruto, giving him what he thought was his most kind and endearing smile. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei, Naruto said excitedly. Looking at the brat before him, Mizuki smiled gently. With this brat, maybe the plan could succeed. Then, all he had to do was take the scroll of forbidden techniques. Mizuki felt a little excited at the thought of a better life ahead. It's good that you're alright. Don't mind these rude people. They're just... Mizuki chuckled and reached out to rub Naruto's head, who accepted it foolishly. Kenichi Amemiya curled his lips. Foolish little brother. Never mind. I'll just avenge you. Kenichi Amemiya mentally made a note of Mizuki. Oh, and there was also the vengeance for this guy twisting information to these idiots. If Mizuki hadn't spread the information from these parents, Kenichi Amemiya would have just washed his own socks. Mizuki, you've already got yourself killed. It was a rare treat for Mizuki to treat Naruto to ramen, and they were, of course, at Ichiraku Ramen, Konoha's most famous ramen restaurant. Kenichi Amemiya joined them midway. Mr. Mizuki, are you really treating? Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at Mizuki sitting next to Naruto. It seemed Mizuki had focused his attention on Naruto. It couldn't be helped. Naruto looked genuinely touched, while he remained nonchalant. Well, I'll treat you all today. Just order whatever you want, Mizuki said with a gracious air. Uncle Ichiraku, I want the super deluxe plus ramen. 5 times the meat. Amemiya Kenichi shouted, nearly losing his composure. You idiot, you really ordered that? Naruto said, tugging at his brother's clothes with a touch of embarrassment. Brother, he said, tugging at his brother's clothes. That's a rip-off. By the way, Naruto wants one too, Amemiya Kenichi added, looking at Naruto. Mizuki took a deep breath, but managed to maintain a friendly smile. It was just ramen, wasn't it? He could afford it. As long as he could achieve his goal, nothing else mattered. And so, Mizuki began his performance. Mizuki really refuses to give up. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at his desk, watching Naruto and Kenichi eat ramen, his pipe lingering in his mouth. Ever since Naruto was taken to the ramen shop by Mizuki, the matter had been reported to him by the ANBU, and he had been keeping an eye on Mizuki. The shrewd Sannin naturally saw what Mizuki was up to, trying to take the Ninetales Jinchuriki away. Impossible, Mizuki wouldn't dare do that. Considering the person he might be contacting, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and glanced at the room behind him, where the scroll of forbidden techniques lay. This was probably Mizuki's intention. Hokage-sama, is this necessary? The ANBU whispered, his intention clear, to secretly capture Mizuki. No, wait for Naruto and his men to arrive tonight, and then evacuate the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He had his own ideas, and it would be a good opportunity to test Naruto's intentions. As for Kenichi Amemiya, that guy was a madman, terrifyingly powerful. He had no way to deal with him, so he could only let him have his way. As long as it didn't harm Konoha, it was acceptable. If it did, the Sannin would have already begun preparing methods to deal with Kenichi Amemiya, but he didn't know if they would be effective. Thinking back to the enormous Susanoo and thousand-armed Buddha statue he had seen that day, he felt a wave of weakness. A large net slowly unfurled, and Mizuki, caught in the center, remained unaware. What did Mizuki-sensei tell you? Kenichi Amemiya yawned. They had already finished their meal, and Mizuki had left. Naruto, however, looked troubled. Brother, Naruto said, looking at his brother. But then he remembered what Mizuki-sensei had said. It's best not to let his brother know about this, otherwise it would lead to failure, and he wouldn't be recognized as Hokage. Brother, Mizuki-sensei told me. Naruto pouted. All he needed was his brother's approval. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547, Changed Timeline. Mizuki spat out a mouthful of blood, staring in astonishment at the calm Amemiya Kenichi. He knew the difference in strength between them was significant, but he hadn't expected it to be this great. Beside him, Iruka sheepishly sheathed his shuriken. He'd just tried to stop Mizuki, but before he could, Amemiya Kenichi had already beaten Mizuki to the point of disarray. How boring, Amemiya Kenichi sighed, glancing at Naruto. That evening, Amemiya Kenichi had instructed Naruto to follow Mizuki's instructions, and the result was Naruto successfully taking the Book of Sealing, and the Sannin unleashed a sea of water. Initially, Amemiya Kenichi hadn't intended to intervene, believing he could handle such a minor incident. However, his arrival triggered a change, triggering Mizuki's unleashing the power of the cursed seal. Seeing Mizuki's face covered in black tadpole marks and Naruto sent flying by the blow, Amemiya Kenichi intervened. While the others were still in shock, Amemiya Kenichi showed no sign of stopping. He slowly stepped forward, intending to give Mizuki a break. With one punch, he vanished, transformed into a piece of wood. Amemiya Kenichi frowned. This substitution jutsu was truly annoying. But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He could hear the sound of wind breaking beside him. He instinctively ducked his head, and Akune stabbed fiercely at the spot where his temple had been struck. At the same moment, the ground began to shake. Did Mizuki even know Earth Escape Jutsu? It wasn't some Earth Escape Jutsu, just a sharp rock spear thrust towards Amemiya Kenichi's position. He also noticed the ground beneath his feet turning muddy. While he couldn't create a swamp like the Earth Escape Great River, the mud did limit his mobility. Die. Mizuki chuckled inwardly, stabbing Amemiya Kenichi in the stomach with his long sword. Suddenly, Kenichi Amemiya was in a dilemma. Brother. Naruto rushed over, and at the same time, he quickly formed hand seals. A large number of shadow clones appeared in the forest, and several of them rushed forward to block the rock spears that were stabbing at Kenichi Amemiya's chest. Iruka looked at the countless Narutos and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Naruto could create so many clones. Naruto has grown up too. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Naruto. Although he could solve the problem in front of him without Naruto's help, it was a good choice to give Naruto some training opportunities. Looking at the long sword stabbing at him, Kenichi Amemiya's pupils shrank, and then he kicked the ground casually. Although the ground was a little muddy, Kenichi Amemiya still jumped up and stepped on Mizuki's sword. He then concentrated his chakra in his left foot and, with the swift force of a dragonfly skimming the water, stomped the sword again. The immense force caused Mizuki to drop the sword, sending it plummeting to the ground. Simultaneously, Amemiya Kenichi twisted his waist and launched a whip-like kick at Mizuki's face with his right leg. Mizuki flew backward, collapsing to the ground. His face was swollen, and half his teeth had been knocked out. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the collapsed Mizuki with a hint of boredom. To him, Mizuki posed no threat at all. SHHH. That hurts. Naruto rubbed his chest. Seeing his brother was alright, he dispelled his multiple shadow clone technique. Have you forgotten that when a shadow clone dissolves, it transmits its memories back to the original body? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Naruto with a half smile. He had just witnessed Naruto's shadow clone being pierced through the chest by the rock spear. I'm just worried about you, bro. Naruto smiled awkwardly, but he also kept this in mind. The feeling transmitted by this shadow clone was really not very pleasant. Although strictly speaking, pain cannot be transmitted, because the memory is transmitted. It will make people feel that they have been attacked in the same way. The human brain is very amazing, and there is no need to say more about the old-fashioned death experiment of dripping water and bleeding. Mr. Amemiya, did you come early? Iruka looked at the unconscious Mizuki, shook his head, and walked over to tie him up, while looking at Amemiya Kenichi and asked. He knew Mizuki's strength, and he had to be careful when facing Mizuki, but he didn't expect Mizuki to be unable to withstand a few moves in Amemiya Kenichi's hands. He is worthy of being a powerful ninja from the ANBU. Yeah. Amemiya Kenichi nodded casually. Just as Iruka had tied up Mizuki, two ANBU ninjas appeared, found Naruto and Kenichi, and took Mizuki and the forbidden scroll away. Naruto was then taken to the Hokage's office and scolded by the old Sannin. Naruto, however, dozed off while listening. Sarutobi Hiruzen, amused, finally let him go, believing it was just a fishing trip. He also tested Kenichi Amemiya's intentions, and he proved to be quite good. This powerful ninja who had appeared out of nowhere had no ill intentions towards Konoha, at least for now. Now that Mizuki was captured, it was time to interrogate him and determine his connection to his disciple. As Uzumaki Naruto yawned and went back to sleep, Sarutobi Hiruzen pulled out his files and reviewed the class placement information. Naruto would easily pass the assessment and would definitely become a ninja. However, the question of how to place him in the class was a bit troubling. These two brothers have such a close bond. Separating them doesn't seem like a good idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the information in his hand. Although he had already made his decision, he still felt it was crucial to be cautious when it came to the Jinchuriki. Should we include this girl? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the information in his hand. Hiruno Sakura, an ordinary Konoha girl, had decent talent and seemed quite adept at illusions. However, considering Naruto's recent closeness with the Uchiha child, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to put Hiruno Sakura's information aside. He then placed Uchiha Sasuke's information alongside Naruto's. He needed to cultivate a bond with the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and Uchiha Sasuke was clearly the best choice. Then it would be the same as the previous information. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Never mind. Leave it to Kakashi. Kakashi should be able to lead these three students well, and it would also help Kakashi recover emotionally. It would also be a good opportunity to test Kenichi Amemiya's intentions. The Ninja Academy graduation exams were finally here. Watching each little one nervously come up to perform the clone jutsu, Amemiya Kenichi yawned in boredom. It had to be said that there hadn't been much to do in Konoha recently. Apart from the Ninja Academy graduation exams, there hadn't been any major events. All Amemiya Kenichi had been doing every day was refining and compressing chakra. Now his upper body had turned completely white. Then Amemiya Kenichi noticed that his metabolic activity was slowly decreasing. He felt like he was going to become a vegetable. However, Amemiya Kenichi was also curious, would his actions cause problems with Naruto's class placement? If Sasuke and Naruto were together, who would be the other teammate? Could it be Hiruno Sakura? Amemiya Kenichi glanced across the classroom, where a group of girls were sitting there, adoring their idols. Naturally, the object of their adoration was the second in command sitting next to him. Why do you sit with me every day? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Sasuke beside him, speechless. I want to be as strong as you. Sasuke looked at Kenichi Amemiya seriously. He'd been exercising daily lately, and his physical fitness had indeed improved significantly. However, he was always outmatched by Kenichi Amemiya. Furthermore, his battles with Kenichi Amemiya had taught Sasuke profound combat experience. Eyes needed protection, crotch needed attention, and even buttocks needed careful attention. At first, Kenichi Amemiya had been throwing sand, but now he'd gone all the way to scattering lime powder. The blows were incredibly painful, and his crotch kicks were fast and fierce, leaving Sasuke with vivid memories. Uchiha Sasuke even compiled a battle log, recording his defeats at Kenichi Amemiya's hands and the reasons for them. It was now quite thick. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. Sasuke's obsession with becoming stronger had truly become obsessive. Kenichi Amemiya even suspected that there was a reason why Sasuke would be targeted by Orochimaru in the future. As long as Sasuke wanted to become stronger, Orochimaru's capture was almost inevitable. No, what does this have to do with you sitting next to me? Amemiya Kenichi was a bit amused. Sitting next to him wouldn't make him stronger, and it wasn't like he had awakened some kind of aura system. I want to see how the gap between you and me came about. Sasuke looked at Amemiya Kenichi. He wanted to see if Amemiya Kenichi had any unique training methods, but he really couldn't learn Amemiya Kenichi's footwork. Amemiya Kenichi rolled his eyes. Someone who didn't know would think Sasuke was possessed by genius. He wasn't some bald cape man, so what could he learn from him? He couldn't learn. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi thought of his old trade. Sasuke's physical condition was good enough now, and he could support the other party's eye-opening. The class division was about to begin, so maybe it was time to open Sasuke's eyes and improve his strength so that he wouldn't have to struggle against a loser like Zabuza, even though Kakashi was dealing with Zabuza most of the time. However, Kenichi Amemiya wasn't sure if his appearance would trigger a cliched butterfly effect. But judging by Mizuki's behavior yesterday, it certainly seemed to be happening. His teacher had aided Mizuki in this world, allowing him to master the power of the curse seal and nearly killing Naruto and Iruka. "Brother, I'm going up." Naruto's voice jolted Kenichi out of his thoughts. He nodded, and Naruto proceeded to perform the clone jutsu. For Naruto, who had already mastered the shadow clone and multiple shadow clones techniques, performing the clone jutsu was no problem at all. Even after passing the assessment, Naruto proudly performed multiple shadow clones, instantly filling the classroom with Naruto figures. Hearing his classmates' exclamations, Naruto let out a smug smile, only to be met with a fist on the head by an enraged Iruka sensei. Sasuke stared in surprise at the large group of Naruto figures around him. He recognized this as a similar shadow clone jutsu, but wasn't the number too many? Uchiha Sasuke, come up for the exam. Iruka looked at the playful Naruto and slapped the forehead protector on his head. Then, he picked up the list and called out. Uchiha Sasuke then stood up, and Naruto trotted back, tongue out, and as he did so, he grinned and bumped fists with Kenichi Amemiya. However, Kenichi Amemiya noticed Naruto's expression falter for a moment during the exchange, but he quickly returned to normal. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who seemed fine, and then he took the podium. Today, Iruka sensei and the older female teacher who taught ninja tools were again in charge. Mizuki was not there, seemingly completely vanished from the ninja academy, only occasionally mentioned by the students. This time, the test is about the clone jutsu, Iruka said, circling the list. He wasn't worried that Uchiha Sasuke would fail. He was a genius who could already perform the great fireball jutsu before even graduating. If the other party couldn't get through, he would suspect that they were using the clone jutsu to disguise themselves. "Okay, Iruka sensei." Uchiha Sasuke nodded with a smile, then performed the clone jutsu properly, and received the ninja forehead protector from Iruka sensei. "Congratulations on your graduation, Sasuke." Iruka sensei looked at Uchiha Sasuke with satisfaction. The other party was very strong, but his mentality was a bit of a problem. However, after following Kenichi Amemiya, Sasuke's mentality has improved a lot. "Thank you, Iruka sensei." Looking at the ninja forehead protector in his hand, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion. After living in the ninja world for so long, the scene of just entering the ninja school seemed to have happened just yesterday. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he graduated and became a reserve genin. The next step was to take photos for the record and wait for his team leader John in assessment. Next, Hiruno Sakura, please get ready. Teacher Iruka was still calling out names, and Uchiha Sasuke saw Sakura with pink hair coming up with a red face, and the other party was secretly looking at him while walking. Uchiha Sasuke walked down with an expressionless face, passing by Hiruno Sakura. He didn't have any other emotions in his heart. He just wanted to become the strongest Avenger and avenge his family and clansmen. This was the only meaning of his life in this world. Amemiya Kenichi held his chin. It was time to confront the third Hokage. Chapter 548, 3 Generations. Isn't it just a compromise? Mr. Sarutobi, I want to ask you for a favor. Kenichi Amemiya found Hiruzen Sarutobi. His eyelids twitched. Looking at Kenichi Amemiya in front of him, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a little complicated. He had met Kenichi Amemiya a long time ago. At that time, this psychopath suddenly broke into his Hokage's office, grabbed his collar, and asked him why he treated Naruto like this, which made him confused. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't stand it. So Hiruzen Sarutobi got angry. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat him. Kenichi Amemiya, the bastard, saw that he was going to fight, took him out, and then demonstrated to him what Susanoo Butsu was in the Valley of the End. The two of them pushed Shikoku. Facing this level of combat power, Hiruzen Sarutobi had no way to deal with it. He could only compromise honestly. Anyway, he had compromised countless times since he became Hokage. One more time would not matter. Besides, this also has its advantages. As long as a powerful guy like Amemiya Kenichi is in charge of Konoha, Konoha will definitely be the #1 ninja village in the ninja world. What's the matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and took a puff of his cigarette. Previously, Amemiya Kenichi was busy teaching at the ninja school, so he was relatively free. He didn't expect that Amemiya Kenichi would come to him again. Amemiya Kenichi didn't hesitate too much, but directly expressed his thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved after hearing this. It was just a matter of finding something, which was not a problem for Konoha with a large population. Of course, that's no problem. But Amemiya, I hope that, if Konoha encounters difficulties in the future, you can help. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette and agreed. Amemiya Kenichi nodded without comment. He naturally would not object to this. In today's world, Kenichi Amemiya's power has reached a precipice of overwhelming power. With the possible exception of Nagato, no one else can stand against him. However, Kenichi Amemiya has some concerns. He's concerned about Ishiki Tsutsuki, who lives beneath the Rain Village. This world should also have an Tsutsuki. What a hassle. After entrusting the Sannin with a search, Kenichi Amemiya returned. Now all he had to do was wait for the Sannin to find the thing that had hit him. Brother, I bought the drink you asked for. At the training ground, Kenichi Amemiya heard Naruto's voice. He turned to see Naruto running over with a bottle of drink in hand. Kenichi Amemiya casually caught the drink his brother offered, opened it, and took a sip. The taste of the juice filled his mouth. Orange juice. Is Sasuke back? Kenichi Amemiya asked casually, sitting on the tree stump he had broken, making room for him. He had just come to the training ground looking for Naruto, but discovered that Sasuke, the usual training enthusiast, was not there. Sasuke seems to be having some issues. Naruto naturally sat down next to Kenichi Amemiya and opened his own drink. Naruto preferred green apple flavored soda. Kenichi Amemiya shrugged. He wasn't particularly concerned about Sasuke's situation. He was even somewhat relieved that he wasn't around, otherwise he'd probably be sparring with him again. Brother, who do you think is our leading Jonin? Naruto asked, a little restless. He was now deeply interested in everything about becoming a ninja. I don't know, maybe it's K-sensei, Kenichi Amemiya answered casually, taking another sip of his orange juice. He was still trying to figure out how to solve his problem and what had hit him. Huh? K-sensei? Naruto's eyes widened. Thanks to his brother, Naruto knew K, and he didn't have any negative thoughts about the man who constantly talked about youth and passion. However, the thought of him exercising made Naruto shudder. That was a more terrifying and extreme workout than his brother's. His brother's training requirements would barely be considered a warm-up compared to Sensei K's. Amemiya Kenichi's mind wandered, thinking of K's performance during the Fourth Shinobi World War. How did Uzai and GK do it? It seemed like they were punching the air. Punching the air. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head, setting the can aside and throwing a swift punch. The punch was fast, but it had no effect. Nothing was happening. Naruto, still pondering how much he'd need to eat daily to replenish his energy if Sensei K was truly leading the team, didn't notice his brother's strange movements. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Could it be that he wasn't fast enough? Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi punched the half-empty can, but again, he didn't use too much force. The can didn't budge. So, could the secret be the 8 gates? Amemiya Kenichi thought about how K often used these moves by opening the 8 gates, unleashing immense power. And this 8 gates ninjutsu, Amemiya Kenichi had already mastered. The concept of the 8 gates had been mentioned in school, but that was in the most basic course, chakra refinement. The teacher mentioned that the human body has 8 points that suppress and control chakra, these being the 8 gates. However, they didn't explain how to release these 8 gates. But Amemiya Kenichi knew about it. Let me think. Amemiya Kenichi pondered. There are 8 gates, from the open gate to the death gate. The open gate and the rest gate are both located in the brain. So, Amemiya Kenichi opened the 8 gates ninjutsu, and a green stream of air emanated from his body. He checked his body's condition. His cells were unaffected, and the pure white chakra remained unchanged, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the 8 gates wouldn't affect his reserves of primordial chakra. With that thought, Amemiya Kenichi deactivated the 8 gates and sat down. Now wasn't the time for practice. He needed to begin compressing and refining his chakra. Brother, why did you cheat just now? Remember, don't say cheat next time. Amemiya Kenichi wiped his fist expressionlessly. Naruto grimaced and rubbed his head. Just now, Amemiya Kenichi had punched him in the head. The blow wasn't strong, but it hurt. However, seeing Naruto howling in pain, Amemiya Kenichi managed to smile. The concept of cuckold didn't seem to exist in the ninja world, nor did it have a term for it. This term referred to infidelity. Of course, you could see strange terms like cuckold and cleanse in bookstores and video stores. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at it a few times, but that was all he had to do. He didn't buy it. After all, it could easily corrupt Naruto. He didn't want to raise him into a pervert, which would be troublesome. "Hi, brother, your anger is really weird," Naruto said indignantly. He had just seen his brother radiate green energy. Naruto felt truly miserable, and he deserved a beating for telling the truth. However, seeing his brother's kind smile, Naruto swallowed hard and chose to obey. The next morning, after stopping Naruto from trying to apply Jiraiya's Makupe, Kenichi Amemiya took his brother to take ninja profile photos, then returned to the classroom to await the day's class division. Kenichi didn't even have time to complete his exercise plan. So, let me tell you about the class division. The class division will be based on groups of 3, so. Teacher Iruka continued to ramble, while Kenichi Amemiya listened intently. Class division is a major event, and it can even be said to determine certain interpersonal relationships. Most 3-person teams end up having good relationships, such as Konoha Huang, the gambling and drug addicts, and Obito Rin and Kakashi. Kenichi Amemiya knew his appearance was a surprise to the ninja world, but logically, it shouldn't affect the placement of these young ninjas in their classes. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Sakura Hiruno, who was staring intently at Sasuke. Then there's Team 7, Iruka-sensei readout, and Kenichi Amemiya's attention grew even more intense. He hadn't heard Sasuke, Naruto, or Hiruno's name before, and he wondered if the 3 would be grouped together. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Iruka-sensei continued, and Kenichi Amemiya nodded. It seemed Sasuke would still be grouped with his younger brother, which was a good thing. The only question was who the third person would be. Hiruno Sakura, Iruka-sensei finished. Kenichi Amemiya paused, raised an eyebrow, and glanced at Sasuke, who wore a bewildered smile beside him. He couldn't help but glance at Sakura, who looked excited. As expected, in this normal timeline, Team 7 would remain exactly as it was. Next, Iruka-sensei continued, but Amemiya Kenichi no longer paid much attention to these matters. After all, they were not worth paying attention to. His only concern now was whether he could find the machine that had hit him and sent him to this world. If he could find it, that would be a good thing. However, this world had not been without some changes. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was thinking about it, a ninja suddenly ran in and whispered something, and Iruka's expression changed. Ahem, everyone, please pay attention. There have been some roster changes in the former Team 7. Hinata Hyuga and Sakura Hiruno have switched classes. Iruka coughed, and Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment. It was really interesting. Sakura Hiruno was stunned, and Hinata was even more confused. Sasuke-kun. After the class division, Sakura Hiruno ran over with a red face, looking at Sasuke eagerly. Sasuke glanced at Sakura indifferently and said nothing, as if to ask what she wanted. Sure, Sakura Hiruno said, though shy, bravely. My home is in that apartment in Konoha. Sasuke froze at Sakura's request, but after a moment's hesitation, he finally gave her his current address. After all, Sakura was just trying to exchange contact information. As Sakura blushed as she handed Sasuke her address and ran away, covering her face, Kenichi Amemiya gave Sasuke a strange look, which Sasuke naturally noticed. What's wrong? Sasuke checked his pants. There was no zipper, no way it was open, and it wasn't broken. No, I'm just a little surprised you're actually quite humane. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head. Sasuke was indeed quite humane in the early stages of Naruto, blushing at Sakura Hiruno's bold insinuations and showing concern for others. But later on, he became a man bent on revenge. It's just exchanging contact information. Besides, if I don't give it to you, wouldn't it ruin other people's graduation memories? Sasuke said calmly. Amemiya Kenichi looked at Sasuke in surprise. Needless to say, Sasuke's words really took him by surprise. But considering that Sasuke was the son of a prominent family patriarch, it wasn't surprising that he had a certain level of emotional intelligence. After all, how could the son of a prominent family patriarch have low emotional intelligence? It was just that in his later years, Sasuke became obsessed with revenge and fell into the old stubborn ways of the Uchiha clan, which made him seem somewhat unsympathetic. Brother, who do you think this teacher is? I see K-sensei has already left with Lee and the others. Naruto glared at Sasuke from his desk. He had just seen Sakura come over to Sasuke and ask for her contact information. I don't know, but she seems like someone who doesn't follow the rules. Amemiya Kenichi yawned. Everyone else had left, but Naruto's teacher hadn't arrived yet. Amemiya Kenichi now understood that, even though Hiruno Sakura had become Hinata, Team 7's teacher seemed to still be Kakashi. This was truly interesting. I'm waiting. Naruto rubbed his stomach, but then a thought struck him, and he looked at his older brother in surprise. He remembered that this morning, his older brother had mysteriously arrived carrying a large backpack. Hinata Hyuga, blushing and speechless, also widened her eyes. She hadn't expected the normally popular and well-liked Amemiya teacher to carry such things. Were these things really allowed? Was it okay? Would the instructor be mad? Hinata glanced at Naruto cautiously, her face flushing again. It's been so long, those three brats must be eager to pull some pranks, right? Kakashi walked slowly down the hallway with a deadpan expression. He had just been in the office, looking at the intimate paradise and the three students' files, before slowly making his way over here. He even ate his lunch box in the office. Reaching the classroom door, Kakashi glanced up. It was closed, and there didn't seem to be any traps. Kakashi pushed open the classroom door, expecting to be splashed with water. A strong aroma of barbecue immediately filled the air. Teacher, would you like some? Chapter 549, Wilderness Survival Training, The Late arrives. Kakashi stared at the scene in astonishment. Honestly, as a legendary Jonin promoted to the rank of fastest during the war, Kakashi had witnessed many bizarre and even extreme situations, but he had never imagined his three students would give him such a surprise right away. In the deserted classroom, a pot was propped up on the podium, emitting a spicy aroma and billowing steam. Uzumaki Naruto, Amemiya Kenichi, Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Hinata sat nearby, eating with their bowls. Kakashi looked at Amemiya Kenichi. He had heard of him before. The third Hokage had also mentioned him, specifically stating that he could do whatever he wanted, and that he should be left alone. Kakashi was a little confused, but as a former ANBU ninja, he didn't say anything, and simply followed orders. You guys. My first impression of you is quite strange. Kakashi approached. He could see the red broth in the pot, the bubbles rising from it, and the swishing meat slices. You'd have to say, just the smell made Kakashi feel like eating something. Hey, we won't wait for you, teacher. We're hungry, so let's have some hot pot first. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. The hot pot made by his brother was delicious. The only downside was that it was a bit spicy, but that spiciness made him want to keep eating. This made Naruto feel both tormented and happy. Hot pot? Something like sukiyaki? Kakashi asked, his interest growing. At the same time, Kenichi Amemiya casually tossed a pair of bowls and chopsticks to Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, and he took them. Kakashi glanced at Kenichi Amemiya, but Hinata had already brought him a stool. Kakashi took the stool anyway. Kakashi, hot pot and sukiyaki are different. This is beef tallow hot pot, Amemiya Kenichi explained. Technically, it should be chunking hot pot, but there's no such place as chunking in the ninja world, so Amemiya Kenichi just said beef tallow hot pot. Otherwise, he would have to explain why it was called chunking hot pot. Could it be that this hot pot was made by someone named Chunking? That would be too outrageous. He couldn't possibly be called Uzumaki Chunking, could he? Kakashi would definitely be curious if he knew. But Amemiya Kenichi figured there couldn't be a person named Chunking in the world, and even if there was, they wouldn't know him. Better not to bother himself. Oh. Kakashi, who had been watching for a while, followed his example and picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks. Then, imitating Sasuke, he rolled it in the sesame sauce on the side and popped it into his mouth. The spicy flavor was strong, but the taste was surprisingly good, and Kakashi loved it. Since we're all eating, why don't you introduce yourselves, so we can get to know each other? Kakashi swallowed the piece of meat in his mouth, then looked at his 3 students and asked. As for Kenichi Amemiya, he didn't care, nor could he. If the Hokage didn't care, what could he do? He had seen many students who were asked to lead by the 3rd Hokage, but few could pass his assessment. However, these 3 students were more special, so he was more cautious. Let me go first. I'm Kakashi. I have many interests and hobbies. I keep my likes and dislikes secret. As for my dreams, there's nothing special. Kakashi put a piece of black thing in. He saw that Kenichi Amemiya seemed to like eating it very much. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi. Is this man really a jonin? And although he said a lot just now, if you listen carefully, you will find that he didn't say anything. Apart from knowing the other person's name, there was nothing else to gain. I'm Hyuga Hinata. I like. Hinata spoke first. Naruto and Sasuke were both humble, but Hyuga Hinata couldn't finish her sentence, her face flushing with shyness. Kakashi silently picked up the strange black thing and put it in his mouth. It tasted good, quite chewy. Maybe it was awful? And then I wanted to become stronger. Hyuga Hinata finished her introduction, playing with her fingers. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. This little Hinata still liked Naruto, which was quite interesting. Kakashi didn't react, but he took a closer look at Hyuga Hinata. This eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan was a bit of a problem in his class. He didn't know what the Sandaime was thinking. He had originally thought that Hyuga Hinata would be grouped with the other 2. Just like the Ino, Deer, and Chao trio were all grouped together, it was almost a common practice in Konohagakure. Hyuga Hinata would be more suitable to be grouped with the other 2 families. It was also more appropriate, although this eldest daughter looked like the type who had been abandoned. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I love eating the delicious food my brother makes, but I hate washing socks. My hobby is reading manga, and my dream is to surpass the Hokage. Naruto's face was filled with fighting spirit. Kakashi nodded. No wonder the Hokage said Naruto was a child who inherited the will of fire. But what's the point of hating washing socks? Uchiha Sasuke, I hate a lot of things, but I love becoming stronger. My dream is to revive the Uchiha clan and kill that man. Uchiha Sasuke spoke with a very gloomy tone. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Sasuke was still the same, but at least now he still had something he liked. Kakashi sighed inwardly. He had originally thought that Naruto and Hyuga Hinata were the problem students in his class, but he didn't expect the biggest problem to be the Uchiha survivor. That man? Kakashi knew a little about it. The night of the genocide was a big news in Konoha, and it involved the Uchiha clan, one of Konoha's 2 major Dojutsu families. So, this incident was a hot topic in Konoha at the time. Okay, the mission starts tomorrow. You'll need to pass a field survival exercise, a mission involving only the 4 of us. If you don't pass, I'll be sorry, Kakashi said sternly, his eyes narrowed. Kids, be prepared. Kakashi, the tripe won't taste good if it's too hot, Amemiya Kenichi casually remarked, interrupting the tension Kakashi had deliberately created. Kakashi glanced at the 3 calm kids. Have they always been so brave? The next morning, Amemiya Kenichi crouched by the training ground. I feel like I'm in an anime right now. Amemiya Kenichi yawned as he stood in the training ground, rubbing his stomach. He'd already eaten breakfast and even dragged Naruto along. Although Naruto didn't feel like eating at first, citing Kakashi's advice yesterday about not eating breakfast or he'd definitely throw up. After Amemiya Kenichi reminded Kakashi of his time management, Naruto decisively opted for a meal. What anime? Naruto asked curiously. His older brother also read manga, and the 2 brothers would occasionally exchange their experiences and insights. An anin called There Are Fools Who Believe in Skipping Breakfast. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Sasuke beside him with a half smile. Sasuke had a cold face and didn't want to talk. He was the fool who didn't eat breakfast. The main thing was that Amemiya Kenichi had reminded him last night that he could have breakfast, but Sasuke, feeling that a full stomach might affect his performance, chose not to eat. As a result, his stomach was now growling with hunger. Naruto immediately understood what his older brother meant and let out a strange cackle. Sasuke's face darkened even more, and Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment. At that moment, Kakashi came over, saying good morning. Still with the familiar two bells and the strange set of rules, Kenichi Amemiya stretched lazily. This matter had nothing to do with him, but since he hadn't found the thing that contained him, Kenichi Amemiya could only watch anime to pass the time, while also refining and concentrating his chakra, trying to push himself past his limits as quickly as possible, so that he would be more confident when he returned to face Ishiki Satsuki. However, he also knew what Kakashi was trying to test. The two bells and the seemingly harsh conditions were actually just to see if his student valued his companions, something Kakashi had learned from his own experience as the most important ninja trait. But passing without a hitch was pointless, and Kenichi Amemiya also wanted to see how Naruto had developed, and whether he could cause Kakashi any trouble. So, Naruto quickly took action. After Kenichi Amemiya's specialized training program, Naruto's physical fitness had greatly improved, but his main offensive methods were still the turtle fist, combined with multiple shadow clones, and the use of ninja tools. Such tactics were clearly useless against Kakashi. Hinata bit her lip, but still focused more seriously. However, she couldn't look at Naruto, or meet his gaze, or she'd blush. Sasuke, standing by, continued to observe, and while he did so, he also looked at Kenichi Amemiya, puzzled as to why he was still crouching there. I want to see how much Naruto has grown. Kenichi Amemiya observed Naruto's fights attentively, collecting data so he could refine his training plans. He could also gather some combat data from Kakashi to prepare for their upcoming battles. Sasuke nodded, patiently waiting until Naruto lost his target and was about to be killed by Kakashi's 1,000 years of death. Then, he suddenly attacked, and Sasuke's thrown shuriken interrupted Kakashi's movements. Kakashi glanced back and saw not only Uchiha Sasuke, but also Hyuga Hinata rushing over. Kenichi Amemiya was still holding a notebook, writing something down, which left Kakashi somewhat baffled. Kakashi was a bit confused by Kenichi Amemiya. He seemed strange and unpredictable. However, Kakashi quickly turned his attention to Naruto and Sasuke. Although the two rarely spoke, they had a tacit understanding. He was caught off guard by Naruto's multiple shadow clones, and Sasuke unleashed a powerful fireball technique without hesitation. If he hadn't used his substitution technique early on, the bell might have been lost. It's not good to be left behind alone. Kakashi appeared behind Hinata Hyuga. Hinata was left behind alone. After all, she had no coordination with Naruto and Sasuke. So he decided to subdue her first and create a gap. However, Kakashi's determined 1,000 years of death was completely missed. Naruto and Sasuke pounced, and while Hinata's performance wasn't great, she still managed to demonstrate some strength. Kakashi tried to hide, but the look in Hinata's eyes made him feel awkward. Got you. Naruto rushed over excitedly and threw a shuriken, and Sasuke followed suit. Kakashi tilted his head, and the shuriken stuck in the ground behind him, but Kakashi soon noticed something was wrong. The shuriken thrown by Sasuke actually had a string. This ninjutsu is. Sure enough, the next moment, Sasuke opened his mouth, and a flame burned at an extremely fast speed along the string, inserted in the kunai. Dragon Fire Jutsu. As expected of the Uchiha clan. Wait. Kakashi keenly noticed something strange behind him. Naruto was actually behind him? So, in that case, the shuriken just thrown was created by using the transformation jutsu? These two brats really gave him a big surprise. But this situation is not a dead end for a jonin. Kakashi instantly thought of several ways to break the deadlock, but before he could perform a counter ninjutsu, he saw a foot quickly imprinted in his sight. Kakashi immediately took a defensive stance. But just as he had made his defensive move, the foot struck his neck with incredible speed and force. With a loud thud, Kakashi's head dropped at an odd angle, his entire body collapsing to the ground. Sasuke! Naruto cried out in horror. Sasuke had actually kicked Kakashi to death with a single kick. Sasuke froze in his tracks, the string in his hand dropping to the ground. A split second later, a crack appeared in the ground below where Kakashi had fallen. Sasuke was suddenly pulled into the dirt, leaving only his head exposed. A mental decapitation technique. Oh, so experienced, huh? Kakashi emerged from the dirt, looking at Uchiha Sasuke with some surprise. He had indeed been a bit careless with that kick, but luckily he hadn't flipped over. But before Kakashi could say anything, Hinata pounced on him, her Byakugan open, her fingers rapidly pressing at Kakashi's acupuncture points. Chapter 550 Replicate Successful Experience. Very good. Kakashi pursed his lips. He hadn't expected the Uchiha clan, known for their ninjutsu and jinjutsu, to produce such an outlier like Sasuke. That kick was quite powerful. The little brat was incredibly strong. Even Kakashi's gaze fell on Sasuke's leg, where a weighted bag was strapped. It was truly fascinating that he could deliver such a kick even with that bag strapped to his leg. This is trouble, Naruto said, looking helplessly at Sasuke, who had been dragged to the ground by the heart decapitation technique. While the heart decapitation technique wasn't particularly effective, it was practically a surefire hit. If there was a significant difference in power, it was especially effective against Genin. Naruto, what should we do? Hinata looked cautiously at Kakashi in front of her. Although she was still shy when talking to Naruto, when it came to serious matters, Hinata was a serious person who wouldn't hold back. Even after all three of them had attacked, Sasuke was still controlled by the other party. Save Sasuke first. Naruto untied his leg restraints, but even as he was working, he noticed Kakashi rapidly forming hand seals, the movement so rapid they were almost indistinct. This jutsu. Naruto was confused. While he had some knowledge of ninjutsu, he had no idea which jutsu and which hand seals were used. Furthermore, his elder brother had told him that powerful ninjas didn't even need hand seals to perform jutsu. But soon, Naruto understood. As soon as the weight was lifted, he sank into the mud, and the ground beneath him turned into a swampy morass. This was clearly similar to the jutsu Mizuki had used before, but unlike Mizuki's jutsu, which only gave him the sensation of stepping on mud, Kakashi's jutsu actually sank his legs into the mud. What kind of jutsu is this? Naruto struggled to move his feet, but walking was still excruciating. Each step felt like being pulled out by dozens of people. Earth release ninjutsu, swamp jutsu, Kakashi explained. Sasuke, watching from the side, silently exerted his strength. After a long period of specialized training under Kenichi Amemiya, Sasuke's physical condition was much stronger than before. He even felt he might be able to break free from the jutsu's constraints and escape. Kenichi Amemiya remained calm. He observed the swamp jutsu and concluded it was clearly related to the A-rank ninjutsu, Yomizu Swamp, though it was clearly a more youthful version. Furthermore, Kakashi hadn't invested much chakra, suggesting the swamp would restrict their movement, but not endanger their lives. Trapped within it, Naruto had an idea. The swamp was also a liquid, in some sense. If he could distribute his chakra underneath, could he possibly step on it? Naruto experimented, and while this approach did alleviate some of the discomfort, it proved impossible to fully stand on top of it. Kakashi naturally saw what Naruto was doing, and was somewhat surprised. Had Naruto truly achieved this level of chakra control? He remembered that ninja schools didn't teach such things. Surprised as he was, Kakashi lunged forward, using this jutsu precisely to restrain Naruto. Naruto noticed Kakashi's movements, and tried to run to the left, out of the swamp, but was immediately met with Kakashi's jutsu, a ball of fire barreling towards him. Great fireball jutsu? Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. Another youthful version. Kakashi's chakra control was truly impressive. Naruto tried to dodge, but due to the close proximity and lack of speed from having just emerged from the swamp, the great fireball jutsu still grazed Naruto's arm. A burning pain shot through his arm. Teacher, are you serious? Naruto couldn't help but yell, rubbing his arm. But the next second, a tremendous force surged through his abdomen, the intense pain stimulating Naruto's nerves. He flew straight out, rolling on the ground, before coming to a stop. Distant in the middle of a fight, Kakashi said coldly. He had just noticed Naruto's distraction. Though it was only a moment, such inattention could be fatal in battle. Naruto. Hinata hurriedly broke free from the swamp, and saw the scene. However, Naruto's beating had bought Sasuke some time, and Sasuke had already crawled out of the dirt. He was beginning to feel a little tired, and Sasuke had shared the burden. It's time. Sasuke looked at Kakashi, pushed off the ground, and then rushed over, kicking Kakashi in the knee. But just as the kick was about to hit Kakashi, Sasuke changed direction and kicked Naruto, who was surrounding Kakashi. The Naruto looked at Amemiya Kenichi in surprise, clasping his hands together to block Sasuke's powerful kick, but was also sent flying into the group of shadow clones surrounding Kakashi. "How did you see that?" Kakashi said, surprised. Naruto hadn't noticed. "Your eyes aren't right." Sasuke smiled kindly. He had trained with Naruto for so long and knew him very well. "Teacher, I got the bells." Sasuke retracted his foot and a pair of bells appeared on the ground, a pair of bells that he had kicked flat. Amemiya Kenichi yawned. It was finally over. Or rather, the actual combat part was over. Kakashi rubbed his stomach. He now seriously suspected that the little bastard Sasuke was deliberately taking revenge on him for dragging him down with the mental decapitation technique. This little bastard was really strong. Was he really a Uchiha ninja? The kick Sasuke had just made wasn't revenge on Kakashi. Of course, he admitted that he did have some intentions of revenge on Kakashi, but the main reason was because Kakashi's bells were hanging there. TSK, what a pity. Kakashi should have hung the bells on his crotch. But Sasuke hadn't forgotten his main purpose for today, which was to get the bells. Everything else was not important. Nice performance. Kakashi touched his waist. Indeed, the bell was gone. While he still wanted to test the 3 students, he had said his goal was to get the bells, so he wouldn't cheat. But there are only 2 bells, which means one person won't be able to eat lunch, and one person must be eliminated and sent back to school. Kakashi said with a smile, while Naruto and Sasuke's eyes froze. What did this mean? Someone had to be eliminated? Hinata lowered her head, feeling that she would definitely be the one to be eliminated. She had performed poorly in this round. Anyway, the decision is yours. Those with bells stay, and those without go back to school to retake. Kakashi glanced at Kenichi Amemiya, who was enjoying himself nearby, and then used the instant body movement technique to leave. He left the choice to the 3 brats. His absence would test their hearts to the fullest. He, Kakashi, didn't want students who didn't cherish their companions. Naruto was torn. Sasuke definitely had to graduate, and as for Hinata, Naruto glanced at Sasuke beside him. He'd been training with him every day lately. While he still sometimes annoyed Sasuke's sullen expression, their relationship wasn't as bad as it had been before. He'd finally considered Sasuke a friend. As for Hinata, he did remember her, thanks to his older brother's reminder, but their relationship wasn't close either. If they hadn't been separated, they probably wouldn't have been together. But looking at Hinata, who lowered her head, Naruto still felt a little irritated. He couldn't abandon his friend, even if they didn't have a deep bond. Don't worry about it. The 3 of us are in the same class. We should rise and fall together. Sasuke shook his head, then casually offered Hinata a portion of his lunchbox. Yes, rise and fall together. Naruto waved his fist. He'd figured it out. He wouldn't let any of them go back to school. Sasuke smiled a little happily. He wanted to become stronger and didn't want to waste time at the ninja academy, but thinking of the 2 people before him, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. At worst, I can go back to school for another semester. We are strong enough anyway. Sasuke was confident. Although he wanted to kill the man, he didn't want to lose his friend Naruto. Besides, Hinata was also his companion, even if they had only known each other for a day. Half of a bell, isn't it the same? Naruto suddenly had a bold idea. He picked up the bell and tugged at it. Soon, one of the bells broke in his hand, splitting in 2. Naruto gave one half to Sasuke and the other to Hinata. Sasuke stared at the deflated bell in his hand in amazement. You guys. Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of them, roaring loudly. Naruto and Sasuke shuddered, and Hinata was also a little surprised, but then Kakashi smiled and confirmed that they had passed. Sasuke and Naruto were both surprised. Although Kenichi Amemiya knew the truth, he feigned ignorance, not wanting to draw Kakashi's attention. After Kakashi's explanation, Naruto and Sasuke finally smiled in relief. Kakashi, the missions these genin can take are probably just cat catching, dog hunting, and child watching missions, right? Kenichi Amemiya asked, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi, who was about to take his students to lunch, was stunned by this. He turned to look at Kenichi Amemiya and nodded. All newly minted genin ninjas must begin with the simplest D rank missions. Regarding this mission system, Kakashi began to explain. He wasn't referring to Kenichi Amemiya. After all, he was a teacher at the Ninja Academy, a mysterious figure. Although the Sandaime had warned against provoking Kenichi Amemiya, Kakashi didn't think he wouldn't be unaware of these simple details. While Naruto and Sasuke were formidable, it was clearly impossible for them to simply skip this stage. The third Hokage wouldn't have given them C-rank missions directly. In non-wartime, most genin went through this process. Even the renowned Sannin had to catch cats, buy groceries, and harvest crops when they were just starting out. Only during wartime, and only during particularly severe times, when Konoha was severely short of manpower, would a rookie ninja be given challenging missions. So, Kakashi-sensei, how long will we have to take on missions like that? Naruto felt his life darken upon hearing this. He imagined ninjas battling enemies and making a splash, not searching for lost cats or doing farm work. It's supposed to take a while to accumulate experience before being assigned C-rank missions. There's also a strict requirement for completing missions to advance to Chunin or Jounin, Kakashi explained with a deadpan expression. Before the mission even officially began, Kakashi had already noticed something amiss. These three little guys didn't seem like the type to keep to themselves. He hoped they wouldn't cause too much trouble. This was his first time leading a team, so he had to at least start the mission normally, if not with flying colors. Brother, do you think we can just go on a C-rank mission? Naruto asked, stealthily approaching Kenichi Amemiya. Sasuke didn't turn, but the look in his eyes showed that Sasuke shared his concern. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Kakashi. Unless you can hang Kakashi-sensei up and beat him up right now. Konoha had a unique system for training ninjas. However, recalling the memory illusion he'd seen with Satsuki Aishiki before, Kenichi Amemiya felt that, while this system was a good thing for the ninja, it wasn't necessarily a good thing for those who issued the missions. While the people around Konoha lived well, how much could a farmer earn from farming? Harvesting crops required hiring ninjas, and then throwing out 5,000 taels like water was no small sum. Kenichi Amemiya had recently gotten to know Konoha's prices. 5,000 taels could sustain an average family for a month, or even 2 or 3 months. Spending that much money on ninjas? It would be better to just make things harder for himself. Kenichi Amemiya could intervene. His current strength was enough to change the world. As long as he sealed Uchiha Madara away, denying him the chance to be reborn, then not Satsuki Aishiki wouldn't have to intervene. He could do anything. But wouldn't that be the same as his own world? A bit boring. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.